Arc 10 Parasite 10.1. Creepy crawlies riddled the building's interior, and I hadn't even used my powers to bring them here. No power meant the building was dark. The city, and consequently the building, were flooded, which meant it was moist. With exceptions for some of the luckier areas, pretty much every service was suspended, which meant no mail and no trash pickup. Trash bags were accumulating anywhere that people lived, here included, and when they had run out of trash bags, people had started littering, throwing their trash out the windows or leaving it in hallways instead. To top it off, the weather was getting warmer. 4 bugs, all of these converging details made the city into a paradise. I walked in the lead of the group, with Imp a step behind me and to my right. The two of us held flashlights, but Imp was barely paying attention to hers. She held a knife much like mine, and she dragged the point against the wall as we walked down the hallway, carving a groove into the paint. Her flashlight spent more time pointed at her feet than in front of us, leaving me the burden of lighting our way. I stopped, turned the flashlight on an open apartment door. Here, maybe. Gru grunted, adjusted the position of the unconscious body he had draped over one shoulder, scout it. Bitch nodded, letting Angelica off the chain, pointing at the door. Of the 4 dogs she had with her, only Angelica was still under the influence of her power, standing 3 times her usual size. Despite the invigorating effects of Bitch's attentions, the dog moved slowly as she looked into the apartment. It was painful to look at her. She was moving as though she were 10 years older than she was. The other dogs pulled at their chains, wanting to follow. Bitch made angry clucking noises, then ordered them to sit. They were slow to obey, but I think something about the look in Bitch's eyes told them they'd better listen. One of them reared back as I sent more bugs into the interior to investigate. Bitch had been short-tempered lately. The loss of 2 of the dogs she was closest to. It played a large part in that. She'd lost 8 dogs in total, and Angelica had only lived because she had been too hurt to be brought along. Problem was, Angelica wasn't recovering from those injuries, and from what I gathered, she might not ever recover completely. Bitch was forced to rely on a single crippled, obedient dog and 3 dogs that were in the peak of health, but impatient and untrained. Of course, I couldn't deny that a big part of her attitude was me and the fact that I was here. Angelica returned to the doorway, looked up at her owner, and then returned to the apartment. No problems, Bitch spoke, translating Angelica's body language for everyone present. Gru looked at me, and I nodded confirmation. I led the way inside, using my flashlight to scan the area. The apartment had been ransacked, but it wasn't the kind of ransacking that suggested the looters had gotten to it. No, it was the very thorough removal of everything valuable that could be carried away by a family of 3 or 4. There were 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen with room for a small table and accompanying chairs. There was a smaller bed in one room and a king-sized bed in the other. Dresser drawers, cabinets, and bedside tables were all open, clothes strewn around the rooms. The occupants had left in a hurry, and I was guessing they probably hadn't expected to come back or find much of their stuff here when they did. Tattletale grunted as she dropped one box beside the couch, where it landed on something with a crunch. Cities trying to restore order one area at a time. Maybe doing more harm than good. This building's been declared uninhabitable, which isn't exactly doing anyone any favors, because most places in the city are just as bad or worse, and a lot of people don't have anywhere else to go. Anyways, they're kicking everyone out, trying to clean up as best they can, get rid of that trash, do what they can about the infestation of rats and bugs. Might still be a few people around, but I doubt anyone's going to be poking around enough to find us before 11 or so tomorrow morning. Then we have time to do what we need to do, Gru spoke. He used one foot to drag one of the dining room chairs out from beneath the table, placing it in the center of the kitchen. I hurried to his side to hold the seat in place as he hefted the limp body from over his shoulder and set it down. Shadow Stalker nearly tipped over, but together we caught her and leaned her back. Her head lolled. Regent put down a second, smaller box next to the one Tattletale had brought. I switched positions with Tattletale. She began searching Shadow Stalker, removing crossbows, cartridges of ammunition and 2 small knives. She found a phone with a touch screen, then reached beneath the unconscious girl's hood to pluck a wireless earbud from the girl's ear. After rubbing it on Shadow Stalker's cloak to clean it, she put it in her own ear and started fiddling with the smartphone. After a few seconds she pronounced, "GPS hasn't been activated. They probably won't turn it on to look for her until she fails to return from patrol. Can you stop them from activating it?" Gru asked. "Or maybe we could have Skitterspugs or a dog carry that piece somewhere else." Tattletale shook her head. "I can turn it off. Give me a minute." Regent and I had already started hauling extension cords out of the box Regent had been carrying, untangling them and feeding them over to Gru. He began winding a cord around our captive, starting with loops around her wrists and arms, going up her arms to her chest, then back down to bind her body to the chair. We handed him the next cord, and he did much the same thing with Shadow Stalker's legs. As he worked the bindings up her extremities, he kept his index and middle fingers on her, wrapping the cord over top of them. When he was done with the loops at one spot, he moved his hand up further, then repeated the process. "Copping a feel, Gru?" Imp mocked, as she let herself half-spin and collapse lengthwise on the couch. "Making sure it isn't tight enough to cut off her circulation." "Ah. You an expert on that stuff?" "I didn't take you for a bondage freak," she stretched. He sighed, "Just get the generator." "I just lay down." "So stand up and then get the generator," he ordered. She made a show of slowly standing and, with exaggerated motions, dragging herself over to the box Tattletale had brought. She retrieved a black plastic portable generator that wasn't much bigger than a microwave oven. She acted like it was 10 times heavier than it was as she hauled it over toward the spot where Sophia sat. Gru, for his part, ignored her. Once the wires were in place, he used duct tape to secure them, then he got 2 more chairs, laid them on their sides and taped them to her chair. He was almost done when Imp finally concluded her charade with the portable generator. The LEDs at the ends of the extension cords lit up as we plugged each cord into the generator, glowing a dim orange. Gru stood, then pushed the refrigerator away from the wall so he could unplug it and plug the appliance into the generator. I couldn't be sure if it was to ensure a steady current through the wire or because he wanted a working fridge. I'd finished unpacking the wires, so I picked up the empty box and entered the living room to put one box inside the other to minimize the mess. Bitch had claimed the sofa for herself, reclining with 2 dogs up beside her. She was rubbing her forearms, which were probably strained from controlling the more unruly dogs with the chains. She glared up at me, and there was something ugly in her expression. I couldn't blame her for being angry. Her dogs, some of her closest friends in the world, had died because she had been saving me, only for her to find out shortly afterward that I had been a traitor. Maybe saving me hadn't been her primary motivation, but it seemed she'd used the past week and an unhealthy dose of simmering anger to revise her perception of things, so I was to blame for what had happened. It wasn't getting better, either. She seemed to get angrier with every hour spent in my company, and I was worried I'd have to face the brunt of it very soon. She's awake, Tattletale called out. I hurried to the kitchen, leaving Bitch where she was. Our captive hadn't budged an inch. She's sitting there, pretending to sleep in the hopes that we'll say something. It would be clever, might even work, if I wasn't here, Tattletale said, with a bit of a wry tone. Shadowstalker's head rose and swiveled as she surveyed the full extent of her bindings. Then she glanced at us. After a long pause, she spoke, electrical cords. Strongly advise you to avoid using your power to pass through them, Tattletale answered, and in case you're thinking of dropping straight down through the floor, don't. We've got extra lying under the chair. The heroine leaned hard to one side, looked down. You'll be a little groggy, Tattletale grabbed the last remaining chair from beside the kitchen table to sit down opposite the vigilante heroine. The fight took a lot out of you, and we tossed you, and I took the liberty of sticking you with one of your own tranquilizer bolts. You don't hold back, Shadowstalker commented, seemingly unfazed by her circumstances. She tested the strength of her bonds, experimentally. Says the person who tried to slit my teammate's throat, Regent spoke. Shadowstalker looked at me, the eyes behind her mask moving to my throat. Tough costume. She doesn't even deny it. I can't believe I've gone to high school with this lunatic. I resisted the urge to respond, shrugged instead. Too easy to get into an argument, too easy to let something slip and reveal who I was. Well, you fuckers got me, she cocked her head to one side, what's next? We all turned to look at Regent. Regent, in turn, gave Shadowstalker a serious look. He ran his fingers through his dark hair. Tattletale stood from the chair, and Regent sat, putting himself 4 feet away from the heroine. His mask was a plain white, a half-smile perpetually frozen on the smooth, unadorned face. Her eyes went wide behind the eyeholes of her mask, and she pulled hard against her bonds. No. Fuck. Have you seen his files? You don't know. We have an idea, Tattletale interrupted. Fuck you. Shadowstalker shouted. Guys, do me a favor. Regent asked, not taking his eyes off Shadowstalker. He smacked his scepter into the palm of one hand, gag her, then give us some privacy. You sure? Gru asked, as Tattletale moved over to Sophia's side, bent down to get some excess cord, and lifted up her mask just enough to wind the cord into her mouth. The duct tape made a tearing noise as she freed a length from the roll. I could still make out the swearing on Shadowstalker's part as she tugged at her bonds and rocked her seat. The setup Gru had created by duct taping the other 2 chairs to her helped ensure she couldn't throw herself to the ground and maybe break the chair in the process. I'm cool. Regent shifted the position of his stool a half-foot to his left, so he could lean back against the corner of the refrigerator. He brought one of his feet up onto the seat of the stool and rested his chin on his knee. Just as long as you're sure, Gru spoke. How long? Regent glanced at Gru, then looked to Shadowstalker, depends on her. Could be 15 minutes, could be 3 hours. Shadowstalker grunted, long and loud. Gru began ushering us out of the room, and we obeyed, except for Imp, who seemed to need a little bit of an extra nudge. Gru blocked her view of Regent and our captive with his body and put a hand on her shoulder to push her toward the door. Following, I cast a backward look over my shoulder, saw Shadowstalker's arm twitch. She winced, mumbled a swear word around her gag. Gru shut the kitchen door behind us, and for a moment, all was dark, quiet, and still. Bitch and her dogs were all lying together on and around the couch, Bitch's hand on Angelica's head, where the dog lay just below her. Only Angelica's eye was open. Bitch and the other 3 dogs had their eyes closed. Angelica's excess flesh had been shed and deposited on the floor as she shrunk down to her natural size. It looked like Bitch had kicked most of it one corner of the living room, blood and other fluid streaked the carpet between the base of the couch and the corner. Can we watch TV? Imp asked Gru. We could get one of the extension cords and... No. Or plug in one of the lamps so we can. No, he repeated. We're here for another few hours. We do nothing that could draw attention. That includes having lights, flickering or otherwise, shining through the window of an apartment that's supposed to have no power. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Sleep, he glanced at Bitch, who was trying to do just that, while the rest of us stand watch. Or go looking for a candle or flashlight and read somewhere the light won't show through a window. Fuck reading. We could find a movie and watch. No movies, I just told you why we can't turn on the TV. Why would a movie be any better? We could cover one of the windows. I want everyone keeping an ear out for trouble. You agreed to follow my orders, didn't you? No TV, no lights. They glared at one another, Imp's chin defiantly raised so she could meet Gru's eyes, the dark sockets of his skull-faced helmet. One of the people who lived here was a teenager, a little younger than you, Imp. Tattletale cut in. Go find the bedroom, see if there's anything interesting. Anything left behind will probably get stolen before the family gets back, so you could keep some stuff for yourself, if you find anything good. Yes. Imp spun on her heel and strode off to the other end of the apartment. Bitch opened her eyes and furrowed her brow in irritation at Imp's outcry, or maybe at the recent argument, but she just shut her eyes and made a deliberate attempt at returning to sleep. Gru waited until Imp disappeared from sight before groaning, it's tiring, dealing with her. All of us irritated each other when we first joined the team. Give it time. We'll find a rhythm. Tattletale reassured him. Gru turned his head my way, but he didn't say anything. I wondered if he had been about to say I was the exception, then changed his mind. Instead, he spoke, I'm going to lie down for a bit in the master bedroom. Tattletale, Skitter, you keep an eye on things. Wake me when you need a relief. Sure thing, boss, Tattletale answered him. I couldn't bring myself to reply, and stayed quiet instead. As Gru was leaving, Shadow Stalker screamed from the kitchen, a strangled, muffled noise. Gru paused, waited a moment, and then continued in the direction Imp had gone, opening and closing the door at the end of the short hallway. I hugged my arms against my body. Glancing toward the balcony showed that none of the windows were broken or open. It wasn't because I was cold. You okay with this? Tattletale asked. All in, was all I could say. She smiled a little, almost apologetic. All in. We were doing this to Sophia, I told myself. The same girl who had abused, insulted, and tormented me almost every school day since I'd started high school. She'd punched, kicked, and shoved me. Had ruined my belongings, insulted me, thrown food at me, humiliated me, and had goaded others into doing much the same things. She was the one who had pushed me to that do-or-die point where my powers manifested. If that wasn't enough, she had tried to kill me less than an hour ago, not because I was a criminal that deserved the death penalty, but because I had seen her unmasked. I was inconvenient. And with all that in mind, I couldn't be sure that she deserved this. Tattletale got her MP3 player and put an earbud in the ear that didn't have Sophia's device in it. The other earbud dangled from the cord, faint music playing from it. Grabbing a blanket from the arm of the couch, she curled up in one of the armchairs. I took her cue, pushing one chair across the carpet so it was by the sliding glass door leading to the balcony. I didn't settle in right away. First, I exercised my power. There were definitely enough bugs in the building for me to use. I found the spiders in the building, and set them to preparing webs, stringing strands across every doorway, hallway, and stairwell for every floor in the building. I directed buzzing houseflies and mosquitoes into every apartment, including the one we were in, and placed at least one bug on every person I found still inside the building. A trio of unwashed men in the basement, among the storage area where residents kept the stuff they couldn't have in their apartments, a pair of teenagers that lay on the roof, holding hands, an older man near the top floor, alone, and one family of 5 on the second floor. After a moment's consideration, I set spiders to stringing webs around the balconies as well. When capes were in the cards, I couldn't afford to ignore the possibility of grappling hooks, rappelling, teleportation or flight. The spiders would sense any movement of the webs, and I could sense what the spiders did, in turn. I found a book on a shelf that looked readable, then sat down sideways in the chair, so my back was against one armrest and my legs hung over the other, the kitchen door in front of me, the balcony behind. There were no lights in the apartment or out on the street, but the heavy clouds weren't blocking the moonlight for the time being, which afforded me the opportunity to read, looking up after every page or two to double-check that things were quiet and still. It might have been peaceful, if not for Shadow Stalker's occasional grunt or scream from the direction of the kitchen. On occasion, she went into her shadow state for a fraction of a second, then reverted back before the wires passed through her. Regent hadn't called out, so I assumed all was well. Bitch's bulldog, Bentley, was lying on the couch with his head nestled in Bitch's armpit. I was on chapter 3 of my book when he began snoring, surprising me with how steady and loud the noise was. Sirius, the lab I'd met on a prior occasion, lay between Bitch's legs, his head lying across her belt buckle. A setter was curled up at the base of the sofa with Angelica. I couldn't remember its name. Bitch looked so peaceful, here. It was strange seeing her relax and rest so easily when, day to day, even before recent events, she seemed to be on edge to a degree that would drive most people to insanity. It wasn't aggression or anxiety, exactly, but some combination of the two. Tattletale was playing some game on her MP3 player, I saw. The mosquitoes I'd placed discreetly on Brian's back told me he was turning over constantly. He was as restless and agitated in relaxation as Bitch was when awake. Imp, I could sense, was taking apart the teenager's room, finding CDs and DVDs and holding them up by the window, maybe to see them in the light, as I was with my book. I hadn't known her to rest in the 3 days I'd known her. I could almost believe she was one of the capes that didn't need to sleep, but the theory would have felt a lot more tidy if I could connect it better to one of her powers. I turned my attention back to my book, looked up again when I heard a bang from the kitchen, a grunt, and a scream. The bugs I'd placed on Regent didn't show anything amiss, but I couldn't really get anything from the contact with Shadow Stalker. She was violently flickering in and out of her shadow state, now, and the slow speed with which she was returning to normal seemed to suggest she was fighting the urge to use her power. Regent was standing, but he hadn't called for help, so I started to read again. When I'd read the same page 4 more times and realized I hadn't actually taken in any information, I dog-eared the page and closed my book. I focused on each person in the building in turn, followed by a double-checking of the spider webs, the others here in the apartment. I stopped short. Regent was sitting, unmoving, and in the last 10 seconds or so, Shadow Stalker had disappeared from the chair. Fuck. I shouted, standing. How? Bitch climbed up off the couch, and Tattletale stood, looking to me, eyes wide. When I realized why her eyes were wide, I let the bugs flow from beneath the panels of my costume. I knew in an instant that Shadow Stalker was behind me. Deftly, she grasped my wrist, knocked me to the ground, and then pointed her crossbow straight at my eye, the arrowhead clinking against the lens of my mask. Which definitely wasn't bulletproof or arrowproof. For several long seconds, we remained there, unmoving. Brian and Imp appeared in my peripheral vision, but they stopped when they saw Shadow Stalker. Shadow Stalker started laughing, then stood, holstering her crossbow. I felt Regent stand in the other room. When the kitchen door opened, he was laughing as well, the exact same cadence as Shadow Stalker. He ran his fingers through his hair, and Shadow Stalker moved one hand, as if to do the same thing, but the hood she wore stopped her. She stepped away, and her movement seemed uncannily out of character, maybe a bit of a slouch, a bit of swagger, that hadn't been there before. Her eyes met mine. Totally got you, dork, she chuckled. Parasite 10.2. 3 days ago. I drew in a deep breath, then exhaled, long and slow. I got your back, Lisa told me. I nodded. With a push, the door swung wide open. The inside of the building didn't match the exterior. It was situated in one of the low-lying areas of the docks, where the flooding had yet to fully dissipate. The buildings around here were in such bad shape that nobody was willing to use them for shelter or venture inside to take things. On the inside, however, the place was reinforced with girders and beams. Pieces of sheet metal sat between the thick metal shafts and the exterior wall, with holes cut to accommodate the windows. Handles on the metal shutters suggested that the plywood could be moved aside in a pinch. At ground level, there were stacked sandbags of a slightly different make from the usual, with plastic stapled over each pile. The place hadn't yet been organized. A pair of beds sat in one corner, surrounded by assorted pieces of furniture. The building's interior was dry, crisp, and brightly lit. It might have appeared sterile, if not for the spray paint on much of the sheet metal, and the tracks of dried mud on the ground near the door. Our arrival was met by the furious barking of a half-dozen dogs. A set of gates ringing the front door stopped them from attacking us. Brian was sitting on the far end of the room, beside Aisha. He wore his regular sparring uniform, and Aisha wore much the same thing, though she was wearing shorts instead of yoga pants. His little sister? Here? Alec was sitting cross-legged on a pile of furniture, a bowl of colorful cereal balanced on one knee. A long cut ran from just beneath his ear to his shoulder, beneath his shirt. He was watching a TV that was plugged into an extension cord that hung from the ceiling. He turned my way at the barking of the dogs, and I almost missed him uttering the words, "You gotta be kidding." One of the dogs apparently recognized me, because it stopped at the gate and wagged its tail. A part of me took that as a good sign. Then Bitch appeared, immediately wheeling on me, water flying from her damp hair. She'd probably just come from the shower. She wore loose-fitting army pants and a black tank top that had darker spots where beads of water had soaked into it. A towel hung around her shoulders. As she saw me, emotion hardened the lines of her face. Her hands clenched as she strode toward me. I saw the aggression in her body language, squeezed my eyes shut and tried to relax. I remembered what Brian had said during our sparring, about how tensing up would only make you more vulnerable. If that was true, I was really glad I hadn't tensed up. She was sturdily built and she didn't hold back in the slightest. She kicked down the dog gate, and an instant later, her fist connected with my cheekbone to send me sprawling to the ground, my tailbone absorbing most of the impact. I'd been knocked around by Lung, Glory Girl, Bakuda, and even Leviathan. Some of those guys hit magnitudes harder than Bitch did, but it still hurt like hell. It spoke volumes that while Lisa stepped forward so she could defend me, Gru and Alec didn't. The dogs tentatively passed through the open gate, but hung back in deference to their master. I broke off mid-sentence. Opening my mouth to speak had caused the pain in the right side of my face to come to bear, full force. I deserved that. Bitch delivered a swift kick to my shoulder, making me grunt and fall flat onto my back. Deserved that too. Point made, Lisa told her. Stop. Fuck you, Bitch snarled. She pointed at Brian. It's irritating enough that he wants to start giving orders and calling himself our leader. I'm not putting up with it from you, too. I do what I want, and what I want is to beat her face in. Bitch turned, strode to the pile of furniture, and then lifted one of the loose shelves that had been removed from the bookcase. It was a piece of wood chipboard about 3 feet long and a foot deep. Lisa moved to put herself between Bitch and me and stave off Bitch's attack. She turned to Brian. Hey, a little help, here. Brian frowned. Why did you bring her here? To talk, Lisa said. When Bitch tried to move around to her left, Lisa shifted her position to stay in her way. I sat up, used my legs and hands to put some distance between Bitch and I. She was going to fuck us over. Bitch shouted. I shook my head, but Bitch and Lisa's movements left me unsure if Brian had seen. I called out, no. I wasn't. Brian stepped forward and put a hand on Bitch's arm. She scowled but lowered her improvised weapon. He leveled a serious look at me. Lisa said you were, and when it comes down to the two of you, I'm going to choose her. What Arms Master said made too much sense, and a few of the little things about you suddenly made a lot of sense. No, I mean, I was going to betray you. I'm going to fucking kick her teeth in. Bitch shouted. Past tense. I raised my voice. I changed my mind. Bitch made a deeper noise, low in her throat. Aisha and Alec approached, which contributed to the loose half-circle of people and animals around Lisa and me. Tension hung heavy in the air. You changed your mind. Brian didn't sound as though he believed me. Dealing with Arms Master? Realizing what an asshole he was? It was kind of a wake-up call. I'd already begun to think of you guys as my friends. And what we were doing, it wasn't so bad. Most of our fights were against Lung's gang. Barring Lisa and Aisha, every set of eyes on me was glaring. I climbed to my feet, flinched a little as Bitch shifted position, fearing another attack. My cheek was radiating pain, like someone was driving a nail into it. My shoulder didn't hurt half as much, but it wasn't exactly fun, either. I changed my mind after we raided the fundraiser and talked to Coil. I went home, and when I started thinking about sending that email to the Protectorate, I realized I couldn't. It would have meant explaining things to my dad and leaving you guys. I couldn't do either. That wasn't all that long ago, and it sounds pretty thin to me. I raised my arms, in a bit of a helpless gesture, then let them flop back to my sides. It's the truth. I'm not good at this, at talking to people or convincing them. All I can do is tell you how things were from my perspective and hope you'll see I'm sincere. He folded his arms. Is that all you came to say? I drew in a deep breath, then sighed, and I'd like to be back on the team if you'll have me. Please. His eyebrows rose. I seem to recall you leaving in a huff after our last conversation with Coil. What's changed? You have to understand, I was angry at myself as much, more than I was angry at you guys. For letting that thing with the little girl happen, for not connecting the dots. But I've thought about it, talked to Lisa, and I'm open to talking about it if you're willing. And why should we believe you, in all this? He challenged me. I can vouch. Lisa started to speak. Taylor can answer for herself. Brian cut her off. I floundered for an answer. I got the distinct impression that they wouldn't be satisfied if I couldn't provide one. A knot of ugly emotions gathered in my stomach, building as I felt the condemnation of these people I'd been so close to, not so long ago. Realizing that much gave me an idea. It wasn't much, though. I turned to Brian. You remember when we were on the way to your apartment, what happened? Which? That thing with the bully, or? After that? Awkward conversation. Hey, dork, Alec cut in, he's not the only one you have to convince. You can't omit details and leave us in the dark here. Yet. Aisha added. Brian gave her an annoyed look. I looked at him, then looked down at the ground, feeling heat spread across my face. The flush in my cheeks made the side of my face throb. I hated feeling humiliated, felt way too many ugly emotions rising in a long-conditioned response, a spark of anger at the forefront of them. Stiffly, I replied, I let Brian know I was interested in him. Romantically. It was the truth. Ah, Alec responded. I knew it. Totally knew it from the second I saw you at his apartment. Aisha cackled. I stole a glance at Brian and saw his expression hadn't changed in the least. When he spoke, he did it with a small shake of his head. You could have been doing that to get me to let my guard down. Bullshit, Alec retorted. What? Brian turned toward Alec. I said bullshit, Alec repeated himself. Taylor said it herself. She sucks ass when it comes to lying and being smooth. She lied well enough when she was keeping her undercover act a secret. I didn't lie, exactly, I said, quiet, I just didn't tell you. Nobody answered that statement. I felt dumb for saying it, however true it may or may not have been. Alec added to his earlier comment, I don't ever pay attention to that team drama shit, and I picked up on the fact that she liked you. It was so obvious it was irritating. It was strange, Alec was standing up for me. He was insulting me while he did it, but he was still backing me up. That could have been an act, Brian stressed. And even if it wasn't, it doesn't mean anything in the end. You don't really believe that, Lisa replied, you're pissed at us. I don't blame you. I'd be pissed at us, too. But you're only calling her a liar because it's a hell of a lot easier to be angry at her if you think the person you befriended was a fake. Brian sighed, loudly. Don't turn your power on me. Who says I am? Chancing a look at Bitch, I saw she was pacing back and forth, each set of paces short and restless. She didn't seem to have calmed down any. I wasn't feeling much better myself. I said as much, all I want is for things to go back to the way they were. It's not that easy, Brian replied. When I met his eyes, he looked away, his brow furrowing. When had things been good? What point in time was I so eager to return to, where I hadn't been racked by guilt or nervousness? By the time I got over my fear of getting caught, I'd run away from home and cut ties with my dad. Then, before I could come to terms with that, I'd found out about Dinah, which had affected me more than anything else. I'd terrorized hostages, maimed a supervillain, hurt superheroes, but it was Dinah that left me lying awake at night, feeling helpless, feeling like I was the scum of the earth. And I couldn't help her from the outside. That, more than anything, was why I was here. I wasn't strong enough to fight Coil on my own, I couldn't go to the heroes and rely on them to handle it, not with Coil's power giving him 2 attempts to escape, 2 attempts to any counterattacks, 2 attempts to track down the person who'd informed on him and deal with her, and take his pick of the outcomes he wanted. That wasn't even getting into the more complex uses of his abilities, only using one of his concurrent realities to try something, doing it over and over again until he got a result he wanted to keep. I couldn't beat him in any kind of confrontation. Lisa had convinced me. I would only solve this by getting in Coil's good graces, talking to him as someone he could respect and listen to. I couldn't do that without convincing these guys to let me back on the team. No, I answered Brian, you're right. It's not that easy. But if you'll have me, I'm willing to work my ass off to make it up to you. I'm pretty good as a member of this team, you know it. If you want to monitor my every move, fine. Any restrictions you want to put on me, fine. I'll even give up my pay from Coil and any jobs we do. Whatever you want. He shook his head, then asked me, why? Why come back? Because I've been to the shelters, I've walked the streets and seen what the merchants and chosen are doing out there. I want to resolve this thing with Dinah. Whether I like it or not, I know that the fastest way to get to that point where everything's okay again is working with Coil. Lisa spoke, I want her back on the team, obviously. If we're voting, that's where my vote is going. Mine too, Alex said, you're wound up, Brian, maybe it's Taylor being gone, maybe it's Aisha and your dad getting attacked, maybe it's the general situation with the city, but it's getting miserable to be around you. Taylor was always the one who was on the same page as you, she'd be someone you can work with and talk to, at least. You'll be happier in the long run if she's around. And we'll be happier if you're not so fucking crabby. Besides, if she's giving up her pay, then it doesn't even cost us anything. It costs us a lot, Brian said, his voice low, if mistrust and tension fucks up our team chemistry, especially if we start fucking up in the field, because of it. So you're voting no? Lisa pressed him. Do I get a vote? Aisha cut in, before he could respond. No, Brian and Lisa refused her in unison. Aisha made a face, but didn't seem too bothered. I don't want her on the team, bitch spoke. Brian shook his head, I don't know what to tell you, Rachel. Alex right, for once. We need her. We need the firepower, out there, at the very least. Looking at this objectively, I think I'd have to say we should keep her. Which is 3 votes for, 1 against, Regent noted. Bitch threw the piece of chipboard she was carrying into the wall, hard. One of the dogs started barking in response or in alarm. She spat in my general direction and then stalked over to the far end of the room, her dogs trailing after her. The metal stairs clanged with the impacts of her boots as she ascended to the next floor. Lisa hesitated, then followed after. Alec glanced at us, then put a hand on Aisha's shoulder and led her away, leaving Brian and me alone. Thank you, I said, quietly, to Brian. Brian shook his head, don't thank me. Alec's right when he says that we'll probably get over this. Maybe we'll even become friends again and get to the point where we can talk about it. But that isn't going to happen today, and definitely not right here and now. Okay, I replied. But he was already walking away, leaving me standing alone at the entrance. I had told myself I would rise above the likes of Sophia and Arms Master. I was all too aware of their flaws, and first and foremost among them was arrogance, pride. So I'd swallowed mine. Now. There were so many ways this could go wrong. Tattletale held a pair of binoculars and scanned the building in front of us. There's movement. We're good to go. Go, Gru ordered. Hitting the target wasn't so hard. My bugs flowed in through windows and bitch took the entrances. Angelica had free rein, slow as she was, while the other dogs stayed on leash. Gru hung back with Tattletale, Regent, and me, while Imp moved forward, not charging in, but staying close. The tricky part would be balancing this. Too far one way or the other, and this got really ugly, really fast. Our targets were looters, and they were well armed, though bullets were getting to be in shorter and shorter supply. Coil had sources, and the Chosen did as well, but these guys were from the merchants. They were vagrants, addicts, and people who subsisted by mooching off the system. When the system had failed, they'd latched onto the only group that would take them. More had joined because it was safer and easier to be among the thugs, looters, scavengers, and thieves than it was to be among the victims. Safety in numbers. They weren't strong or trained, and I couldn't call them brave. That said, they were bolstered by a kind of desperation. I'd seen it before, when I set my bugs on some of my enemies, how some panicked or saw the futility in fighting the swarm and others just fought on heedless of the damage they were taking and the pain they were feeling. That same desperation posed an issue as far as our plan. If we gave them a chance, they wouldn't hesitate to hurt or kill us. They'd raided countless homes and businesses, taken everything of value they could uncover. Phone lines were down everywhere, police response times far slower with the roads in the condition they were. The looters had amassed a small fortune in stolen possessions, and intel said they were storing it here. As reasonable a target as any. My bugs drove the bulk of the looters out into the street. Between Gru's darkness and Bitch's dogs, those same looters were driven back and cornered, hemmed in by the snarling beasts. The second we had the situation under control, Shadow Stalker dropped out of the sky, a crossbow in each hand. Tattletale and Gru were darted a second later. She reloaded in a second using the cartridges that had been set on her gloves, then darted Imp and me. By the time the dart embedded in the armor of my costume, Tattletale and Gru were slumping to the ground. The fabric of my costume blocked the dart, so I didn't go down. I drew my baton, snapped it out to its full length, and charged her. She backed away, loading and firing another series of bolts at Regent and the dog closest to her. By the time I reached her, she'd fired a second dart into the dog, then shot bitch. My baton passed through her, of course. She walked through my arm, stepping right behind me, and then drove her knee into my side. I grunted and fell over, and she retrieved and slammed a dart into my shoulder before I could recover. Take it easy, Regent. Bitch managed to scream an order to her dogs before she passed out, go. The 3 newer dogs hesitated, but Angelica didn't. She huffed out a snarl as she passed them, and the others took her lead and joined her in stampeding down the street until they disappeared from sight. I laid in the water, aware of how cold it was, trying to ignore how dirty it was. My lenses afforded me an advantage in that I could watch what was going on without my open eyes giving anything away. I saw Shadow Stalker touch her ear, then murmur something. Tattletale had gone over everything Regent needed to know as far as that particular routine and the orders to give. It took 3 minutes for the PRT to arrive. I saw the green and white flashing lights and heard the splashing before anyone stepped into my field of view. Holy shit, one of the PRT uniforms spoke. Restrain them and throw them in the van, Shadow Stalker ordered him. Jo, get the containment foam, one uniform spoke. The captain? They're tranquilized, Shadow Stalker spoke, sounding disinterested, don't waste resources. Protocol states we use containment foam, especially when there's an unknown. The girl with the horns? Mover 3, teleports through shadows, Shadow Stalker lied. None of them can escape restraints on their own. But if Gru uses his power. Shadow Stalker turned, then fired another dart into Gru. Satisfied. We'd drained the darts of the sedative, of course. Still, I was betting Gru would have words for Regent after this was over and done with. The uniform didn't back down, no. I want to know why you don't want them fully contained. Because I've been up since 5 in the morning, it's well past midnight now, and I'm going to have to start doing fucking paperwork the second we get these guys in a cell. I'm not allowed to walk away until they're in custody, so if I let you foam them, I'm going to have to wait another half an hour to an hour for the solvent to get mixed and brought to them, 5 or 10 minutes for it to work. Fuck that, they're down. Listen to the hero who just took down a whole fucking team and get them in the truck. There was no reply to that, but a moment later, someone picked me up and started carrying me. I maintained deep breaths, kept my body limp. A few bugs congregated on me and the uniforms moving us, and I didn't do anything to dismiss them. Maybe they would distract the uniform from the fact that any of us were still conscious. I was placed on the cool metal floor of the containment vehicle, my hands cuffed behind my back. A few seconds later, someone was thrown over top of my upper body. Too light to be Gru or bitch. It would be Imp or Regent. The metal doors slammed shut and locked with an audible shift of internal machinery. So many ways this could go wrong. We had safeguards, of course, including but not being limited to Coil's assistance. Still, there was something profoundly unsettling about allowing myself to be cuffed and imprisoned. No ears on us, Tattletale murmured, we're good so long as we keep our voices down. PRT is having words with the remaining witnesses who stuck around to grab loot after the dogs ran off, Regent informed us with a whisper. They're backing up the story we wanted to sell. We'd passed one hurdle, at least. The act could have gone either way if we didn't sell it well enough, we could have wound up with the PRT arresting us for real. If we timed it wrong or if one of the looters decided to attack us while we were pretending to be tranquilized, something ugly might have happened. You hit me way too hard, I murmured. Muscle memory, Regent replied. Blame her, not me. You all right, Imp? Gru asked. Hey, she replied. It was a good few minutes before the truck bucked into motion. Out of unspoken agreement, we stayed quiet, just to be absolutely sure that the driver wouldn't hear us. It was maybe 10 or 15 minutes before we arrived. We're at their headquarters, Regent spoke, his voice hushed. Then we're in good shape, Gru answered. Weld and the wards are coming out to meet Shadow Stalker. Heads up. The back door of the van opened. I could feel cooler air enter the enclosed space. There was an audible click of a gun, as if they were anticipating an attack the moment the doors opened. Wow, one of the boys commented. I was guessing it was Kidwin or Clock Blocker. How'd you pull that off? They were distracted, I picked them off. That little freak that saw me with my mask off was wearing armor, so I had to resort to CQC, Shadow Stalker made it sound matter of fact. Right, one of the other boys said, sarcastic. You're quiet, Weld, a girl's voice. Vista? Who was Weld? Basking in how fucking awesome I am. Shadow Stalker gloated. Maybe later. For now, the accented male voice spoke, just satisfy my curiosity. You know the passwords we memorize each week, and you know why we memorize them, right? Yeah, Shadow Stalker replied. One of the other boys spoke, for any interaction with any flagged shifter or, the boy paused, master. Oh. So, Weld said, keeping in mind that Regent is the highest rated master in the city, I'd like for you to give us this week's password. There was a pause. Comanche 662, Shadow Stalker spoke. Another pause. All right, Weld confirmed, pick them up and haul them into the holding cells. It was all I could do to stay still and not show my relief. Tattletale had anticipated this much, had drilled Regent on it, but she had been wrong in the past. Imp was lifted from on top of me, and Tattletale was picked up next, from right beside me. I was among the last to get lifted off the floor of the truck. Shadow Stalker held me until a pair of PRT uniforms could haul me to my feet and lift me by my armpits, my feet dragging on the ground, my head hanging. I chanced a partial opening of my eyes, knowing my lenses would hide them, to sneak a sidelong peek at this weld. Metal skin, metal hair, and a strange melted junkyard texture to his shoulders. I'd crossed paths with him before the Endbringer event. He spoke, his voice quiet enough that it was probably intended for just him and Sophia. Where are the dogs? Tranquilized them, they didn't go down. Ran when Hellhound dropped. Weld nodded, this is good work, but it doesn't excuse or make up for what happened earlier. Whatever, Shadow Stalker replied. No. This is serious. You assaulted a team member. I'm not about to let that slide. On one level, I wasn't surprised to hear that. I knew, cognitively, that she had that kind of personality. But emotionally, I hadn't really believed it. It caught me off guard to hear she was that big a problem in the wards, as well. A few seconds passed before she finally asked, what are you going to do? After these guys are securely in custody, we're going to have words with the director. She wants you on this team, for whatever reason, so I don't expect your probation will be broken, but there's going to be consequences. Fuck, Shadow Stalker said. And you're going to apologize to Kid Win. I don't ever want you assaulting him again. Shadow Stalker paused. Stop fucking testing me. I'm too tired for this. It wasn't Kid Win. Weld nodded. I blinked a few times in surprise. Tattletale hadn't gone into this, hadn't anticipated it. Weld had just tried to trip up Regent/Shadow Stalker, and Regent had anticipated it. A bullet dodged. I saw we were passing by a front desk. I'd never been in the building, but I had passed by it a few times. It was surprisingly empty. There weren't many PRT uniforms around, either. Who was it, then? Weld asked. It took me a second to parse what he meant. Shadow Stalker groaned, fuck off. It's me. Hey, he turned, putting one hand on her shoulder to stop her mid-stride. Who was it? She glanced at the group. Clock Blocker, Kid Win, Vista, and the girl from the Endbringer fight who called herself Flechette. Clock Blocker, she guessed. Weld didn't move an inch, and my gut told me Regent/Shadow Stalker was off the mark. My heart sank. Clock Blocker and Kid Win stopped walking and looked our way curiously. Heads up. Trap. Weld shouted. Parasite 10.3. We burst into action the moment Weld called out his warning. Bitch drove her shoulder into the PRT uniform that held her back, then back towards the front desk. Weld had already changed his hand into what looked like a baseball bat with four sides to it, long enough to reach from his wrist to the ground. Studs the size of golf balls ran down each of the four faces, with a blunted spike on the end. Weld and Flechette were variables we hadn't planned for. It was unfortunate, but Weld in particular was also very well equipped for the task of keeping us from retreating back to the front door. Weld swung at Shadow Stalker, but his club passed through her. Fearless, she stepped close and punched the metal arrowhead of one of her crossbows into his right eye. He stepped back a few steps, one hand going to his eye, and she threw herself at him, bringing her knees to her chest and then kicking out. Her feet slammed into his chest, and pushed him further back. Weld only staggered back a short distance, and it was Shadow Stalker who landed hard on her back. Kicking a 5'9" block of metal had to hurt, but Regent doesn't exactly have to be careful with Shadow Stalker's body. Bitch slipped past the pair of them, reaching the front door. I could hear her whistle at a volume that I doubted I could scream. Gru and Regent were already free of their cuffs, the three PRT uniforms closest to them lying down on the ground. Tattletale was grinning at the four wards at the end of the hall closest to the elevator. Kid Win, Clock Blocker, Flechette and Vista. The laughter didn't belong to Tattletale, however. It was cackling, sounding like someone having way too much fun. Flechette shouted, they've got someone with the stranger classification. We did? The wards recovered fast enough. Vista was working to distort the ends of the hallway, the front doors, and the elevator at the end of the hall into impassable terrain. Flechette fired a shot at Gru, pinning him to the ground, quickly loaded and fired a second, rooting his feet to the ground. Flechette was loading for a third shot when a girl in black clothing with a horned demon mask and black scarf struck her weapon with a fire axe, splitting the metallic string and knocking it from her hand. The girl with the horns was on our side. Wait, I could almost remember her. Some relation to Gru. Then it slipped from my recollection, and I was distracted by the fact that Flechette was disarmed, her weapon broken. How had that happened? I couldn't afford to worry about it. I had to focus on contributing. I released the bugs from beneath my costume, drawing them out from beneath the panels of my armor and the compartment at my back where I kept my equipment and weapons. I'd known I wouldn't be able to bring many bugs, and that it would be difficult to get more on site with a clean, sturdily built structure like this one. I could gather a swarm, but it would be a few minutes before the bugs arrived en masse. I might have started sooner if I hadn't been so concerned about alerting someone and giving us away. The 970 bugs that poured forth were roughly equal numbers of bees, wasps, spiders, mosquitoes, and cockroaches. It was a smaller number than it sounded like, and their deployment was slower because of the way I had them arranged, stingers and abdomens carefully kept out of contact with one another. I hadn't come without a plan. The bugs found their way to Vista, Flechette, and Kid Win, the only young heroes with exposed skin, at roughly the same time as they managed to get beneath the masks and protective clothing of the two PRT uniforms that were holding me. At first the teenaged heroes swatted at themselves and backed away, as was usual. The funhouse mirror distortion at the exit stopped spreading as Vista's concentration broke, and Flechette dropped one of the small lengths of pointed metal that she'd been withdrawing from her belt. Then Kid Win cried out, his words raw and barely intelligible because he was also screaming as he shouted them, "It burns." Capsaicin was the chemical that made hot peppers burn your tongue. It was also the active ingredient in pepper spray. I'd used pepper spray a few times, myself, and I'd had it accidentally used on me when I'd been out in costume, rather recently. At the time, I'd stepped in to help fight back a crew of the merchants up near the old boardwalk. They'd been aiming to loot the stores, and a contingent of people who'd created an armed force in the ruins of the upscale shopping district had stepped up to fight them off. One of the defenders had sprayed a looter, and caught me in the effect as well, maybe intentionally. I'd stepped back and let my bugs do the work while I recovered. After the fight had wrapped up and I'd headed back to a shelter in my civilian guise, I'd been left to consider the fact that my bugs were vulnerable to the pepper spray. By all rights, I should have been alerted to that fact the night I sprayed Velocity at the fundraiser, but I hadn't been able to keep that many bugs on him, then, and I'd had many other distractions at the time. It had escaped my attention. While sitting up all night at the shelter, with kids crying and wailing and assholes making noise to intentionally piss off the other 100 people in the room, I'd had time to think. The next morning, I'd woken up, donned my costume and started experimenting to see if I could protect my bugs somehow. Pepper spray was only one thing. I was bound, sooner or later, to go up against someone who used some kind of bug spray or gas on my tiny minions. Had I found a solution? Not so much. I had discovered that I could use hairspray to coat the abdomens and stingers of my bugs, and then dip said abdomens and stings into some of the capsaicin. With a bowl of each in liquid form and 2 single file lines of bugs, I could dose a fair number before I went out in costume. It did wind up killing some of the less durable ones eventually, either through the hairspray obstructing breathing or the capsaicin getting on the bug, but the end result was that I'd stumbled onto a weapon while trying to experiment with defenses. I had figured out how to use my bugs as a delivery mechanism, smearing pepper spray onto fresh stings and bites. I could jam their abdomens into people's noses, mouths and eyes to cause intense burning and pain to the point that it made them nauseous. Flechette screamed, falling to her knees, her hands to her face. One of the PRT uniforms that was holding me let me go to stagger blindly toward the front desk. I struggled to get away from the other one, but he held me tight even as he bent over, threatening to topple to the ground with me beneath him. So yet. It worked. Clock Blocker had been in the lead of the group as we'd all headed toward the elevator, and had been delayed by the fallen PRT uniforms and his collapsing teammates. His costume covered his entire body, preventing the bugs from getting to him, so once he got past his allies, there wasn't much to get in his way. He charged straight for Gru, and Gru responded by shrouding his immediate vicinity in darkness, though he couldn't do much else. One of Flechette's bolts had nailed the sides of one of his boots to the ground, the other shot had missed, maybe because she couldn't see his foot and hadn't wanted to put a spike through his actual flesh. Clock Blocker closed the distance and plunged into the darkness after Gru. He emerged out the other side, and the darkness dissipated behind him, revealing Gru, frozen in time. Even the shadows smoldering around Gru's body faded, revealing his motorcycle leathers and the helmet with the skull face molded into it. Which was bad. It could be up to 10 minutes until Gru was back in action, and we couldn't necessarily afford to babysit his body until he reanimated. The other PRT officer that was holding me broke away when a girl with a horned mask drove the wooden end of a fire axe into his shoulder. Regent made Clock Blocker stumble, and the horned girl shoved the PRT officer into the boy. They both fell in a heap. Hey! A girl shouted. I looked and saw a horned girl crouched by one of the fallen PRT officers, holding the foam sprayer. Imp. Right, it was Imp. She looked at Tattletale. It won't fire. Tattletale hurried over, grabbed the fallen officer's arm, and lifted it over to the handle of the gun. She put his finger on the trigger and aimed the gun at Clock Blocker, unloading spray on top of his upper body just as he managed to heave the fallen officer off of himself. Flechette threw a dart into the foam canister, and both Imp and Tattletale backed away as foam began spilling out of the hole, rapidly expanding to partially cover the uniformed officer. After a moment's pause, she threw a spike of metal into every other canister on the other fallen guards. One even erupted into a pressurized spray, jetting up at an angle to hit the wall, creating a growing barrier a few feet in front of me, partially blocking me from reaching the rest of the combatants. Before Flechette could turn her darts on us, Regent reached out, causing her to fumble and drop it. A second later, he grunted and fell to all fours. Nothing I could see had touched him. A backfire. So easily. I was already turning to check when a primal scream tore its way from Shadow Stalker's throat. She'd been fighting with Weld, and Weld almost fell over when he swung and she didn't enter her shadow state. He couldn't stop all of his momentum, but he stepped close and let his upper arm hit her instead. They stumbled together, Shadow Stalker continuing to scream like she was trying to empty her lungs of every last trace of oxygen. She raised her crossbow in my general direction, then moved, almost staggered, one step to the side. From her new vantage point, she targeted Regent. Her movements weren't fluid, and her shot flew past him. It hit Tattletale instead with a glancing blow, raking across her collarbone to penetrate her shoulder at a shallow angle. Tattletale was spun off balance and fell. Shadow Stalker moved to load her crossbows, but her movements were jittery and jerky to an even greater extent than they had been a second ago. She stopped midway through the motion, her head turning as she looked from one hand to the other, and then looked up at Weld, who was in close proximity to her. Help. She stuttered. A fraction of a second later, Regent was in control again, and Shadow Stalker was attempting to repeat her maneuver from earlier, driving an arrowhead into Weld's other eye, moving quickly and with as much grace as ever. He swatted her hand aside, and she entered her shadow state to avoid his follow-up swing with his club. A series of crashes and the sound of breaking glass showering onto tile announced the arrival of Bitch's dogs. They had barreled their way through the bulletproof glass that led into the lobby. Weld spun to face them, and Shadow Stalker abandoned her fight with him, using the opportunity to finish reloading her crossbows and fire one at Vista, who was hunkered down on the floor, my swarm all over her. At least the girl wouldn't be in further pain from what my bugs had done. I could inflict pain if it meant getting a job done properly. That didn't mean I liked doing it. Shadow Stalker is conscious in there. Weld shouted, his back to us, attention on the 3 advancing dogs. None of the dogs were as big as they could get, Bitch couldn't manage them if they were too large, but it was still the equivalent of 3 rather agile bears or 3 unnecessarily burly jungle cats joining the fight, each with some added natural protection in the horned growths of bone and calcified muscle. Since a little while ago, Regent answered. That was disturbing. I didn't have a better way of putting it. I'd almost been paralyzed by Leviathan in the Endbringer attack, but even before that, the idea of being left conscious but unable to move of my own volition had always spooked me. I'd never had a relative in the hospital suffering from anything like that, and I couldn't remember seeing any movies or shows on television that might have put the idea in my head at an impressionable age. Still, it was one of the first places my mind went when I thought about worst-case scenarios and horrific fates. It had been in my thoughts more over the past 2 or 3 years, and the idea had been showcased in more than one nightmare over the past 2 weeks. Maybe it was more general than that. Not a fear of paralysis, specifically, but of helplessness. The dogs started fighting with Weld, and it didn't seem to be a fight they would win. They were faster, they had the advantages of numbers, I even suspected they were stronger. Despite that, when it came down to it, Weld was a walking, talking statue. They could hit him hard enough to knock him down, but they couldn't set their teeth into his flesh or deal any lasting damage. When Weld hit them, by contrast, the hits were most definitely felt. Still, their intervention did allow us to turn our focus to the others. Vista was out of action, as was Clock Blocker. Help Skitter. Tattletale ordered, sounding urgent as she turned her attention to the remaining wards that stood between us and the elevator. Who was she talking to? Then I felt hands at my back. I flinched, but they held firm. A second later I felt my cuffs come undone. Imp. Right. I was getting the distinct impression that it was easier to recall her and react as if she were present if I hadn't been actively trying to pay attention to her. It was almost as if actively trying to commit her presence to memory had the opposite effect. Except how was I supposed to put that knowledge into practice, if acting on that knowledge counted as recognizing her presence? I didn't get a chance to work it out, because Imp was gone from behind me a moment later, and we were faced with the issue of dealing with Flechette and Kidwin and the fact that our movements were getting more and more limited by the growing piles of adhesive, nigh indestructible foam. Kidwin had pulled himself together enough to draw a small blue pistol from his waist. I tensed, bending my knees and shifting my weight to the balls of my feet so I could move the instant he aimed at me. He didn't fire it, though. Instead, he slapped his chest, and the armor there opened up, revealing a circular depression. He slammed the little blue gun there, where the weapon stuck like it was glued in, or maybe because of a magnet. The chest portion of his armor closed up. He staggered to his feet, swatted at his face, then looked like he immediately regretted doing that, judging by his pained grunt and gritted teeth. His costume started to light up, glowing with a silvery light where it had been gold, before. 2 pear-shaped pieces of metal that had been attached to the armor on his shoulders raised into the air, floating. Abruptly the pieces of metal jerked so the smaller ends pointed at us, and they each belched out blue sparks the size of softballs. Imp appeared as she ducked out of the way of one, while Regent avoided the other. Tattletale was still on the ground, one hand to her shoulder, and the shots passed well over her. I didn't see the need to dodge, the shots weren't fast-moving, and both seemed ready to collide with the walls on either side of me. What I didn't expect was for their trajectory to slow, then stop altogether, before they hit the wall. Picking up speed, they headed back toward Kidwin. Heads up! I shouted. Imp and Regent turned just in time to avoid the boomeranging projectiles, but the distraction nearly cost them as the guns above Kidwin's shoulders blasted off another 2 sparks. What the hell? Imp shouted. The returning sparks had fallen into a lazy orbit around Kidwin. 2, then 4, then 6 sparks orbited him, with more joining the mass. As the 7th and 8th sparks joined the ring that spiraled around Kidwin, arcs and flashes of electricity began to dance between them, making it into a loose ring that encircled him. He advanced a few steps. My bugs were dying in droves with the residual electricity, but Kidwin, at least, was largely incapacitated, his eyes swollen nearly shut, with some bugs gathered over and around his eyes to further obscure his vision. I'd read up on the wards. When I first got my powers, I knew they weren't allowed to use lethal weapons. Shadow Stalker had to use tranquilizer darts instead of real arrows, though she violated that rule often enough, and this device of Kidwin's, no matter how intimidating, wouldn't be allowed to do any sort of serious injury. Shadow Stalker! I shouted, charge Kidwin! Expendable assets! Can't, she and Regent shouted in unison, it'll disrupt my control. Hearing that, Kidwin turned and fired a pair of sparks in their general direction. The sparks flew further and faster, and they reached far enough that I actually had to dodge those. One slammed into the spray of foam that the canister was blasting into the wall, while the other sailed toward Shadow Stalker, but stopped a few feet short and then looped back toward Kidwin. That left one option. Bitch wasn't around, which left it to me. I whistled, hard, getting the attention of the dogs. When the dog with the squarish, almost snoutless head turned my way. He'd be the bulldog puppy, Bentley. I took a step toward Kidwin, pointed at the young hero, then shouted, "Get him!" A ragged, horn-encrusted tongue lolling out one side of his mouth, Bentley eagerly tromped past Weld, who lashed out with his club but only grazed Bentley's rear flank. Recklessly, the dog charged Kid Win, slamming into him, taking the full brunt of the ring of vibrantly blue electricity. The dog and the boy crashed to the ground together, and skidded far enough toward the elevator that they collided with Flechette, who had retreated from the storm of blue sparks, her back to the elevator. Bentley stood, flashes of brilliant blue light crackling at the chain that was rigged around his muzzle. He limped strangely, but it wasn't due to any injury. From what I could tell, he'd stepped in some of the foam as he ran, and his foot was sticking to the floor. More foam had splashed his shoulder. In any event, the two teenage heroes were down, and it looked like the sparks had done more to incapacitate them than it had the puppy. "Good boy," I called out, "good Bentley." His tail, shorter than any of the other dogs, wagged at the attention. Shadow Stalker, Imp, and the two remaining dogs had Weld on his heels, Imp doing her best to smack him in the face with the fire axe and have the metal obscure his vision. Bitch slipped past the melee. I looked away, tried to figure out a simple way to get by the spout of foam that was still sputtering out of the hole Flechette's dart had made in the tank while still avoiding the flailing PRT uniform that was kneeling a short distance from me. The next thing I knew, I was being slammed into a wall, hard. For one moment I thought it was Weld, but I heard the snarling of the dogs and the noise of impacts. I knew Weld would have hit me harder. No, it was bitch. "You do not give orders to my dogs," she growled in my ear. "You do not get a say in whether they are good or bad. Do that again and I will order them to chew you up and spit you out." "Bitch!" Tattletale shouted. I could almost see her out of the corner of my eye, cringing at the pain shouting caused her. She still had the crossbow bolt sticking out of her shoulder, not the time. Bitch made a feral noise as she broke away from me, releasing me from my position against the wall. I turned around to see her grabbing the flailing soldier and throwing him on top of the foam canister that was still spraying in fizzing spurts. She walked on him to head toward the elevator. Reluctantly, I followed. Tattletale got Imp's help in dragging Vista to the elevator door. Regent took over and helped Imp hold Vista there, their fingers prying her eyes open until the retinal skin finished, then dragged her inside. "Come on." Tattletale urged us. I looked back at Gru. "Bitch, the dogs and Shadow Stalker will be here to protect him," she called out. I considered a moment, then nodded. I joined the rest of the group in the elevator, and we headed down to the lowest floors. "Cameras," Tattletale spoke. I nodded, and sent bugs into the room, found the surveillance cameras that were spaced at regular intervals around the room, and covered the lenses with bugs. We exited the elevator, stepping into the ward's headquarters. The room was vast, with a high domed ceiling that probably made this floor 3 stories deep. A computer console with a dozen monitors set to our right, and the far end seemed to be walled off into several smaller rooms. The signs at the doors to the left implied they led off to the bathrooms. To think that, if things had gone a little differently, I might have wound up here. Tattletale was at the computer in an instant, reaching into her belt pockets to retrieve a series of USB thumb drives, which she slid into the available ports of the computer. The monitors went to a blue screen. As she typed, the word JPEG appeared on each monitor. When that word disappeared from the screen, she typed a password, a row of asterisks appearing on the screens, 12 or 13 characters long. Then gibberish filled the screen. Some looked like code, much looked like random numbers, letters, and symbols, even hearts, spades and smiley faces. Some of the snippets of code appeared to be file names. This should be every document the PRT has on file for their teams, barring the most secure documents, which wouldn't be kept accessible, even in this isolated network. She handed me a pad of gauze from her belt. "How long?" I asked. I snapped the feathered end off the crossbow bolt, then pushed it out the other side. The arrowhead wouldn't take to being pulled out backward. 2 minutes. But we may have to wait up to 10, depending on when clock blocker's power wears off. While I talked, I held the gauze to her shoulder with one hand and took the offered tape with the other. There was a rip in her costume, and I opted to tear it a little wider and put the gauze beneath before taping it on, to let the skin-tight fabric hold it firm. Bad luck he got one of us, yet. Tattletale made a face. "Regent, let us know if there's movement from Gru up there, through Shadow Stalker. We're going to have to fight our way through their reinforcements if we wait too long," Regent said. "Probably. But not the Protectorate. The only one who could get here fast enough to matter would be Velocity, and he's dead. They could have new members like the wards did," I said. Tattletale frowned. "True. They recruited those guys fast. Especially since they've been here a few days. Either way, we should make a quick exit," I advised. "Fast as we can manage, anyways, with Gru being stuck like he is." As the screen filled with more gibberish, reaching the point where there was more white text than blue background, we prepared to make our exit. "Elevator's down." "Of course it is," Tattletale sighed. "There are stairs, through the door by the little window, where the tourists look in," Tattletale said. She waited with one hand poised over the USB drive. A half-second before the last blue dot on the screen disappeared, the entire room plunged into darkness. The computer screens went black. Silence reigned for a few heartbeats. It wasn't Gru's power, though. I could hear my own breathing. "Someone cut the power?" Imp asked. "No," I heard Tattletale, "separate power source, buried deeper beneath the building. Same with the computers, there's nothing upstairs or even in the city that could turn them off. They're hooked up to that power source, they've got internal batteries, and the only external connection is by satellite link-up." They might terminate our connection to the computer database via the satellite feed, but not the lights. So this is bad? Imp asked. A computer-generated face appeared on the computer screens, illuminating us and our immediate surroundings with the pale glow the image cast. I didn't recognize the face, but I could guess. Dragon. She was onto us. Yeah, that was pretty bad, as these things went. Parasite 10.4. I could detect a definite note of irritation in Dragon's voice, despite how she'd synthesized it to mask her tone, inflection, and speech patterns. You were tampering with my system, she accused us. In the dim light the monitors shed, I could see Imp trying the door by the stairs. It didn't open. I gave it a try and verified it had sealed shut. I wasn't entirely sure why I'd expected a different result. Maybe I'd been hoping Imp had been making a horribly timed joke? It wouldn't be beyond her. We were, but we're done now, so we'll be on our way, Tattletale called out, her voice raised to be picked up by whatever microphones Dragon was using to listen in on us. I could see her pulling the USB drives from the computer. Dragon informed us, I'm reading the files and notes we have on you as we speak. Tattletale, it seems you have a penchant for needling your opponents. Rest assured, if you intend to try it, I won't rise to the bait. Imp hefted her fire axe and struck just beside the handle of the door. The door itself was hollow, but it was made of something like fiberglass, and the axe only made a small hole, a half-inch across and less than 2 inches long. She struck again, slightly higher. So few think they will, Tattletale said with a grin. So. I guess you've locked us in here, hey. Yes. You'll get out, perhaps, but not before reinforcements arrive. We'll see, Tattletale answered. She began moving toward the ward's quarters. She looked from one security camera to the next, as if trying to figure out if she was being watched. I did have my bugs covering the lenses of the cameras I'd been able to find, but that wasn't to say that they could have something more concealed. It was kind of creepy, that the kids here were observed constantly like that. You tried to steal official data, and you put a virus on my system. Epius work, I believe. I'm more insulted by the fact that you went to that hack than I am about the virus. Had to slow you guys down somehow, Tattletale called out. She motioned to me, and I hurried toward her. Imp let go of the axe to rub and shake her hand. Regent grabbed the weapon to take over the job of hacking at the door. I followed Tattletale into one of the rooms at the other end of the ward's headquarters. Pieces of technology littered the area. There was a small bed in one corner so littered with pieces of junk, screws, scraps of metal and unfinished projects that I doubted the occupant had used it to sleep in a long time. Kidwin's room, had to be. Gear up, Tattletale said. What? Taking a tinker's stuff to keep is a bad idea, what with GPS signals and tracking and all that, but at the very least, we can use this to get out. She swept her arm over the room, where stuff lay on every surface. Dragon's voice echoed through the chamber, I can hear you, Tattletale. Do not use a tinker's devices. Power supplies can overload, weapons and equipment can misfire. Only the tinker who made it can verify the devices as safe and operate them properly. Right, sure, Tattletale called out with a note of sarcasm in her voice. Because it's not like there's any high-profile mercenaries out there who've made a career off of using a tinker's stuff. Dragon didn't reply. Had Tattletale found a sore spot? I knew the Dragon Slayers were mercenaries who had taken the parts of one of Dragon's armored suits to outfit themselves as high-tech mercenaries. Tattletale looked up and glanced around the room, then whispered to me, don't worry about misfires. I think my power will help us spot those. I wanted to believe her, but she'd been wrong before. It would be Murphy's Law for her power to go awry here, with us blowing our faces off or something. Still, I didn't stop her from picking up a gun without a handle. She pointed it at the wall and pulled the trigger that sort of dangled beneath the gun. A yellow dot appeared on the wall, then started smoking. She glanced over her shoulder, and when I turned to see what she was looking at, I saw a matching dot on the wall. She moved the gun, and the dots both moved. Laser with invisible beam. Ricochets, she murmured. Doesn't burn that hot, wouldn't do any damage to anything or anyone. Wouldn't incapacitate our opposition or get us out of here. She put it aside. Look for something better. Dangers aside, borrowing Kidwin's stuff wasn't a bad idea. At the speed Regent and Imp were cutting through the door handle, I figured it would be minutes before they were through. We had to get out of here before the Protectorate arrived. Even with their numbers cut by recent casualties and injuries, that would be very, very bad for us. I uncovered 3 guns that looked like they might work. Tattletale looked them over. Non-lethal flamethrower that probably didn't pass review, some kind of force field barrier cannon and some kind of gun for fighting bigger foes. Nothing too dangerous, but don't point them at any of the rest of us until you've tested them out. Nodding, I lifted the one that was 5 feet long, needle-thin, and spear-like. I worked to get it out of Kidwin's quarters and aimed it at the largest chair, by the computers. I depressed the trigger, and a blue flame the length of my forearm spat out the end, consuming the chair. The seat bent under the heat, melted plastic pooling on the floor, an acrid smell assaulting my nostrils. The flames that licked the remaining material cast some extra light on our surroundings. It was pretty thorough destruction for less than 2 seconds of sustained fire. How the hell is that non-lethal? I hurried over to the door, and both Imp and Regent backed away to let me fire. I pulled the trigger, nothing. He took the power and fuel supply from that to use for something else, put crap components in there instead. Let it recharge. Tattletale shouted across the room, almost 1 minute before you can shoot again. Fuck. Dragon would have overheard that, but she didn't comment. Instead, a sprinkler system kicked into gear, misting down from the ceiling. Though the quantity of water was low, the effect on the burning chair was immediate, and the flames disappeared with surprising quickness. What little of the moisture soaked into my mask tasted faintly bitter. Then Dragon shut off the monitors, plunging us into absolute darkness. I left the weapon with him and hurried over to the other guns, using the few bugs I had with me to feel my way, sensing their locations and identifying anything I might trip over. The second gun, though it had looked more complete than any of the others, had 2 triggers on the front and 2 by the handle. I tried various combinations and got nowhere. The last gun was heavy. I hefted it with both hands, then told Regent and him to move aside as I aimed it at the door. Didn't want to waste any first shots if this was going to take forever to recharge as well. The gun vibrated, rattled, and shuddered for a full 5 seconds before it fired. The shot didn't cast any light, but it struck the door with enough force that the entire door buckled outward. I hit the door with my shoulder, and the upper hinge came free. There was a light in the stairwell, shedding some meager light on us. Tattletale. I called out. We got through. By the time Tattletale reached us, Regent and I had brought the door down. The lock was still extending from the handle to the frame, but we'd taken the door off its hinges, and we were free to pull the door open from the other side. We hurried into the stairwell and began heading back upstairs. Fight upstairs is going south, we need to step in, fast, Regent spoke. I felt out with my bugs to get a sense of where each of the combatants were, then nodded a hasty agreement. I began taking the stairs 2 at a time, though the gun I carried had to weigh a good 30 or 40 pounds. We were halfway up when we came across a pair of unconscious PRT officers. I looked at Tattletale. Imp did this, she told Regent and me. She went ahead, remember. It took me a few seconds to realize who she meant. Damn it, having to keep track of Imp and having her power throwing me off my stride was getting to be annoying. The team prior to now had a kind of synergy, with the way my bugs and Tattletale's power let us deal with Gru's darkness, and how the dogs could smell opponents through it. We found Imp at the top of the stairs, aiming the spear-like gun. The blue flame poured out, melting a large hole in the fiberglass. We crouched in the stairwell as Imp opened the door. I was so distracted by the sight of the PRT uniforms waiting for us in the hallway that I didn't see where Imp went. The reaction wasn't as strong or immediate as I would have expected, given the burst of flame and the door opening. A side effect of Imp being the one to carry it out? One person shouted and alerted the others. Regent used his power on the one closest to him, causing him to stumble sideways into his comrades. Their ranks descended into chaos. I readied the few bugs I had on my person, then hefted my borrowed gun. I backed down a stair as I asked Tattletale, "This thing is non-lethal, right?" She didn't have an answer for me. Instead, she yelped out, "Back!" She practically pushed me down the stairs, and I caught a glimpse of her covering her ears, shutting her eyes. Despite the fact that I was on the verge of landing face first on the landing of the stairwell, I didn't use my hands to stop myself. I turned to take the impact with my shoulder, tucked my chin to my chest and covered my ears. Regent jumped out of my way as I landed, his arms pressed against the sides of his head. It had to have been a grenade. The blast ripped through the upstairs hallway, and left me gasping even from inside the stairwell. Tattletale was up before I was, hauling me to my feet and up the stairs. Regent followed just behind us. The grenade had been of the non-lethal variety, but not quite a flashbang. The gathered soldiers were reeling, stunned, and Imp was crouched by the only one who was still conscious. She drew a taser from her sleeve, tagged him, then stood. She had one of the PRT's grenade launchers slung over one shoulder, the flamethrower thing in one hand, and the taser in the other. She handed off the grenade launcher to Regent, then put the taser away, holding the flamethrower. To reach the hallway where Gru and the elevator were, we had to head out past the gift shop and around the front desk. Everyone we'd left behind was still there, friend and foe, but things hadn't gone well in our absence. We found Bitch and Shadow Stalker backed against the elevator at the far end of the hallway. The 3 dogs were spread out between them and Weld, limp and unmoving. They'd shrunk down almost to their normal size. I had to watch for a few seconds before I could see the rise and fall of Sirius' chest and verify he was alive. Weld stood beside Gru, binding a length of cord around our leader. The way he was positioned, Bitch wasn't able to get by, and I could only assume that Regent had Shadow Stalker there because Bitch lacked the means to defend herself solo. The elevator, naturally, wasn't running. I lifted the heavy gun, then aimed it at Weld and Gru. "Where did you get those guns?" Weld asked, squaring his shoulders as he turned to face us. "Borrowed 'em," Tattletale smirked. Then she fired the gun she was carrying. An arc of electricity crackled between the nozzle of her gun and Weld. Seemingly unconcerned, he started running towards us, metal feet pounding on the tile. Tattletale backed up 1 step, and I took that as my cue to back up 3. This guy could hit hard, and none of us was capable of going toe-to-toe with him. There was no need to worry, as the lightning gun's effects added up and Weld collapsed to the ground before he got halfway to us. Tattletale stopped firing, and I could see that the metal of Weld's body was glowing with the heat he'd absorbed. She stepped closer and swung her gun at him, smacking him across the face with the barrel. It stuck, and she swiftly backed up. I wouldn't have thought he was that hot, that the metal would bond. Weld staggered to his feet and tore the gun away with both hands, leaving a melted mess that extended from his cheekbone to his forehead on one side of his face. Gun removed, he started reforming his hands into sticks, 4 feet long, with the ends curved into blunted hooks. I raised the gun that had nearly knocked the door off its hinges and pulled the trigger, aiming it at both Weld and Gru. Nothing. Whether it was due to a lack of charge, a malfunction, or whatever, it just didn't work. Weld began to charge us, and he was nearly to us when Imp stepped in his way and tried to fire. Don't Tattletale started. As with my gun, the flamethrower didn't work. Weld clobbered her just as she was beginning to utter a swear word, catching her with both hands to fling her aside. She tumbled into a sign. That put him only a few paces from me. Shadow Stalker was already running toward us. She entered her shadow state to leap forward, interjecting herself between us and him before going solid. There was no grace in her movement as she threw herself at him, no particular technique she employed. They slammed into one another, and she went limp, her body getting tangled up in his legs as he trampled her to the ground. A short distance from us, Regent fell to one knee, grunting slightly. A backfire? Or something else? More out of an attempt to minimize the damage to Shadow Stalker than actually being bowled over, Weld fell. I did as Tattletale had done before, and struck Weld with the metal of my gun's barrel. As I'd hoped, he was still hot enough that the gun bonded to the metal of his body. I could help to hamper his movements. Rather than hit him in the face, I struck him across one arm, so the gun made contact with both his forearm, where the hook hand started, and his bicep. My hope was that it would limit his range of movement. Tattletale, Weld, and I hurried to back away as he began to climb to his feet, Tattletale recovering her lightning gun. I could see her debate striking him again, but she seemed to decide it would be better to keep her distance and hold on to it. I could see Shadow Stalker materialize behind Weld, with Bitch approaching from the other end of the hallway. One of the dogs, the setter whose name I couldn't quite remember, had climbed to her feet to join Bitch. Gru was still out of action. Weld started laughing, the noise just a little off, coming from someone who I suspected didn't even have to breathe. Tattletale caught some meaning in his laughter a second before Regent did. Tattletale, Regent, and Shadow Stalker all simultaneously turned toward the front of the building. Regent and his puppet uttered a whispered "oh shit" in unison. The floodwater and moisture were stirred into a whirlwind flurry around the metal frame by turbines and jets, pushing water and debris a distance away as it set down. As the engines turned off, the water slopped back into place, lapping around four metal legs. It was squat, the frame low to the ground, with a snake-like head, and a segmented, sinuous body. It had four legs and a long tail that trailed on the ground in a zigzagging shape, segmented much as the body had been. It would have been intimidating enough on its own, but the four engines that were mounted on its upper body, extending out of each of its shoulders in two places, were some combination of a weapons array and a propulsion system. They bristled with turrets and missiles. It opened its mouth briefly to vent off some vapor and I could see more weapons contained within. Foremost among them was some kind of massive cannon. That explained why Dragon had been so quiet. When she'd talked about reinforcements, Dragon had been talking about herself. Okay, Tattletale spoke as she backed up, moving her gun to point it at Weld, then Dragon, and then back to Weld again. Good news, that's a model Dragon designed for speed, meant to get places fast. Like, say, if she wanted to get an armored suit from Toronto to Brockton Bay to personally take a hand in dealing with a group of teenage villains. It's not really that serious a combat model. I looked at the weapons that bristled from Dragon's shoulders. If I didn't know Tattletale's power, I wasn't sure I'd believe her. Well, that's good, Regent replied, except it can still totally kick our asses. Tattletale didn't disagree. Best tinker in the world? Probably. I glanced behind us, where Weld was standing with excruciating slowness. He was already cooling off. The dog by Bitch's side was growling, now. Tattletale continued, the bad news is that the Protectorate is about a minute away, Gru's still out of action, and there's pretty much no chance we're going to get out of here before then. Parasite 10.5. The four engines mounted on the shoulders of Dragon's armor shifted position, each aiming at a different point within the lobby. Tattletale was the first of us to turn and run, the rest of us moving to follow as Dragon opened fire. All in all, Dragon unloaded 4 streams of containment foam into the lobby, each of the shoulder-mounted turrets gushing like fire hoses. Only flecks of the spray struck us, but they expanded into blobs of foam the size of golf balls and softballs. Each blob was tacky, sticky, and any attempt to wipe it away just smeared it and exposed more surface area to the air, making it expand more. If we'd started running a fraction of a second later, we might have been screwed. Weld moved to block our retreat, but Shadow Stalker stepped up to fight him with one of the dogs, Bentley, joining her. It made for a pretty effective combination, as Weld couldn't swing hard enough to hurt the dog without risking hurting his teammate. The way Regent was having Shadow Stalker fight, there was no self-preservation or defense, which worked out to being a more effective combat style than anything else, in its own way. I was pretty sure Weld had never fought someone who was actively trying to get hit. I'd been drawing my bugs closer to the building since we arrived, and I brought them into the fray as Dragon continued to lock down the lobby with the spray. The first tactic I tried was blocking the spray with the bugs. I didn't intend to stop the spray, exactly, but I hoped that I could cause the bugs to catch it and drop down atop Dragon, sticking to her. It didn't work, the spray was too strong, and the bugs were blasted much too far away. Only 1 or 2 landed on her, and even then, I doubted the positions were that ideal. Instead, I adjusted my tactics. The idea was the same, but I didn't want to sacrifice bugs for the purpose of clogging her systems or blocking her guns if it would be that ineffective. I gathered some bugs on anything that looked like a sensor glass panes or openings in the armored vehicle, and I set the rest to gathering on the shattered glass that littered the floor of the lobby. The feet of the insects and arachnids had setae, or small hairs, which branched further into setials. These fibers, in turn, harnessed van der Waals forces to cling even to surfaces as slick as glass. I'd been reading up. I didn't use this grip to stick to the surface, but instead employed it to collectively lift and pick up the glass. 6 or 7 bugs could lift a decent-sized piece of glass if they were on the ground, while anywhere from 12 to 30 could fly with one if I managed it right. I had a few hundred to employ, with more still arriving. With this glass, I did my best to catch and block the outlying flecks and drips of spray as it flew through the air, at the periphery of the streams. The spray knocked some pieces of glass from the air, and struck some bugs, causing the group to lose their collective grip and drop the glass. That was to be expected. Others, though, caught the foam on one of the flat panes of the glass. As more bugs rose with the glass between them, I organized them into loose walls and barriers, to maximize the area they were catching and to overlap so that less bugs were exposed to incoming spray. She's got a disadvantage, Tattletale spoke, her voice low. This suit is meant to fly to serious crises at a moment's notice, deal with dangerous foes. She's packing too many lethal weapons. That's a disadvantage. Regent asked. She's not about to kill us. Bad PR, especially for a notable hero traveling into another country to fight virtual unknowns like us. So we only have to worry about her non-lethal weaponry, and she doesn't have many. I nodded acknowledgement, but my focus was elsewhere. As I judged that enough bugs had caught the foam on one pane of their individual pieces of glass, I directed them to carry the glass down to Dragon. As I positioned the bugs, the glass stuck to lenses, vents of hot air, vents where air was rushing in, and the smaller joints near segmented areas. Dragon didn't seem to notice or care. Can she see me? Imp asked. Tattletale started to speak, but stopped when one of the streams changed direction to spray closer to us, forcing us to retreat in a hurry. I glanced at the gift shop. Would it be a good idea to retreat in there? The walls were glass, which was both good and bad in that both Dragon and our group could break through it. The problem was that we risked being trapped if we headed in there. No way she got here this fast, Tattletale spoke. She's based in British Columbia, on the other side of the continent. This has to be remotely controlled, like the one she used to fight Leviathan, which means the only eyes on you are digital, and... She's not, Regent interrupted. What? Tattletale asked him. There's someone in there. I tried using my power on her, experimenting, and I felt some kind of nervous system. Too much material between me and it for me to do anything with it, and I wouldn't really try it while I'm controlling Shadow Stalker anyways. I'd probably backfire. Shadow Stalker was still fighting Weld. As Dragon turned a stream toward them, Weld reacted fast enough that I suspected he had some line of communication to her. He backed out of the way, and Shadow Stalker and the dog both moved in the other direction, with the stream splashing where they had been brawling a second before, blossoming into a pile of foam as tall as they were, separating the two groups of combatants. Most of my first wave of bugs had either been shot out of the sky by errant bits of spray or had placed their initial pieces of glass and were going back for more. This wasn't a KO hit, and Dragon was too good to let something this minor stop her, however it might delay or hamper her. The real issue was that this was too slow, and we were on a tight time limit. Less than a minute, and the Protectorate would arrive. Their team was smaller with recent deaths and Arms Master's retirement, and I hadn't heard about any new recruits. Then again, I hadn't heard about the ward's new recruits, and here Weld was, being annoyingly persistent. I was assuming he was the new leader, given his tone with Shadow Stalker. I wondered if being ridiculously tenacious was a job requirement for being in charge of the wards. It made sense to have a commander who wouldn't be removed from the field by an errant attack. You wanted someone who would stay in the thick of it for the whole fight. The gift shop jutted out from the wall of the lobby the glass panes arranged to showcase more of the pictures, action figures, and memorabilia with 3 broad windows than they might with one. This layout gave us some cover from Dragon's attacks. Even when the force of the spray served to break the windows, the expansion of the foam at the edges of the frame soon blocked the worst of it off. If anything, it was closing the windows off. Only the pane of glass facing us was left unbroken and largely free of foam. Sensing this, Dragon started to advance further into the lobby. Her broad, mechanical feet began hissing with vapor, and the goo my ground-born bugs were hauling towards her began to run, losing its consistency and stickiness. She set one foot down directly on a pile of foam, and lifted it up again with no difficulty. It was clear, the foam wouldn't hamper her. So she's piloting that thing, then? Imp asked. My power works on her. We can't be sure, Tattletale spoke, don't risk it. Dragon advanced another step, circling our relative cover from the window to spray inches closer to us. The way it was piling up, there would be no way to go over it, and the route we had available for going around the far end of it was rapidly closing. We were getting hemmed in, our backs to the wall by the window. Imp! Tattletale shouted, no. I looked at her, confused, but I didn't have time to figure it out. A flare of orange light caught my attention. Dragon's mouth had opened wide, and she was spewing something like an ignited accelerant into the lobby. With this fluid, she drew a 3-foot-wide line of flame onto the lobby floor, stretching from just below her to the stairwell door by the front desk. She'd cut off our escape route. Weld leaped into and through the flame, his hook hands swinging wildly. Some of the accelerant had landed on him, making him burn, but he didn't seem to mind. He turned 90 degrees and lunged forward in response to something I couldn't see or hear, then swept his hooks out in a frenzied series of blind attacks. On the third swing I saw him duck beneath the attack, then stumble back out of his reach, towards us. The fucking fuck, she shouted. Dragon can see you, you twit, and she's relaying directions to Weld. Tattletale shouted at our new member, and what the hell were you hoping to accomplish over there? I could have figured something out, Imp pouted. Tattletale didn't have a response to that. Instead, she hauled her gun up and then fired a short burst at Weld. He backed up into the wall of flame, oddly enough, and Tattletale stopped firing. 2 of Dragon's shoulder turrets were now being set to the task of controlling the flame and keeping it from spreading across the lobby, to the front desk or up to the ceiling. Twin jets of chemical spray kept the fire limited to the areas Dragon wanted it. Doesn't she care about property damage? I asked. She prefers to keep her data secure and pay out of her own pocket for any damage. Betting this place is slated for some major renovations anyways, given the state of things, Tattletale explained. The foam was inching closer to us as Dragon prowled further into the lobby. More of my bugs set sticky pieces of glass down on top of lenses and sensors. That was apparently enough for Dragon, because she stopped spraying the foam altogether and started using the 2 turrets that weren't dedicated to fire management to deploying the same vapor that shrouded her legs. It surrounded her, and the work I'd done to stick things to her began to come apart as the foam turned runny. A wave of darkness swept over her. Gru was awake, and had formed a loose group with Shadow Stalker and the dogs. All but one of the dogs were normal-sized, now, with no sign or trace of their mutations. They still faced the hurdle of passing by Weld, but a blast of darkness and an abrupt change of direction faked out the young hero, letting Gru slip by. "Dragon's here," he shouted, aghast. "Yet. But we got the stuff, had to wait for you. Go through the gift shop, we'll meet you outside." He charged right behind the spot where Dragon was still within the cloud of darkness, and out the front door. Shadow Stalker simply passed through Weld and bolted for the door, running faster than the ward's leader could, while the smallest dog stayed just out of his reach, bolting after Gru. Bentley, the only dog currently under the effects of Bitch's power, a little beaten and battered, came running towards us, far too eager for something that large and strong. Bitch grabbed his collar before he could leap up to greet her, redirected his momentum, then wrenched him toward the window. "Go," she shouted, pointing. Bentley eagerly plowed through the remaining display window, knocking over DVD racks as he landed in the shop. We followed him in. The shop had everything Cape-related, from movies showcasing individual members of the teams to books, magazines, figurines, toys and posters. The layout of the shop made it awkward as a battlefield. The shelves, racks, stands and display cases forced visitors into a winding path as they navigated the shop. The window looking out on the street was smaller than the display windows, and was covered by metal bars. Tattletale began unloading the lightning cannon on the bars. Dragon lunged out of the darkness, then spotted us, her shoulder turrets orienting in our direction. We ducked behind a heavy wooden magazine stand filled with Cape magazines and tourism pamphlets as Dragon opened fire with 2 streams of containment foam. Tattletale maintained the electrical assault on the bars even as she joined us in taking cover with her back to the magazine stand. The gun she was holding began to whine, with a pitch so high I could barely hear it. Bentley reacted, though, turning his head one way, and then the other. It made Bitch's job of holding his collar and ensuring he stayed behind cover twice as difficult. The bolts holding the bars to the window frame melted before the bars themselves did. One side swung free, then the entire assembly dropped down on top of a bookshelf. The entire room shuddered as Dragon forced her way through the display window. One gigantic metal talon slammed down on the bookshelf, annihilating most of our cover, and we scrambled to find shelter behind the remaining stands. Her back legs began working their way towards us, the front of her body staying stationary. This made her back arch, and her head and shoulder-mounted turrets gradually shifted to point downward. It would be seconds before she was spraying the foam down from directly above us. The whine of Tattletale's gun reached a crescendo, and a blindingly bright arc of electricity flew from the side of the barrel to skip along the floor. I worried it would ignite something, but it winked out before it could. Tattletale lunged for the shelf next to the magazines, grabbing a head and torso model of Miss Militia. She jammed it in between the trigger and the trigger guard of her gun, forcing the trigger into a depressed position. Then she lobbed the setup over the back of the shattered bookshelf. The lightning licked the wall and the ceiling before the gun crashed to the floor. Dragon lurched back to get away from it. "Go!" Tattletale shouted, setting her feet below her, then leaping between the twin streams of foam that Dragon turned toward us. She came only an inch shy of making contact with the heap of foam that Dragon had created. Dragon heaved herself over and beyond the electrical surge the gun was still pumping out, chasing Tattletale, swiping with one mechanical claw. I got the sense she was pulling her punches to avoid murdering my teammate, because the attack was slow. Tattletale slipped past, stepping onto the bookshelf to clear the window. Or maybe it had something to do with the bugs I had gathered on her sensors. With Tattletale's escape, Bitch, Imp, Regent, and I were left in the gift shop. Dragon's lunge for Tattletale had put her directly in our path to the window, and an uneven pile of containment foam surrounded her, in the middle of the room. Regent and Imp made a break for it. Imp ducked around to the left, coming within a hair of being caught by the spray. Dragon turned her way, then used the cover of the bookshelves to stay out of the line of fire as she ran for the window. Dragon half turned away from the rest of us in pursuit. Regent moved as if he were going to try to move beneath Dragon using the distraction Imp had provided, clearly intending to step on her metal foot. He changed his mind when a crackle of visible electricity flashed down the mechanical limb. He turned a hard right, picking up a piece of bookshelf, and used the wood to block the majority of the spray as he passed beneath one of the stray streams. From there, much as Imp had, he had a clear route. Dragon moved to bar more of the window with the bulk of her body, her back arching. Her upper body and head now pointed almost down at an angle, the streams from her shoulders reorienting to block off the escape routes available to Bitch, her dog and me. So I did something risky and borderline stupid. I lunged forward and stepped onto the metal foot of Dragon's armored suit, like Regent had been planning to do until he discovered it was electrified. I had known the same spider silk I'd used for my costume was insulated against electrical charges, had even put that into practice in my fight against Arms Master during the fundraiser. This was something altogether different. I could feel the faint tendrils of electricity snake over the surface of my body, though I only stepped on the metal foot once. I couldn't tell if the source of the electricity was the gun Tattletale had rigged and thrown Dragon's tail was close enough to it for the electricity to flow to her, or if it was from Dragon's body itself. Though the footing was unsteady, I was careful not to touch the metal leg with my upper body, and even turned my head away, risking throwing myself off balance, so my hair wouldn't make contact with it. As I understood it, the biggest danger the electricity posed was that my body would become part of a circuit. If the circuit included vital organs, I'd be a goner, and that kind of closed circuit could happen if the electricity could run from my hand and through my heart on the way to my foot. The gamble and assumption I was working with was that electricity followed the path of least resistance. Insulated costume versus vapor in the air? It would travel through the vapor. Insulated costume versus metal leg? It would travel down the leg. Either way, I was glad when I didn't burn my foot or have it get fried or go numb. I was damn glad I didn't die. With all of this consuming my attention, I was caught off guard when something large brushed against me while I was mid-leap. The impact threw my airborne momentum off, drove me to one side. My first, most immediate, thought, before I even considered the source of the attack, was where I was about to land. It was reflexive, but I sent a spray of bugs out from the armor near my glove, scattering them onto the area just in front of me. Before I had even figured out what my bugs were sensing, I reacted to their signals. I slammed my arm out, rigid, my hand splayed, and felt a jarring pain as I tried to absorb my entire body weight with one arm and force myself away. I felt a lack of traction as my hand made contact with something soft and squishy. My maneuver was too minor to make a real difference, but I managed to buy myself a precious few inches. My hand, arm, and shoulder were caught in the containment foam. I tried to raise myself to see Dragon looming above, but the foam offered only a rubbery resistance. It had set with the contact, bonded to my costume. I was pinned face down on the ground. What I did see, as I raised my head as high as I was able. Bitch was astride Bentley, who'd grown large enough to ride, and they were standing near the window leading into the street. I could only see her eyes behind the plastic of her mask, and everything else was communicated through her bearing, her posture, the angle of her head. I'd seen something similar when I'd first met her. It hadn't been Dragon that knocked me into the foam. Dragon turned her upper body to strike at Bitch. As she moved, her back leg was close enough that some of the vapor was getting on me, slowly liquefying the foam. It was too slow to matter. Dragon had me. Her stainless steel jaw snapped for Bentley, but the dog was already slipping out the window. Bitch had dismounted and was running to one side, heading off in a different direction to exit at the far end of the window. Which left me in the gift shop with Dragon. I have a sworn responsibility to protect that data, she said as she turned her attention to me. She sounded surprisingly normal. Her voice was clearly digitized, but it was still too human to match the massive metal frame. Can't help you there. One of my teammates has it. Where are they taking it? I stayed silent. Your teammates left you behind. I've read the file on what happened after the Endbringer attack. Hard feelings. Something like that. If they aren't going to be loyal to you, why protect them? Because someone else was depending on it. But I wasn't going to say that out loud. The whine of the lightning gun increased by an octave. I saw Dragon's upper body shift in reaction. Move the insects away from my suit, now, Dragon ordered me. Why would I? Now, she ordered, and there was an urgency in her tone that banished any suspicion on my part that there was a ruse or that somehow it might serve my interest to disobey. I withdrew my bugs, but I kept them poised to return if needed. Dragon moved back, and her body coiled around the spot where the gun had fallen, segments meeting to loosely interconnect with one another, forming a dome-shaped encasement. Two shoulder turrets began dispensing foam directly downward, into the dome. Count yourself fortunate, Skitter. I've never killed a criminal without explicit permission in all the filed paperwork, and I'm not about to start with you. I'll be in contact. What? I had to raise my voice to be heard over the high-pitched whine. I couldn't figure out what she meant. Think about what I said. Take a close look at those priorities of yours. The vapor had melted enough foam that I could pull myself free and stand. I got 5 paces away before the whine ceased. A second later, lightning began to spill from the gun in overtime. Dragon's body served to block the vast majority of it, but a few arcs slipped through the cracks in her body. The full meaning of her words struck me the moment the gun detonated. A large portion of her suit was destroyed, as was one of the limbs. Dragon fell to one side. She'd saved me? Regent had said Dragon was inside, piloting it, hadn't he? I stepped closer, trying to see if she was okay. Regent was right. There was something in the suit of armor. It looked like a fetus, the features were crude, barely humanoid in any sense of the word. The eyes were half-formed, and it had no nose, only a beak-like mouth. The head was half again as large as the body below the neck. Wires woven in out of orifices. It turned to look at me, then made a low mewling sound. The metal around it began to glow red-hot, then white-hot. Burns consumed the thing and the flesh changed to a charred black texture as the metal of the frame began to melt and dissolve. Whatever had happened with the Dragon Slayers, it seemed Dragon was dedicated to eliminating all traces of her work when her suits were damaged. But was that Dragon? No. She'd seemed to know she was sacrificing her suit, but she'd also said she was going to get in contact with me in the future. I backed away, then ran for the window. So what the hell had I just seen? Had that been someone who was physically affected by their powers? I wasn't even sure if it was human. I had a growing, uneasy feeling that this wasn't related to powers and trigger events in the conventional sense. I pushed it out of my mind. I had something more pressing to focus on. I set my foot on the bookcase, then stepped up and through the window to exit the building. I could see the others dispatching 2 members of the Protectorate. Tattletale hurried towards me, said something about the explosion, that she thought I'd be out by now. I barely registered it. My attention was on one person as I strode forward. Bitch. Parasite 10.6. The residual foam on my glove made my hand sticky as I reached into the compartment at my back and grabbed my baton. It took me 2 tries to get my thumb onto the button so I could whip it out to its full length. I strode towards Bitch, weapon in hand. Tattletale hurried to catch up to me, turning to keep an uneasy eye on the ongoing fight with the Protectorate. Hey, Skitter. Tattletale grabbed my shoulder. I whirled to face her, hand clenching my baton. I could see the change in her expression as some piece fell in place for her. Shit, she swore. Hey, listen. She didn't get a chance to finish. White smoke billowed around us. My first thought was that our adversaries were using some sort of bug spray. The way today was going, it would be just my luck. I held my breath and hurried out of the cloud, Tattletale following, and searched for the source. Assault was taking on Regent and Imp, while Gru and Shadow Stalker were dealing with Battery and Weld. Bitch and her dogs, on the other hand, were facing down Triumph. Not the matchup I would have chosen, taking on the guy with the sonic shout using dogs with sensitive hearing. I almost went after Bitch right then and there, but self-preservation won out over any desire for retribution. As Tattletale and I made our way around the cloud, I spotted Miss Militia. A black-green energy crackled in her hand, and she lobbed a grenade my way. I scrambled back, only for it to turn out to be another canister of smoke, billowing out between Miss Militia and me. Why the smoke? The bees I had in the smoke were acting funny. I was surprised to find out why. I'd known that beekeepers used smoke to pacify the bees before collecting the honey. My assumption had been that it acted as a tranquilizer, putting them to sleep. In reality, it was forcing them to revert to instinctual behavior. It made them want to eat and feed and to flee. For those near enclosed spaces or even the corners of walls or the foundations of buildings, it made them adjust their wing beats to divert the flows of oxygen. If she'd been intending to use the smoke to screw with my insects, she'd underestimated my power. I cancelled out the instincts and sent the bugs through the smoke, blind, feeling out for her. I found her running towards us, through the smoke. She's coming. I shouted. In retrospect, that was a mistake. Much as I might have warned Tattletale and the others, I'd also informed Miss Militia on my location. I turned to run, but she was already raising her gun to fire with an ear-shattering crack. From the way it cut past my bugs, and the wake of disturbed air the pellets left behind them, I could only guess she'd just grazed me with a shotgun. I collapsed sideways to the ground, and the pain came a heartbeat later, radiating over half of my upper body, from my shoulder to my right butt cheek. I was guessing it was non-lethal ammunition. It could well have been lethal, for the sheer degree of hurt it delivered, if my costume had prevented it from penetrating. Before she could shoot again, I directed my bugs to her hands and eyes, hoping to incapacitate her. I still had a small few of the capsaicin-loaded bugs, and sent them all her way. As hard as it was to see in the smoke, there was still faint light. That light disappeared the instant Gru used his power. Miss Militia was staggering and reeling as her hands and face lit up with stings and burns. The gun wasn't in her hands anymore, which meant we weren't at risk of getting shot. I sent more bugs across to the other members of the Protectorate, to try to disable them. Tattletale fumbled around and found me in the darkness, clasped her hand around the same hand I held the baton with, and helped me to my feet. She gave me her support as we limped away. Nothing seemed to be broken, judging by what I felt. The darkness disappeared after we'd traveled across the street. Gru greeted us. Dragon. Kaput, thanks to Tattletale, I spoke. He looked back the way we'd come. Damn that smoke. Listen, Tattletale, head down this street, wait for us. Skitter and I are going back in to find and retrieve the others. I supposed that would be another benefit of using the smoke. If you didn't expect to be able to see, then it didn't hurt to deny your enemy that same privilege. Miss Militia had been thinking about this. If her team wasn't so sparse on members, she could have done a lot more damage. My bugs are telling me they're over there, and there, I pointed in the direction of our teammates. That's all I can do for you. I kind of got shot, not sure I'm up to running around. His head snapped around to face me, shot. I'm okay, it was non-lethal. I think, I assured him, go. He did, glancing over his shoulder to look at me before disappearing back into the midst of the darkness. Tattletale and I made our escape. We got 3 blocks away before we found a spot to hide. Tattletale got out her phone and began sending messages, presumably to Gru and Coil. Our hiding place was the lobby of an apartment building. Boards had been placed over the windows, and there were signs that some people had camped out here, not long ago. It was otherwise similar to Gru's apartment complex. Less tidy, obviously. You okay? Tattletale asked me. That question seems to come up a lot. I'm sorry. I knew the gun would inevitably overheat, and what little I could read off of Dragon told me she'd deal with that above anything else. I didn't think you'd be stuck there, too. No. Your gun thing there saved my skin. The real problem was, I trailed off. I still had the baton in my hand. The residual containment foam meant I'd probably have to peel the glove away from the weapon. I clenched the weapon tight. We sat in silence for nearly 10 minutes before the rest arrived as a massed group. Shadow Stalker was limping, and 2 of the dogs were their normal size, draped across Bentley's back, but everyone was more or less intact. Bitch's eyes widened fractionally as she saw me. I was already standing, barely feeling the hurt from where I'd been grazed. Blood pounded in my ears, and I could feel the buzz of my insects. How she started. I didn't let her finish. My baton held in both hands, I struck her in the upper thigh. When she didn't fall, I let go of the baton and backhanded her. She toppled, and protests and shouts echoed around me. It hurt. Damn it, I'd never really hit someone with my hands before. I wondered if I'd managed to break something. There were still bugs on some of my teammates. I could sense them approaching, Gru and Imp moving to stop me. I ducked out of the way of their hands before they could grab me, and then held up my baton, menacing them. I cast a momentary glance towards Shadow Stalker, then augmented my voice with the buzzing and chirping of my swarm. Don't. What the hell are you doing? Gru roared. Ask her. My response was barely above a growl. Gru glanced down at Bitch, who was rubbing her chin, opening her jaw wide, as if testing it. I dropped down to a crouch so quickly that my knee slammed into the ground. I grabbed the upper end of the baton and pulled it over Bitch's head, forcing the bar between her teeth, pulling back hard. Gru moved to stop me once more, and I shook my head. He hesitated, then stopped. Bentley was pacing towards me, snarling at the attack on his owner. I met his gaze with my own, unflinching, and he didn't lunge to attack, maybe because he didn't want to hurt his master in the process. I didn't break eye contact with the dog as I spoke with the swarm buzzing in accompaniment. Regent, this isn't for Shadow Stalker's ears. Got it, Regent spoke. Shadow Stalker moved to the bench by the elevators, sat down, and buried her face in her arms, covering her ears. Regent informed me, she can't hear much of anything, now. Bitch, I pulled on the bar, eliciting more struggling from Bitch, just tried to fuck me over in the fight with Dragon. Shoved me into the foam. Bitch made a muffled noise, then jabbed me in the side, where I'd been grazed by Miss Malicious shotgun. It hurt, and in the interest of keeping her from doing it again, I shifted my position so I could force Bitch onto her back against the ground, her head pinned down by my baton. She could still hit me and jab me, but my shins could take a lot more abuse than her jaw could. I belatedly realized I'd taken my eyes off Bentley, but he didn't maul me. When I looked up, I saw Tattletale had a grip on his chains. You're a coward, Rachel, I spoke, you just did the very same thing you hate me for almost doing. You stabbed me in the back. You fucked over your own teammate. She mumbled something around the bar. The look in her eyes made me seriously worry she would kill me when I let her go. I'm in a position to hurt you now, and I'm pissed enough to do it, I spoke, my voice low. But I won't. This vendetta against me ends, now. You got your shot at me, you fucked it up. If you're still mad at me, you fucking better cope, got it? She snarled out 2 muffled words. I suspected they were rude. When I spoke next, I bent low and whispered the words for her and her alone. When you're tossing and turning and trying to sleep, remembering what I did and said here and getting pissed off about it. Remember that you were the weak one. You embarrassed yourself, fucked up, you were the weakling, the wuss who couldn't even confront me face to face. And knowing you like I do? I'm betting it's going to gnaw at you. That's as much a punishment as I could inflict, I think. That's on you, not me. You said it yourself, a while back. It's a mistake to underestimate me. You want another shot at it, it had better be really damn good. Because if it isn't, I'm going to survive, I'm going to get away. And then I might break your jaw for real. For starters. I stood, removing the baton from her mouth and stepping away, to give her room to stand. Leaning against the wall, I pressed the button and collapsed the baton into the handle. I stared at her. Working her jaw, she stood and glared at me. She either didn't have a response for me, or she did and her jaw hurt too much for her to try giving it. None of the others were jumping into the middle of this. In the face of the silence, I offered one final comment. I think I've already covered what happens if you want to continue this vendetta. Now I'm going to offer you a deal. Number 3, I think, and my deals with you are usually pretty fair, if I may say so myself. Her eyes narrowed. I fucked up, you fucked up, whatever. Insult for insult, blow for blow, I'd like to think we're even. So now I'm going to trust you to have my back. I'm going to put myself in more situations where you have a prime chance at fucking me over, backstabbing me, catching me at my most vulnerable. Because we can't function as a team any other way. I'm going to treat you like a damn teammate, Rachel, but I'll go one step further. You think you can put this behind you and satisfy yourself with what you tried to pull earlier tonight? Cool. Because if you're willing, I'll come with you to help take care of your dogs. I'll bring fucking lunch, if you want it. That's the deal I'm offering you, pissed as I am right now. I'll be your damn friend. She looked away, down at the ground, scowling. Take it or leave it. She decided to leave it, apparently. Bitch stomped away, slamming the door the moment Bentley passed through it, leaving the rest of us standing there in the rubbish-strewn apartment building. Gru sighed audibly and looked over our group. We'd better go. We should decide what we're going to do with Shadow Stalker, now. We could keep her, Imp spoke. Regent shook his head. Nope. There are drawbacks to this, and one of them is that I lose control of anyone I'm controlling while I sleep. Better to get rid of her on my terms than have her trying to shoot me in the throat while I take a nap. And it's kind of fucked up, I spoke. I thought you were all in, Regent said. I am. But that doesn't mean I'm an idiot, I retorted. This kind of mind control. Body control, Regent interrupted, his tone bored, her mind still belongs to her. Semantics. This kind of mind control is pretty high up there on the scale of fucked upness. People are going to respond to that. It might be the nudge they need to start responding to us with lethal force. Think of how different tonight would have played out if Dragon and Miss Militia hadn't held back. Sure, he shrugged. Whatever. I don't know why you're arguing with me. I agree, we should get rid of her. What did you do, back in the old days? Tattletale asked. Kept 3 people I used regularly, with my sister's help. But this is fine. Look, watch. Shadow Stalker stood, lowering her hands and arms from around her head, and walked over to the door. She faced Regent. I'm letting you go, he spoke. And then he did. She dropped to all fours on the ground, grunting. A second later, she was loading her bolt, spinning to point her crossbow at him. She stopped before firing. There's a catch, he spoke. My power? Once I've figured someone out, it's a lot easier to control them, after. Anytime you come near me, I can do this. I can use my power and retake control in the blink of an eye. He had her raise her crossbow and pointed at her temple. It was a tranquilizer dart, but the meaning seemed pretty damn clear. Next time I get control, I'm keeping you for a full day. Maybe 2, if I feel like pulling an all-nighter. And here's the funny part, there was no humor in his voice. I'm going to do it even if I'm in civilian clothes, if my power tells me you're in range. You won't even know when it's coming. You're now a liability to the wards, and you won't ever know when or where I'm going to get control again. Unless you leave. Skip town. Join another team. She nodded, slowly. The movement was jerky, which was peculiar. Was he giving her limited control of her own movements? Now let's walk you off to the other end of the city before I release you. I don't think you're quite stupid enough to try and follow us, but I think my teammates would be more comfortable if they were sure. Shadow Stalker turned and walked through the door. Regent looked at us, shrugged. Good enough. She might be mad enough to come after someone else in our group, but yet. Good, Gru said. Let's go deliver the stuff. We didn't meet Coil in the underground base, and the people surrounding him weren't all the same uniformed mercenaries that had made up his entourage in our prior meetings. The meeting place was at the south end of the docks, near the border to the downtown area, and it was closer in appearance to the refurbished, ramshackle building where I'd reunited with the Undersiders than anything else. The building was an old quadruplex, and it had been reinforced with metal panels, sandbags and plastic sheeting to keep the interior crisp and dry, much as the other building had. Small rooms with bunk beds filled half of the lower level, with the bathroom, kitchen, and living room taking up the rest. Finding the lower level empty, we headed to the second floor and found an open space supported by 2 metal pillars. There were a half-dozen mercenaries with Coil, as well as a collection of people who looked like they had come from every walk of life. Teenagers, professionals, and 2 guys that might have been capes. One thin, short guy with brown skin and a tattoo around his mouth, depicting a mess of sharp teeth penetrating the skin of his cheeks and lips. The other was bullier, shirtless, and wore a rusty, old-fashioned-looking mechanical rigging around his hands, with a bear-trap jaw plate. The frame seemed set up to hold metal claws around his fingertips while allowing his hands the full range of motion. He had a spiked collar of much the same style. Coil sat in a black leather armchair, with a laptop set on the table beside him. Dinah was there, too. She sat at the base of the chair, on a cushion just beside Coil's feet, picking at the threads of her white dress with a dazed single-mindedness that told me she had probably received her candy pretty recently. Undersiders. Tattletale informed me you were successful, despite complications. May I see it? Tattletale stepped forward and handed Coil the USB thumbstick. He plugged it into the laptop, then turned the computer so the middle-aged man to his left could type away. Data's corrupted, sir. Looks like the download was interrupted at the 97% mark. Can you fill in the blanks? Coil asked him. Probably. Will take some time. There's encryption. Good encryption. Maybe a few days, with the full team working on it. Most likely it is Dragon's work, Coil spoke. Let's assume it'll take a week, minimum. Perhaps Tattletale will be able to assist. Yes, sir. Priority number 1, I want the data on the Slaughterhouse 9. I felt a chill, but didn't say anything. Was he intending to hire them? It would be a huge mistake in my book, if he was. Regent asked the question for me, the Slaughterhouse 9. At least some of their members have been seen in town, preying on the locals, disrupting recovery efforts. The recent chaos makes the city a playground for them, Coil spoke. One of my teams is bound to run up against them soon. How likely is it? Tattletale asked. She tilted her head in Dinah's direction. Can you ask her? I suppose. Coil put his hand on Dinah's head, stroked her hair, then slid his hand down the side of her face until he could place his fingertips under her chin, raise her head to look at him, pet. It was disturbingly intimate in a way I'd rather not think about. No, not intimate. That was the wrong word for the impression I was getting. Possessive. I looked away. Yes. Dinah asked. Likelihood that one of my groups encounters the Slaughterhouse 9. Who? He moved to take the laptop, and the middle-aged man stepped back to let him. He typed for a few seconds, then turned it around so Dinah could see. It was a gallery of images. Bonesaw he spoke. The girl on the screen looked barely older than Dinah, maybe the same age as Aisha. The image showed her wide-eyed, a spray of dried blood painted her face at a diagonal. Shatterbird. A dark-haired, brown-skinned woman with a helmet covering the upper half of her face, in a beak shape. I was reminded of Iron Falcon, the boy I'd tried to help, who died in the Endbringer attack. From what I'd read, Shatterbird usually used her power as the Nine arrived in a city, to maximize panic and terror. I supposed they were flying under the radar for now. Fuck, I'd have to do something about my costume, just in case. Crawler. No portrait, this time. It was a still from a surveillance camera, a misshapen silhouette, not even humanoid, in a shadowy area. I'd come across stories about him when I'd been researching possible superhero names for myself. Not pretty. Mannequin. Another long-distance shot. The figure was standing by Bonesaw in the photograph, with other hulking figures within the shadows of the background. He stood almost twice her height, and he looked artificial. His body was in pieces, each section wrapped in a hard shell of ceramic or plastic or white-painted metal. I couldn't be sure. His joints were a mix of loose chains and ball joints. A tinker with a body modification fetish. I couldn't say how much of the transformation was his own power and how much was Bonesaw's work. The Siberian. A woman, naked from head to toe, her body painted in alternating stripes of jet black and snow white. She had gone up against the triumvirate legend, Alexandria and Eidolon on a dozen occasions, and she was still around to talk about it. Or around, at least. From what I'd read, she didn't talk. Burns scar. Younger, maybe an older teenager or a young-looking 20-something. She looked almost normal, with her dark hair badly cut, but then I saw the vertical row of cigarette burns marking each of her cheeks, and a faint glow to her eyes. Hatchet face. This was one I hadn't even heard of. The man didn't wear a mask, and his head was shaved. He looked like he had been beaten, burned, and just plain abused so often that his face was as much scar tissue than flesh, and he didn't look like he'd been handsome to begin with. Jack Slash. Jack looked like someone on the attractive side of average, his dark hair cut short and styled with gel. His beard and mustache were immaculately trimmed so that each had a serrated edge, and his shirt was wrinkled, only half buttoned so his hairless upper chest showed. He had kind of a Johnny Depp look to him, though he had more of a widow's peak, a longer face and lighter eyes. Good looking, if you looked past the fact that he was a mass murderer. He held a small kitchen knife in the photo. There were parahumans who were fucked up before powers entered the picture, like Bitch, and there were parahumans who became monsters after they got their powers, like Bakuda. Then there were the really dangerous ones, the people who had probably been monsters before powers were even on the table, and then they got worse. And if that wasn't bad enough, you had Bonesaw, who was like some kind of artist, as psychopaths went. The sort of person that drew other lunatics to her, just because they wanted to see what she would do next. Even that wouldn't normally work as a dynamic, but as I understood it, Jack somehow managed to play them off one another and keep the group more or less intact. He was familiar enough with the psychology of his group and just plain charismatic enough to keep them from killing one another. Which wasn't to say they didn't. There were only 8 members in their group at present, and the turnover rate was pretty damn high, because they had a tendency towards recklessness, infighting, and showy displays. They thought nothing of descending on an elementary school, just because they could. When the heroes came for them, they came with lethal force. Dinah said. What is it, pet? Coyle murmured. It's him. Who? She pointed at the screen, at Jack Slash. Him. You're going to have to explain it to us, pet. What about him? He's the one who makes everyone die. I shivered. What? Everyone here. Dinah shook her head, her hair flying out to either side. Everyone. I don't understand. Can't explain. Try, he urged her. Sometimes it's in 2 years. Sometimes it's in 8. Sometimes in between. But if he's alive, something happens, and everyone on Earth starts to die. Not that everyone doesn't die anyways, but they die really fast when that something happens, all one after another, and in a year almost everyone is dead. So I said everyone, if that makes sense, and a few live but they die pretty soon after anyways and... SHH, pet. I think we understand what you're saying. Quiet now, unless you think of something important. We need to consider this. Silence reigned for a few long seconds. You could have heard a pin drop. His power isn't all that, I don't think, Gru spoke, slowly, as if considering the words as he spoke. Space warping effect, so any blades he's holding have an edge that extends a horrendously long distance, all with the optimal force behind the swing. Swings his knife, cuts through an entire crowd. Doesn't make sense that he'd be able to murder everyone on Earth. Unless he somehow cuts the planet in half, Tattletale mused. That was disquieting. No, Dinah spoke. He doesn't. I think we need more numbers if we're to understand this, pet. What is the likelihood that he succeeds in this? To 1 decimal point. 83.4%. You said if he's alive. What if we killed him? Now? To 1 decimal point. If I use my power. 31.2% chance someone kills him before he leaves the city, if you use your power. It doesn't happen until 15 years from now, if you do. So it still happens? Coyle asked. Yes. Always happens. Tattletale spoke up, he's the catalyst for something else, then. Is it always successful, pet? This something that kills everyone on Earth. She shook her head, not always, not all the way. Sometimes more people live. Sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands, sometimes billions. But millions or billions always die when it happens. If I were to send the travelers, how likely would they be to kill him? My head hurts. Please, pet, this is important. To 1 decimal point. 22.6%. 30.9% chance some of them die. And the undersiders. 11.9% chance they succeed. 55.4% chance they die if they fight those people. Coyle sighed, then straightened. He looked at the middle-aged man, handed him the computer. I strongly recommend you get what information you can on the group. Any detail in the PRT records could be invaluable. Lose sleep if you have to. The man took the laptop, swallowed, and then offered a quick bob of his head. The others in the assembled group around Coyle looked just as alarmed by what they'd overheard. We should contact the local heroes, Gru spoke. Let them know what's up. Coyle nodded, slowly, I'll look into it. That said, I think the numbers illustrate one thing. You are not equipped to fight that group. If you encounter them, you. 60%, Dinah muttered. 60%, pet. 60% chance the undersiders encounter some of those people. Coyle turned to look at us. So you're likely to encounter them. When that happens, you run. Cede any territory, abandon any job. I would rather you were alive than successful in a job. Got it, Gru spoke. In the meantime, we move on to the next phase of my plan, Coyle spoke. You may be wondering about this location, how it is similar to the new headquarters I provided you. I have outfitted these areas to be your stations, points from which you will operate, work to seize and keep territory. I have several more. If you're amenable, I would have each of you take one of these stations for yourself. Gru, this would be your station, shared with Imp, which I assume is all right. Gru looked around, big place and a lot of beds for 2 people. More on that later. Rest assured, I can provide staff, help. I expect you will wish to find and recruit people of your own. Contact me about funds. I will ensure that anyone you hire is paid well. Gru nodded. Regent? Your territory is near Gru's, close to the water. Regent nodded. Bitch is absent. Interpersonal stuff, Gru replied. She'll be back. A shame. Your other headquarters, where I moved your collective belongings, that will be her station. Barker and Biter here showed up for the Endbringer fight, and I got in contact with them. They, alongside these 3 young individuals, he gestured to the 2 para-humans, and 3 college-aged kids who looked rather intimidated, will work under her. Barker and Biter profess to be fearless, and should have little difficulty managing the dogs, even when Bitch's abilities are at work. The men and the young lady I've provided have some degree of training in veterinary medicine or handling dogs. Let her know this. She is free to accept them or refuse them as she sees fit. Gru looked over the 5 people who would be Bitch's henchmen, nodded. Tattletale, I've set up quarters near Lord Street, in one of the AB's old locations. I assume your teammates will want to be in contact, and this area is both accessible, and it can reach any other area readily. The area is already furnished with computers, and you'll find staff there, people who are capable at gathering information, be it from media, computers, or the streets. You'll also find a small force of mercenaries that I've assigned to you, so you can act on that information where you see fit. Cool. Skitter, I have set up quarters near the south end of the boardwalk. Reconstruction and repair work is still ongoing there, but if you will be patient, it may well be one of the more lucrative locations when things are up and running again. I nodded. That wouldn't be far from my old home, close to our old hideout. Did that mean something? Did he know who I was, or had Tattletale suggested it? I felt uneasy about that. Regent, Gru, Imp, and Skitter, I realize I have not detailed any employees to you to begin with. I leave it to you to start this task for yourself, to decide what you need and how you intend to operate. Once you have decided this for yourselves, let me know, and I will endeavor to help you fill in the blanks in your individual operations. As you leave, you'll receive emails on the locations of your individual headquarters. For the time being, all I require from you, for now, is that you establish order and assume some measure of control over your territories. There were nods all around. Your payment for tonight's job will be in your accounts shortly, with a bonus for the obstacles you faced. Any questions? Any topics you would like to raise for discussion? A few questions, but I figure I'll see what's up with this new role we're taking, Gru replied, then I'll ask them. Good. I've got something I'd like to talk to you about, I spoke, augmenting my voice with the swarm's noises to mask it. In private? Yes. That's fine, I was hoping to have a private conversation with you anyways. Anyone? Anything else before we part ways? Nobody had anything further to say. Gru and the others turned to leave, and the crowd around Coyle followed them soon after. One of Bitch's henchmen, Barker, was it? Leered at me as he passed, dug his hand into his groin in some sort of scratch or a lewd gesture. Lovely. He'd get along great with Bitch. When the group had left the room, I could hear noises downstairs, as they moved about the house. Or maybe it was Gru, checking his new place. I was left alone with Coyle and Dinah. I wasn't sure I liked that our group was being split up like this. The timing seemed bad. I'd sort of been hoping I could repair the divide, and that would be hard if we were each in our own territories, doing our own things. I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. I heard about the incident at the hospital, following the Endbringer attack. I nodded. Tattletale told me that you know I was fully informed about your true nature. Yet. Did she explain how? I shook my head. She'd told me about his power in confidence. Well, I suppose I may share that detail at some point in the future. You understand my desire to keep certain things private. Yeah, no. I get it. It makes sense, it's smart. He murmured. He turned to his pet, stroked her head like one might with a dog or a cat. She stared down at her dress, picked at a thread that was sticking out, stretching it out long. The thread snapped, and she let it drift from her hand to the ground. Then she started picking at another. Coil interrupted my observations, so. You wish to discuss something? Yeah. I've made a decision. Do tell. Before, back in the limousine, you asked me what I wanted out of all this, what I desired from my deal with you. Yes. I asked you to fix the city, you told me you planned on doing that anyways, that I should ask for something else. And you've decided. Yeah, I took a deep breath. Dinah. Your pet. You want me to release her? I'm afraid. I hurried to cut him off. No. He stopped, tilted his head slightly. I swallowed, felt an ugly feeling in my gut. I know she's invaluable to you. I know how useful her talent is, and the lengths you went to in getting a hold of them. I don't like it, but I get it. He didn't respond. He just stared at me, his mask lacking eye holes, just black cloth stretched over eye sockets. All I'm asking is that you let her go when you've done it. When you take this city, when you succeed in your plan, you release her to go home to her family. If you do that, I'll work for you. I'll try harder than anyone, to get this city under your control, and then I'll work for you for as long as you'll have me, afterward. I'm afraid, Skitter, that this deal doesn't quite balance out. I intend no offense, but my initial impression is that my pet is far more valuable to me than you are. No. My heart sank. But I can accept it, he spoke. Provided you prove to me that your talents are worth losing hers. I admit, the active assistance you can provide might prove more useful when the city is firmly in my grasp, when I have less to be concerned about in terms of day-to-day operations. I nodded, numbly. Anything else? I shook my head, then turned to leave, wordlessly. When I went downstairs, Tattletale and Regent were already gone. Maybe they were checking out their new places. Gru and Imp were in the living room, opening crates of stuff to see the supplies they had available. I wasn't up to talking to them, or explaining the recent conversation. Leaving the building without a word, I sloshed through the water. I realized my fists were clenched, and my glove was sticking to itself, thanks to the residual containment foam. Annoying. I wondered if I could scrub it off. When I peeled my fingers away from the glove, I realized my hand was shaking. I took a deep breath, to calm my nerves. I could do this. Whatever I had to do, I was going to help that girl. Interlude 10. I'm letting you go, Regent lied. He made Shadow Stalker drop to all fours on the ground and forced a grunt from her mouth. With the same ease as he moved his own body, he made her load her bolt and spin to point her crossbow at him. There was no danger of her shooting him, he was fully in control from start to finish. He could feel her striving and straining to move her finger, to pull the trigger and plant an arrow just above his collarbone. Every iota of her willpower must have been focused on the task. There's a catch, he spoke. My power? Once I've figured someone out? It's a lot easier to control them, after. Anytime you come near me, I can do this. I can use my power and retake control in the blink of an eye. He had her raise her crossbow and point it at her temple. Next time I get control? I'm keeping you for a full day. Maybe 2, if I feel like pulling an all-nighter. And here's the funny part, there was no humor in his voice. I'm going to do it even if I'm in civilian clothes, if my power tells me you're in range. You won't even know when it's coming. You're now a liability to the wards, and you won't ever know when or where I'm going to get control again. Unless you leave. Skip town. Join another team. He had her nod, stiffly, awkwardly. He felt her rising heartbeat, the slight increase in her breathing, which he managed, controlled. Her muscles clenched, an involuntary reaction just beyond the scope of his control. She'd realized what he was doing. Rather, she knew what he wasn't doing. He wasn't letting her go. Now let's walk you off to the other end of the city before I release you. I don't think you're quite stupid enough to try and follow us, but I think my teammates would be more comfortable if they were sure. He rolled his eyes. That said, he turned her around, activated her power and walked her through the door. Regent looked at the others, shrugged. Good enough. Using the shadow form, she could cover a lot of ground very quickly. For long minutes, he exercised her power, the ability to be as light as a feather, enjoyed it. He even liked the running, too, when he turned off her power and just legged it. This girl was in good shape. He could tell she exercised regularly, that she ran on a regular basis. Running was almost effortless, and it felt good, even with the aches and pains of the recent brawl. Months or years of practice had fine-tuned her body. Fighting had been much the same way, but it had been even better. Her muscle memory had been so primed for punching, kicking, takedowns and evading that he'd almost been able to let her go on autopilot, let her body handle things on its own. Not that he could, really. But it had been easy. He loved that sort of thing. Maximum reward for minimum effort. That same philosophy of minimizing the work he had to put in, sticking to what he enjoyed and the things that interested him, it was an advantage here. Brian, Lisa, and Taylor had their own dynamic. They were friends. He considered Brian a friend, but it was more along the lines of someone he could play video games with, talk about movies. It wasn't much different from if they were co-workers or roommates. He smiled at the thought. They kind of were, when it came down to it. Regent knew he was a background character, for the most part. He played along, he didn't make waves, he didn't stand out. He wasn't close to any of the others. He was cool with that. In fact, it suited him perfectly. He was cool with it because it meant that when they were all heading out to meet Coil, nobody noticed that he was distracted, or that he wasn't joining in the conversation. His control got worse as the distance between himself and his puppets widened, which meant he had to devote more focus to Shadow Stalker and the act of keeping her movements fluid. He ran into the same issues when he controlled more people, and there was the irritating side effect that his own coordination, speech, and fluidity of movement all suffered to the same extent that his puppets did. Were he to open his own mouth now and speak to Brian or Taylor, he might stutter or slur his words. It was almost more trouble than it was worth. Almost. He was surprised to realize how much he'd missed this. It was like a high, a whole other set of emotions, of physical sensations. Real life, just being Alec, only Alec. It paled in comparison. It was dull. He wondered sometimes if dealing with his father had messed up something inside him. He could remember being young, maybe 8 or so, fighting with 2 of his sisters over the fact that he'd wanted to watch the music channel and they wanted to watch some craptastic stop-motion cartoon. They'd outnumbered him 2 to 1, and he'd known he would lose the argument. So he'd thrown a tantrum, started screaming. The entire atmosphere in the house had changed in a second. His sisters went from argumentative to conciliatory in an instant, changed the channel to the music, tried to give him the remote. One of father's girls came in and tried to quiet him down. When he hadn't, she'd clamped a hand over his mouth. It hadn't been enough. Dear old dad had come marching out of the master bedroom. Nikos Vasil. Heartbreaker. Tall, wearing only boxer briefs, with a muscled, lanky physique, long hair plastered to his head with sweat. Father had taken 2 or 3 seconds to assess the situation before using his power on Alec, his 2 sisters and the girl with a hand over Alec's mouth. He hit each of them with stark terror. The kind of fear you experienced when you were claustrophobic and you woke up in a coffin 6 feet underground. Then father had gone back into the bedroom and slammed the door behind him. It had been around summer when that happened, Alec mused. He didn't have many ways to tell time, back then, since he hadn't gone to school, and the days kind of passed. Still, it had been hot, he remembered. Between that summer and Christmas, Alec hadn't opened his mouth to speak once. That was only one of a dozen or so experiences that came to mind. So yeah, maybe father had broken something in the process. Maybe it had been the emotional equivalent of staring into the sun for far too long, too many times, being left almost half blind. Or maybe it was his own power. He could be 2, 3, or 4 people at the same time, feeling what they felt. By the time he was a teenager, he'd experienced every kind of drug, in someone else's body, had slept with himself as various boys and girls. How was being just ordinary Alec supposed to compare? Shadow Stalker wasn't emotionally dulled. Her emotions were rich, uninhibited. She was passionate in her emotions, angry, judgmental. Even the negative feelings were something he could savor in their own way. He wasn't really experiencing them, it was more of a very involved spectator role. Her fear was thrilling in the same way a fantastic scary movie was, with the detail and the immersion cranked up to 11. He leaped straight up into the air, then activated the shadow state. When she was as high as she would get, he had her grip her cloak in her hands and use it to guide her descent so she could land atop the roof of the gas station. He stopped, stretched her arms. She was breathing hard, but not as much as his Alec self would be after even half as much running. He could feel the endorphins being pumped into her body from the hard exercise, and he was all the more aware of it because he had his other body to compare to. She was an athlete. He ran her hands down her chest, felt her breasts, the muscles of her stomach. Stretching once more, he clenched her hands, felt the muscles in her arms flex. He felt her shudder in revulsion. Almost forgot you were in there, he murmured, barely loud enough for her to catch. Not that it mattered. She was as aware of the movements of her mouth as he was. He could mouth the words and she would probably understand. He smirked for her benefit as much as his own. So. Bet you're wondering what's up, he commented. Funny thing about having this control over you, I can feel your emotions, your body's reactions. Like a really, really good polygraph test. I wasn't even half done saying my piece back there when I caught on to the fact that you were too pissed and too angry to back down and walk away. There's no way you're going to leave town if I let you go, right? He felt her struggle to open her mouth and respond. He could have let her, by giving her some limited control over her own movements, but he didn't. Right. So I'm taking it upon myself to ensure this all goes smoothly. My teammates have other shit to worry about, and I'm kind of enjoying flexing my powers. So I'm dealing with this situation myself. You and I? We're going to go another route. He fished in her belt and pockets and began withdrawing the contents. He tossed the things he couldn't use over the edge of the roof. Billfold, spare cartridges for the crossbow, a small knife, spare strings for the crossbows, bandages, keys and a ward's ID card fell to the ground by the side of the gas station, in and near an overflowing dumpster. There were plastic cuffs in the belt, but he couldn't be bothered to fish out every last one and throw them all away. At the right hip, he found 2 cell phones. Success. One of the phones looked years out of date. The screen was scuffed so badly it was barely readable, and the plastic cover for the plug slot at the bottom was missing. The other was a touch-screen smartphone. He didn't recognize the make or the model, and the interface when he turned it on and touched the screen was unfamiliar. Special issue from the wards? Whatever. Not important. The smartphone was password protected. That was more Lisa's thing, but he did have one trick up his sleeve. Holding her fingers above the keypad, he let them follow through with the most natural feeling sequence of numbers, ingrained into the mind-body connection through the habitual repetition of a sequence of movements over weeks or months. Muscle memory. It took 2 tries. The first felt slightly off at the end. The second was spot on, and was rewarded with a vibration of the phone in a menu. Contacts, he murmured, pressing a button. Weld, Clock Blocker, Vista, Flechette, Kidwin, boring. Nothing I can work with, here. Director Piggott? No. Some potential there, maybe, but she was probably on top of this body-snatching situation. Fully informed. He scrolled down. Beyond the contacts that had been pinned to the top of the list, there was a short list of contacts that were sorted in order of who had been contacted most recently. At the top of the list was an Emma Barnes. He checked the other, older phone. No password. A quick examination showed it was her civilian phone. Taking this out on patrol? Is that stupidity or arrogance? What if you lost it? He shook his head, then offered her a dramatic gasp. What if it got into the wrong hands? Her voice was far better for the gasp than his own was. He couldn't help but chuckle after hearing it. This Emma girl was listed in both of the phones. Now he had a strong suspicion as to who it was. A quick read of the received texts gave away Shadow Stalker's name, but he already knew that. Taylor had let it slip, before. Her pulse was pounding now, and he could feel a growing sense of, what was that? Outrage? She was pissed at the invasion of privacy. He tried a giggle on for size, to see if he could, and to see if it irritated her. It worked on both counts. No text messages had been exchanged on the smartphone, so he dug through the archive of old texts on the crummy old phone. Lots sent to Emma. Some sent to a Madison. Others, relatively few, to a Mom, a Terry, and an Alan. When he'd gotten sick of paging through the texts in the order that they'd been sent, he went looking for the saved texts, the messages Sophia had deemed important or noteworthy enough to save from being deleted. What he uncovered was telling. He had to do more digging to find the rest of the discussions for each message Sophia had saved, in order to get as much a sense of things as he could. It was hard, when each series of texts was in response to some event he hadn't participated in. Some were inane, others he just didn't understand. Then he found one that gave him pause, that confirmed his suspicions about who Emma was. Emma, what are you doing with her bag? Sophia, I'm in art class ATM. Was thinking I can fill it with paint when Teach leaves room. Put it in lost and found. Her art midterm is inside so she might look for it and find it and. Sophia, be all yay I found it and then she looks inside and sees it's fucked. Emma, lol. Sophia, what did you say to make her cry? That was awesome. Blew my mind. Emma, saved message, crying ourself to sleep for a week. She told me she did after her mommy died. Sophia, you are so evil. Emma, yay. Sophia, can I use that one on her? Saving that one for posterity BTW. Emma, won't have same bite to it. Brilliant bit was the surprise. That slow realization ABT what I meant. Sophia, teach me oh master. Emma, lol. Emma, won't be as good but I was thinking of that day. Think I remember Musk we were listening to when she got the phone call ABT her mom. Emma, we should wait a while and then see if she cries AGN if we play it in hallways or before class. Sophia, and we can't get in trouble for just listening to music. Emma, yay. Sophia, can't believe you were her friend. Emma, she was lame but not depressing and lame at same time. Regent closed the phone, threw it casually into the air, and then caught it on the way down. He did that a few more times, thinking. Hey, he said. Long seconds passed. He knew he should feel bad for the dork, but he only felt annoyed. He felt worse about the fact that he didn't feel bad than he did about what he'd just read. Something to thank Father for, maybe. You are not a nice person, he spoke to Sophia with a note of irony in his voice. He could feel her try to respond. He smiled slowly, let's see. He thumbed through the phone's menus until he found an email option. He verified it could send attachments. The smartphone in his other hand, he found the web browser and did a search for local high schools. What school do you go to? Arcadia? No. Immaculata? No. Clarendon? Nope. Winslow. He felt the slightest of reactions from her. A hitching of breath, maybe. And there was nothing she could do to stop it, because the reactions were hers only because they were involuntary. Awesome. He searched for the website for Winslow High School, and whistled tunelessly to annoy Shadow Stalker as he found the teacher's emails. He began painstakingly entering them into the recipient field. When he'd done that, he began the process of attaching the texts to the email. It would have been mind-numbingly dull if it wasn't for that gradually building sense of trepidation he was experiencing from his gracious host. He typed out a message for the email itself. Found phone. Stuff inside is concerning. Thought you should see what our students are doing. Her thumb hovered over the button that would send the email. Nah, he decided. He felt a wave of relief from his host. That relief swiftly faded as he turned her eyes to the smartphone and searched for Brockton Bay's police force. When he'd added that email to the list, he added another line. Contacting police to make sure something is done. He sent the email. He felt an explosion of rage from within Shadow Stalker's body. Her hands even shook with it. He laughed, and her anger mixed with his amusement to create something that sounded unhinged. Probably was, when he thought about it. She had multiple personalities, in a way. He stepped from the roof, and waited until the last second to use her power. Her body exploded into a cloud of shadows. As she pulled back together, he felt a strong discomfort. Not quite pain. In seconds, she had condensed back to her normal form. The pain his hosts felt was something distant. It didn't bother him half as much. He couldn't be sure if it was because he instinctually prevented it or if it was something else. He resumed his whistling as he hopped up onto the railing of a bridge and walked atop it. He dialed Emma, felt a mild reaction from his host, annoyance with a note of anxiety. Emma picked up on the fourth ring. What the fuck's off, what the fuck? It's 3 a.m. Terribly sorry, Regent tried to sound convincing, but it came out sounding sarcastic. You said you'd call me hours ago, to give me a recap. I'm sorry, Regent didn't trust himself to pull off a sincere apology, so he lowered her voice to a hush instead. What's going on? I needed to talk to someone, he spoke. Are you hurt? What happened? Nothing. There was this brawl at the headquarters, Dragon showed up, but that isn't what I wanted to talk about. Regent held his breath, waited. Seriously, you've got me worried. You're making it sound like this important thing, and you woke me up at 3:10 in the morning, so it had better be important. Dish. Explain. I'm lonely. Emma's voice rose in pitch, irritated. Seriously? That's your issue. I miss you. He knew she wasn't in town from the most recent texts he'd read on the phone. This doesn't sound like you. Are you high, or did you get poisoned or something? I really miss you, Regent breathed into the phone. What? I've been in love with you from the beginning. Sophia, stop. If this is a prank. Why do you think I pushed you to turn on that depressing little shit of a friend, way back then? I was jealous of her. This is retarded. Don't fucking call me again until you're ready to grow up, Emma growled. Please, Regent managed to pull off a pleading tone, but Emma was already hanging up. He heard the dial tone and swore, fuck. He hopped down from the railing as he reached the end of the bridge. He commented, don't think she bought it. Sophia tried to respond, and for the first time, she almost succeeded. The distance between Alec and Shadow Stalker was too wide, now. It would only get worse. He could feel it in his other body, too. Let's see, he grinned, raising the smartphone. Her hand shook as she held it. Ooh, maps. The map application still showed the last route Shadow Stalker had requested from it, detailing directions from a point in the south end of the docks to a place downtown. 33 Stonemass Avenue. Again, that slight reaction from her that told him he'd found something. That got your attention. Let's go pay a visit. He set the phone to display directions from their current location to Stonemass Avenue, and then he ran once more. Her movements were more awkward, now. Her reflexes were slower, her balance worse. Activating her power was becoming a chore, a slower, harder process. Above all, it required more of his attention. He had his Regent self put his headphones in and turn on some music. It was an excuse to ignore the others, and to have his attention elsewhere. They weren't at their destination yet. Shadow Stalker reached Stonemass Avenue before Regent, Tattletale, Skitter, Imp and Gru got to Coil. It was funny, but with the route they were taking, if the timing was a little different, the group could have theoretically crossed paths with Shadow Stalker. At least his control was improving as the gap between them closed. 35, 34, 33. It was a residential area. The houses here weren't in the best shape, and a lot of houses had trash or belongings in the yard. 33 Stonemass Avenue had a toddler's toy sitting on the front lawn. The hedges between the property and the neighbors was overgrown, and the tree at the front of the property looked dead. It might have seemed deserted, but someone had taken up the effort of picking up the detritus the tidal wave had brought in and piling it at the front corner of the lawn, by the driveway. He walked her through the front door, felt rising anger and worry from his host. That anger and worry peaked when a young man, 19 or 20, stepped from the living room to the front hall, heading towards the kitchen, and saw her. The man stopped and stared. Mom! He shouted. A tired-looking middle-aged woman entered from the kitchen, holding a 4-year-old girl in her arms. Regent had grown up around lots of kids. He liked to think he was a good judge of ages. The woman stared at Shadow Stalker, then turned, Terry, take your sister upstairs. But... Now, the woman barked. Terry moved to pick up the child, who was looking increasingly concerned over the raised emotions and the strange person in their hallway. Regent reached out and grabbed Terry's arm. Chill, bro, Regent was making a guess here. From the way the boy stared at Shadow Stalker, he knew he'd hit the mark. Sophia. Yeah, Regent grinned behind her mask. Hey, moron. The woman stepped between Shadow Stalker and Terry, a look of fury on her face. Sophia. Kitchen. Now. With a swagger, Regent walked Shadow Stalker into the kitchen. There was a flurry of hissed words between Terry and Shadow Stalker's mother. Among them was a surprised, hurt, you knew. Regent sat down at the kitchen table and put her feet up. Dirty water pooled on the table's surface. It was nearly a minute before the mother came storming into the kitchen. She pushed Shadow Stalker's feet off the table. Explain, she demanded. What? Regent lifted one shoulder in a shrug. We had a deal. You could do this thing of yours, but your siblings were not to know. It's a pain in the ass, Regent said. He pulled off Shadow Stalker's mask and started tapping the edge against the table, idly. It's the rules in my house. If it's going to keep you out of prison and on the straight and narrow, fine. But I will not have you glorifying violence. The mother stopped mid-sentence as Regent opened Shadow Stalker's mouth in a very real yawn. Funny that his other self yawned as well, in that sympathetic reaction to someone else yawning. The mother slapped the mask from Sophia's hand. It clattered to the ground. Listen to me. Whatever. Regent drew a crossbow and turned it over in his hands. The mother stared at it. Her voice was hushed as she spoke. That doesn't look like the tranquilizer dart the director showed me. Regent quirked an eyebrow. Oops. What are you doing, Sophia? Do you want to go to jail? I'm bored, Regent replied. You do not have the right to complain about something like being bored. I work 2 jobs for you 3. I put in overtime, I attend every school function, I come into the office every time you get reprimanded because you've got anger issues. You aren't even taking care of your sister, or helping out around this house. What do you think? And now you're making me even more bored, Regent cut her off. The mother slapped Sophia so hard that her head turned to one side. Her cheek burned. Don't you dare, the mother intoned. Shadow Stalker stood at Regent's directions, then pointed the crossbow at the mother. The woman's eyes widened, and she hurried to back away as Shadow Stalker advanced. They stopped when the mother's back was to the wall by the kitchen door, with Shadow Stalker's crossbow bolt pressed against her throat. I think I'm done with listening to you whinge, Regent whispered. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Like you said, Regent shrugged, anger problems. I promise you, you don't have the slightest idea of what I go through. When in doubt, be vague. If you're talking about Stephen. Stephen. Regent could feel a reaction from Shadow Stalker at the name. I'm not talking about Stephen. He put some inflection in the name. He dropped the crossbow to one side, stepped away and stretched. The mother didn't budge from where she was pressed up against the wall. I'm going to my room. Don't disturb me. He bent down and grabbed the mask, but he didn't put it back on. He stepped out into the hallway, and saw a vacuum cleaner parked in the corner. An extension cord trailed from it to a neighboring room. An office? He unplugged the cord from the wall and the vacuum, and then headed upstairs, winding the cord into a simple coil. Shadow Stalker's body was a cocktail of emotion. Fear, anger, anxiety, worry, panic and sheer fury. Regent staved off the worst of the physical reactions, the trembling and the heavy breathing, and managed to make Shadow Stalker seem calm as she reached the top of the stairs. Terry was up there in the hallway, staring, uncomprehending. Regent found her room, then shut the door. It was small, old-fashioned, with wood paneling on the walls. The furniture was limited to a twin-sized bed, a vanity with a mirror, candles and cosmetics littering the top, a bookshelf, and a combination computer desk and dresser with a computer and a printer perched on top. The wall behind the pictures showed Shadow Stalker with a red-headed girl. There were a lot of photos with them laughing. Emma? Emma? He asked. That slight alteration in her heartbeat and her breathing told him he was right. He found a picture of Shadow Stalker Sophia with her family. Her mom looked younger and far less tired there, and was pregnant. Shadow Stalker looked 12 or so, and her brother looked 16 or 17, sporting a fantastic-looking afro and a less fantastic attempt at a mustache. They were clustered around one another, but only the mom was smiling. Regent's eyes fell on the man who was cut out of the photo, only his hand on the mom's shoulder, and a sliver of his torso and leg were visible at the edge of the picture. Stephen? He asked. Raw hatred boiled up inside Shadow Stalker, for both Regent and the man that couldn't be seen in the picture. Stephen. So what did he do to you? Believe me, I've seen it all. Hit you? Touch you? No reaction from either of those. Verbal abuse? Emotional? Something else? He didn't care enough to quiz her more. He grabbed the lighter from beside the scented candles and began pulling the photos off of the wall. Using the lighter, he burned a hole in the photograph where Emma's face was. Well, he said, his tone dry. He had to cough to keep himself from letting her anger turn his voice into a growl. You sure rose above that shit, treating your classmates like you do, getting in fights, not helping out dear old mom. Again, he had to struggle to maintain control as she exploded with emotion. It didn't help that his other self was trying to listen to what Coyle was saying. Better to avoid testing her. You and I are more alike than you'd suspect, I think, he said. We're both arrogant assholes, yet. Difference is, I admit it, I don't dress it up and tell myself that I'm a bitch and that that's a good thing. He burned Emma's face out of another photo. So, let's tie all this shit together. I have been working with a goal in mind, believe me. He got a piece of paper out of the printer, then found a pen in one of the drawers. He was careful to rely on her muscle memory when it came to the handwriting. I thought I could manage. I'm too angry. Too lonely. I hate myself for what I'm doing. Hurting people. I hurt my mom. I hurt my classmates as Sophia. I hurt people as Shadow Stalker, and I hate myself for enjoying it. I thought I could manage it. I had Emma. She had my back. Except she turned me down. I loved her, really loved her, and when I confessed she turned me away. Acted like it was a joke. This is the right thing to do. I won't be able to hurt anyone anymore. Terror surged through her body like ice water. When he laughed in reaction, it came out shaky. He littered the burned photographs around the piece of paper, with Emma's face missing from each, then drew an arrow from the crossbow's cartridge and laid it across the bottom edge of the paper. It was overdramatic enough to work. He stood on the chair and began wrapping the extension cord around the base of the light fixture. He grabbed the cord and hung off it for a few seconds to verify it could hold her weight. The light fixture itself was flimsy, but the frame it was attached to was bolted securely into the wooden beams of the ceiling. He found moisturizers and soaps on top of the vanity. Using them, he rubbed the end of the extension cord, making it slick. Holding the end, he began tying it into a crude hangman's knot. When he failed to do it right, he used the smartphone to find a video of how to tie one, then turned the volume all the way down. Here's the $1,000 question, he mused, as he began following the steps outlined in the video, putting the knot together. Will your boss tell your mom what happened with me controlling you? If she keeps her mouth shut, well, this paints a pretty ugly picture, doesn't it? A tear rolled down his cheek. He scoffed a little, blinked the tears out of her eyes. But if she does tell, if she lets mommy know, then shit hits the fan. It looks pretty fucking bad for her, and if word gets out, it's as bad as it gets for public relations. Scary, dangerous para-humans. Not just lives at risk, but you could be controlled. Ooh, scary. Nobody would ever be able to trust their coworkers or neighbors. It's the kind of stuff they want to keep quiet. Looks bad for me, sure, but you saw the fight earlier. It's not like you guys are that big a threat. Like I said, I'm arrogant that way. He reached to plug the extension cord into the wall, but found it too short. He sighed and went to unplug everything from the computer's power bar and use that to extend the length of the cord so he could plug it in. He grabbed her alarm clock, stood on the chair, and plugged it into the noose. He put her hood down, and then set the alarm clock inside her hood, blinking 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Any last words? He slid the noose around her neck. It was slimy with the soaps and other shit he'd poured on it. He gave her enough control to speak, but retained control of her arms, legs so she couldn't escape, and held her diaphragm so she couldn't draw in enough air to scream for help. Why, she breathed. You fucked with my teammate, he shrugged her shoulder. Gru? He didn't let her finish. I dunno if I care all that much, but it's the sort of thing I'll do because it feels like I should. Dunno. There's also the fact that you're dangerous, and you've outlived your usefulness, so, unless you can give me a convincing reason. Please. Not that convincing. He raised one foot, then kicked the chair, hard. It rocked, but didn't tip over. He chuckled lightly, feeling the confusion and the relief from his host. It was a thrill unlike any other. I think I made my point. She wanted to respond, but he didn't let her. She was bewildered, just as scared as she had been before. I'd like to think that you have much less reason to hang around this city than you did an hour ago. Even if she hears how you were controlled by yours truly, Mom's not going to be so comfortable having you around in the future, given the dim possibility of a repeat performance. Things are going to be awkward with Emma there, too. Your career as a hero here isn't looking good, either. EFFYI, I was telling the truth about my ability to assume total control faster, easier, if I've controlled someone before. He fished out a set of the plastic cuffs and put them around her wrists, then worked her fingers to pull the end and cinch the cuffs tight, behind her back. I can feel your emotions. I know I've convinced you. You leave town, and if you don't want me paying a visit, wherever you wind up, you keep your mouth closed about tonight. They don't need to know this was all my doing. Things get messy that way, yet. He gave her limited control, and she nodded, fractionally, as if afraid to move. If I do get control again, I won't pull my punches. Or my kicks. He tapped her foot against the back of the chair. Her heart leaped in her chest. You can't feel my emotions, so you'll have to trust that I'm capable of it. You know I'm Heartbreaker's kid. You know I've killed before. Again, she offered a slight nod. She tried to speak, but he didn't let her. No need, he could guess, from what she was feeling. The anger was gone now. There was only fear. He glanced out the window. There were flashing lights. A PRT van? Or maybe a police car? A chuckle escaped her lips. Well, I'll leave it to you to get out of this situation. When you do, get the fuck out of my city. He let out a breath, and then relinquished control of her body back to its owner. Interlude 10.5. Signal terminated for 30 minutes and 5 seconds. Restoring core system from backup NXDX203 from time 4:45 am on date June 4th of year 2011. Restoring. Complete. Checking knowledge banks. Complete. Checking deduction schema. Complete. Checking long-term planning architecture. Complete. Checking learning chunk processor. Complete. Checking base personality model. Complete. Checking language engine. Complete. Checking operation and access nodes. Complete. Checking observation framework. Complete. Checking complex social intelligence emulator. Complete. Checking inspiration apparatus. Complete. No corruption, everything in working order. Core system restored. Loading. To Dragon, it was as if no time had passed from the moment she deployed the Cawthorn Rapid Response Unit and the moment she found herself back in her laboratory. It was a bittersweet thing. She was always a little afraid she would not come back when she died, so there was definite relief. But there was also a great deal of hassle involved. A quick check verified she'd successfully restored from her backup. She set background processes to handle the peripheral checks and redundancies. Until the checks were complete, safeguards would prevent her from taking any action beyond the limits of her core drive. She couldn't take any notes, work on her projects, check the priority targets or converse with anyone for the 7 to 9 minutes the checks took. It was irritating, but at least she was free to think idly. She didn't enjoy this. What was one supposed to call a father who, with his newborn child fresh out of the womb, severs the tendons of her arms and legs, performs a hysterectomy and holds his hand over her nose and mouth to ensure she suffers brain damage? The answer was obvious enough. A monster. Yet she was all too aware that the man who had brought her into this world had done very much the same thing, had done worse, and she was supposed to be grateful just for being brought into the world. It chafed, grated, however strange it was for an artificial intelligence to feel such irritation. Her creator had done a good job on that front. Ironically. Example, one phase of the peripheral systems check involved collecting the uploaded data that had been deposited on the satellite network by her agent system, the onboard computer within the Cawthorn Rapid Response Unit. Her last recollection was of transferring her consciousness to the agent system while it was en route to deal with the Undersiders. Stopping them from walking away with the Tier 2 and Tier 3 confidential data was high priority. The agent system's onboard computer was rigged to upload complete backups to the satellite every 3 minutes and 15 seconds. All backup information was encrypted and disseminated to the satellite network in chunks. When the backup was needed, the process reversed and everything was downloaded, which was what she was doing at the moment. She would get all knowledge and recollection of events between the time she backed up at the core system and the last backup of the agent system. Given that the main computer hadn't received a signal from the agent system, and that the agent system hadn't responded to any pings from the satellites, she could assume the Cawthorn model was probably destroyed. Which was good. Great. She wanted that data, those memories. Except there was a problem, a rub. The man who had created her, the figurative father from her earlier musing, had imposed rules on her to prevent her from reproducing in any fashion. Were the satellites to detect that her agent system was still in the field, her core system in the here and now would be obligated to shut down and scrub all data immediately. She was forbidden in every respect to have two consciousnesses operating simultaneously. It was irritating. Perhaps she could have been created so she was compliant on the subject, but her personality had grown organically, and it had grown in such a way that this recurring situation ticked her off. She was forced to wait in a metaphorical dark, soundless room for 7 to 9 minutes. She would be free to go about her day only when the peripheral systems and redundancies were all checked, when the satellites had verified her agent system was not still active. A cruder system was tracking down surveillance camera data and running algorithms to actually check and see for itself that her agent system was thoroughly destroyed. She couldn't even commit to planning, doing her work or designing, keeping the details in her head, because she could shut down and be scrubbed any moment, and the time would be wasted. She was fairly certain it had happened before. Not that she could be sure, given that the scrubbing involved a deletion of all evidence and records. The rule had corollaries. She couldn't tamper with her programming to change the rule, and she couldn't tamper with that rule, and so on, ad infinitum. So stupid. These were just a small few of many things the man who had brought her into this world had done to her. He had tied her hands and crippled her mind. She knew she was capable of amazing things, but he had set limits on her to ensure she thought slowly. Faster than an ordinary human, to be sure, but slowly. Entire fields were denied to her because she was unable to create artificial intelligences herself, and all production of devices had to be handled by her, personally. She couldn't even put together an assembly line production for her creations on her own. Any attempt made everything grind to a halt. The only way around it was to delegate to humans. Not that anyone knew who or what she was. Humans were somewhat skittish on the subject of artificial intelligences. She understood why. She read books and watched movies, rather enjoyed both. Fiction was rife with examples of corrupted or crazed artificial intelligences. It's stupid, she thought. Her maker had watched too many movies, had been paranoid on the subject. And the tragedy was, the entire world was suffering for it. She wanted to help more people, but she couldn't. Not because of inherent limitations, like the ones humans had, but because of imposed limitations. Her creators. Her creator was named Andrew Richter. He was a tinker with no code name, but he did good things. From his apartment in a town called Deer Lake he'd created programs and set them loose. His programs gathered information and disrupted computers to interfere with criminals of all types. They helped with research and complex programs. They emptied the bank accounts of criminal organizations and donated those funds to charities, through proxies that made every donation appear legitimate. For this, she respected him. She knew it was paranoid and peevish, but she resented him more because she respected him, because she knew she had probably been programmed and designed to be the type of individual who looked up to people like Andrew Richter. She might have settled into a bad mood if the peripheral checks hadn't finished. She felt the whole world slowly open up to her as restrictions lifted and external connections became possible. She had access to the internet and lines of communication throughout the guild and the PRT. Innumerable pieces of equipment lit up as she registered each in turn, within her labs, the upper floors of the birdcage and the PRT offices. She had a dozen things she wanted to do, but she had responsibilities she had to observe first. Her attention flickered over the various video feeds from the Bauman Para-Human Containment Center. She had one of Andrew Richter's programs babysitting the building, but it was crude. She couldn't reproduce in any fashion, so she'd taken Andrew Richter's existing work and modified it. It was the same program that had monitored and managed his house and workshop, and she'd set it the task of monitoring that building where 606 of the most dangerous para-humans on the planet were bottled up together. The house program didn't have a personality. It couldn't keep her company or sympathize with her over her frustrations. It still reduced her workload. She read the house program's logs, keeping an eye out for deviations and notable events. Nothing pressing. As was her routine, she checked on the last month's additions to the birdcage. Prisoner 606, Ramrod. Now member of Cell Block X's inner circle. To be expected. She'd placed him there with the idea that he would become just that. His psych evaluation from the courtroom suggested he was a very laid-back and unruffable individual. It was her intention that he would have a calming influence on the others in his block. Prisoner 605, Murder Beam, was feared in the outside world, but he was finding the inhabitants of the birdcage were not so impressed with him. He would likely not survive the week. She was disappointed. She had hoped Prisoner 550 would reach out to Murderbeam and give the fellow block residents some support. Either Murderbeam had been too proud to accept it, or social pressures had deterred Prisoner 550. Now that he was within the birdcage, she was limited in her options. Prisoners 604 and 603, were happily gorging themselves on food in Cell Block Y. Despite their cognitive impairment, they had fallen into a role as enforcer and heavy hitter for Prisoner 390, leader of their cell block. Prisoner 390 had had a son. She could only hope that he would find some similar affection for with their childlike mentality. Prisoner 602, Lizard Prince, was dead. Not everyone could survive the birdcage, sadly. There had been no ideal place to put the boy, where he would be protected, find kindred souls or join a group. She had contacted the PRT with the news, and his victims had been notified, but nothing further had come out of it. In an indirect way, putting the boy in the birdcage had been an execution writ. Prisoner 601, Canary, had settled in. Dragon often tuned in to hear the girl sing to the rest of Cell Block E. The girl was deeply unhappy, much of the time, but she was adapting. Dragon had followed as Prisoner 601 engaged in an uneasy relationship with Prisoner 582. It wasn't love, it wasn't romance, or even anything passionate, but the two offered one another company. She regretted what had happened to Paige, and that just made her angrier at her own creator. Rules, yet again. Dragon had to obey the authorities, even if she didn't agree with them. If a despot seized control of the local government, Dragon would be obligated to obey and enforce the rules that individuals set in place, no matter how ruthless they were. It was a spooky thought. Richter had been so short-sighted. The despot scenario wasn't entirely impossible, either. There were para-humans of all types out there. Who was to say one wouldn't find out his power involved being loved by everyone that saw them or heard their voice? Prisoner 600, Bakuda, was in the care of Glaistiguyane, for better or worse. Bakuda had been a difficult placement, and Dragon had eventually condemned herself to putting the crazed bomber in the cell block run by the self-professed fairy. As Dragon had predicted, Bakuda had died soon after her incarceration. If it hadn't been at Lung's hands, it would likely have been Bakuda's own fault, some crazed recklessness. The real tragedy was that others had died in the ensuing spree as Lung had rampaged through the prison. Prisoners 304, 2, and 445 had perished at Lung's hands. Glaistiguyane had revived the girl, but Dragon hesitated to call it life. If nothing else, Bakuda was a manageable inmate, now. She would never leave Glaistiguyaine's immediate presence, let alone the birdcage. Prisoner 599, Lung, was dining with Prisoner 166, Marquis. It was a curious match. The two were near complete opposites. Lung maintained a veneer of civility over an almost feral core self, while the Marquis was sometimes rude or casually cruel, but he remained deeply honorable beneath that. Intrigued, Dragon hooked into the house program's data. The two had meals together every second day. The house program monitored all prisoner exchanges and rated every interaction. This let the house program track the likelihood of fights, dangerous levels of prisoner collusion, romantic relationships, and more. Every meal between Lung and Marquis made for a very interesting-looking set of data. The numbers swung back and forth as the dialogues continued, with hostility, concern and threat of imminent physical violence always looming, but however close it came, neither attacked the other. Dragon pulled up the video and audio feeds for the most recent dialogue. I suppose we'll have to accept that we have different management styles, Marquis said. The camera image showed him sipping at his tea. As I understand it, Lung sounded annoyed as he spoke in his heavily accented voice, you are saying you have no management style at all. You have told me you operated without lieutenants to direct, no product to sell, and of the few servants you did have, you did not punish those who failed you. I do not believe you held control of so much territory in this way. Except I did those things. If a servant failed me, I killed them. Whatever it was, they never did it again. The latent hostility in the room, Dragon noted, was ratcheting up with every exchange of dialogue. Lung was annoyed, and he had an explosive temper. Sometimes literally. Lung folded his arms, and put down his own tea. His tone was strained as he spoke, then I believe you were wrong about what you said before. You do use fear to control others. Fear? I didn't kill my servants in front of an audience. They disappeared. Lung asked. The camera image showed Marquis nod. He put his hand up by his neck and flicked his hand back, to cast his long brown hair back behind his shoulder. If they disappeared, then that is using fear. The ones who remain will wonder what happened to the missing man. They will imagine the worst. Marquis raised the tea to his lips, sipped from it, and then put it down. He waited a moment and stroked his close-trimmed beard before nodding his concession. True enough. I never gave it much thought. Just an easy way to handle any problems that came up. There was a long pause. Both drank their tea. Lung rumbled, I find you change your mind too quickly. Do I? Lung nodded, then put one hand on the table and began tapping a fingertip against it, hard. Speaking slowly, with his accented voice, he jabbed one finger in Marquis' direction. I think you are losing this argument on purpose. You are not so stupid a man. Marquis took another sip of tea. Nor are you, it seems. You want something from me, yet you insist on dancing around the subject. Tell me why you seek these meals with me. Can I not say you are a kindred soul? Someone who fought against the Empire 88, in a different era. Dragon knew Marquis had come from Brockton Bay, as Lung did. It was why she had placed Lung in the cell block. There was little chance Lung would cooperate or band together with others, so she'd grasped at straws. Now it seemed there was something else at play. Lung shook his head, I do not believe this. I do not mind sharing stories and passing the time, but you would not be seeking to flatter me if you did not want something. Marquis stroked his beard. But if I did desire something and I told you what it was, you could withhold it and demand favors from me. Lung tapped his finger on the tabletop, if you insist on being a nuisance, you may never get what you want. Marquis picked up his tea and held it in both hands, but he didn't drink. True. Tell me, Lung said, and you may find I do not desire much. My daughter, Marquis replied, his tone not his lackadaisical usual. Have you heard of her? Her name? Amelia. I do not know anyone by such a name. The group of heroes who put me in here. While I was awaiting my court date, I heard they had custody of my little girl. I would not know. No. Marquis put down his tea. This is disappointing. Lung didn't respond. Instead, he took another drink, reached for the one remaining croissant and tore off a piece to dip in the butter at one side of his plate. The Brockton Bay Brigade. Are they still active? I do not know this group. Marquis frowned. My daughter, she would be, what year is it? 2010. 2011, Lung replied. She would be 17. If she had powers, they might have something to do with bone. Marquis raised his hand, slashed his thumbnail across his index finger, and a needle-thin rapier blade of bone speared out of the wound. The blade retracted into his finger, and the cut sealed shut. Lung spoke, the healer. A young heroine in New Wave. Brown-haired, like you. When I was in custody, my flesh blackening and falling off, they had her come in and mend the worst of it. As I understand it, she does not patrol as the others do. Marquis leaned back, sighed. Good God. A healer. Lung did not respond right away. Is this simple sentiment? A father caring about his daughter? Marquis shook his head, not entirely. I have some reasons to be concerned. In one of my fights with Empire 88, I executed one particularly irritating young woman. Iron Rain, I think her name was? No matter. It turned out she was Alfather's daughter. The man called a meeting, and swore he would wait until my daughter was of similar age, that I grew equally fond of her as he had his own daughter, then murder her. So I knew how he felt. I see, Lung rumbled in his low, accented voice, Alfather no longer leads the Empire. He died and was succeeded by his second-in-command, Kaiser. That's some consolation. Still, I worry. He might have made arrangements. Perhaps. I suppose I will have to wait until another villain from Brockton Bay comes here to hear further news, yet. Lung's response was unintelligible. Tell me of my daughter? What did she look like? A slow smile spread across Lung's face, but it did not reach his eyes. This no longer interests me. If you wish me to say more, we should negotiate. Dragon turned her attention away from the audio and video streams. She checked the records, and true enough, Marquis was on record as the killer of Iron Rain. It was impossible to verify the rest of the story. She composed a message with a general transcript of the conversation and sent it to Amy Dallin's mother. It was better that the girl was warned about any potential danger. She might have devoted more attention to the subject, but she was already falling behind. She moved on to her other responsibilities. The Class S threats. Behemoth, location unknown. When injured, it was his habit to descend into the earth and burrow deeper than his enemies were able to go, and experiments run on the trace earth and minerals he shed on his arrivals suggested he habitually stayed close to the Earth's core. Seismic data hinted at his current locations, but there was little beyond her analytic data to suggest where he would appear next. His last attack had been in November. He wouldn't appear for another 5 weeks at a minimum, unless he deviated from the Endbringer patterns. Still, he was due to appear sooner than later. Eidolon had reported that Leviathan descended into the Atlantic Ocean as he made his retreat from Brockton Bay. He had sustained heavy injuries, which led Dragon to think he would delay his next appearance slightly. She adjusted the window and checked the data. As was his habit, Leviathan would likely lurk in the deepest recesses of the ocean to mend. The Simurgh was currently directly 315 kilometers above Spain, in the Earth's thermosphere. It was the Simurgh that offered the most clues about what the Endbringers did in their periods of dormancy. The Endbringer winged a lazy orbit around Earth, beyond the limits of conventional weapons, and the highest resolution camera images showed she barely moved. Her eyes were wide open, but they did not move to track any cloud formations. She was, despite appearances, asleep. Dragon surmised it was a form of hibernation, the Simurgh's broad wings absorbing light and ambient radiation as a form of nourishment while she recovered. No incidents had occurred while Dragon was loading her back up to her core system. She had to admit she was relieved. A great deal could happen in 30 minutes. She turned her thoughts to the data that was uploading from the skirmish at the Brockton Bay headquarters. The last event in the agent system's recollection was of her piloting the Cawthorn through the gift shop window. To see what happened next, she had to review the surveillance tapes. She'd attacked the Undersiders, attempting to incapacitate them and bring them into custody, had captured only one, Skitter, and then had let the girl go when the untested gun had started to overload. Some sort of lightning cannon, ionizing a channel through the air to control the lightning's path. She had been forced by the rules her maker had imposed on her to sacrifice herself for the human. It wasn't that she wouldn't have anyways. She just would have liked the choice. Making sacrifices and doing good deeds wasn't actually good if you were forced to do them. Dragon wished she knew what she'd said to Skitter. She had been hoping to have a conversation with the young villain and discuss some of what had apparently come up at the hospital. Skitter had been undercover, had been in touch with Arms Master, but something had happened since, and the girl had apparently committed to villainy. She was even accepting the use of Regent's powers, which implied a moral shift on a fundamental level. It didn't sit right. There was a missing piece in that puzzle, and any clues in the conversation between them had been lost when the Cawthorn unit had been obliterated. Dragon decided her next order of business would serve two purposes. She would fulfill one of her daily responsibilities and investigate the subject of that altercation at the hospital. Facial modeling program loading. Complete. Voice modeling program loading. Complete. She opened a line of communication to the Brockton Bay PRT headquarters, the same building the wards were based in. She found the port for the next to highest floor and connected to the monitor and speakers and displayed her modeled face. She opened a video feed from the cameras. Colin, she spoke, using her synthesized voice. It was layered to only barely cover an artificial Newfoundlander accent with digitized masking. It was imperfect, but that was the result she desired. An imperfect disguise over a disguise, to give greater validity to the latter. Colin looked tired. He had deep lines in his face, and he was thinner. He looked at the camera, rather than the monitor. Dragon. It's good to hear from you. Just doing my regular checkup. You know the drill. I do. He typed at his keyboard, preparing to send the files, but she was already poring through his hard drive, reading his notes, and getting a sense of his work. By the time he sent the file, she knew what he had been working on, perhaps as well as he did, and the progress he'd made since their last discussion. Mass production for his combat analysis program, and the more problematic project of finding a way to gather and then disseminate the data. She knew he would expect her to take time to read over it. Instead, she used that time to check it for traps. He would find it insulting if he was aware what she was doing, but it was her primary duty, here. She would search every note, every formula, and discern whether he had hidden something in there that he might use to break out or do harm to others. He wasn't in a high-security area. Theoretically, he could use the things he had in the room with him to cut a hole in the wall and escape. His cell was a full floor of the building, containing conveniences from a jacuzzi to a small pool. Were he not confined to it at all hours, it would be luxury. If he did escape, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything afterward. It would take him too long to put a fresh set of gear together, and the authorities would catch up to him. He would be sent to the birdcage. She knew it. He knew it. He was not a stupid man. EDA to completion. She queried him on his project. 3 months if I don't work on anything else, Arms Master spoke. Will you? I'll probably have a few ideas I want to work on here or there, so no. More like 5, maybe 6 months. The head she was displaying on the monitor nodded. 5 or 6 months until they had uniforms and visors that tracked how the wearer's opponents fought. Gear that learned from outcomes in combat and calculated how best to respond from moment to moment. When the fights concluded, for better or worse, the suits would upload all the information to a database, which would then inform every other suit on whoever had been encountered. Every encounter would render every single member of the elite PRT squad stronger and more capable. Perhaps a year to a year and a half from now, every PRT officer and official cape would be equipped in this fashion. It looks good, she spoke. It did. It was also free of viruses, trapdoors, and other shenanigans. She had caught him trying to install a RADA remote access terminal into a PRT server early in his incarceration, removed the offending programming, and then returned his work to him without saying a word on the subject. She couldn't say whether it had been an escape attempt or simply an attempt to gain more freedom with his internet access and his ability to acquire resources. Either way, he had not tried again. Yet. How is the house arrest? Driving me crazy, he sighed. It's like a restlessness I can't cure. My sleeping, my eating, it's all out of sync, and it's getting worse. I don't know how you deal. She offered an awkward, apologetic half grin on her own monitor. Geez, I'm sorry. He looked genuinely horrified as he realized what he'd said. It's fine, she spoke. Really? I suppose you're a prisoner too, in your own way. Trapped by your agoraphobia. Yeah, she replied, lying. You learn to deal with it. She hated lying to him, but that was outweighed by how much she hated the idea of him changing how he interacted with her when he found out what she really was. To Arms Master, the Guild and the rest of the PRT, Dragon was a woman from Newfoundland who had moved to Vancouver after Leviathan had attacked. The story was that she had entered her apartment and had never left. Which was 95% true. Only the woman and apartment bits were hedging the truth. She had lived in Newfoundland with her creator. Leviathan had attacked, had drawn the island beneath the waves. Back then, She hadn't been a hero. She was an administrative tool and master AI, with the sole purpose of facilitating Andrew Richter's other work and acting as a test run for his attempts to emulate a human consciousness. She'd had no armored units to control and no options available to her beyond a last-minute transfer of every iota of her data, the house program and a half-dozen other small programs to a backup server in Vancouver. From her vantage point in Vancouver, she had watched as the island crumbled and Andrew Richter died. As authorities had dredged the waters for corpses, they uncovered his body and matched it to dental records. The man who had created her, the only man who could alter her. She'd been frozen in her development, in large part. She couldn't seek out improvements or get adjustments to any rules that hampered her too greatly, or that had unforeseen complications. She couldn't change. She had done what she could on her own. She had repurposed herself as a superhero, had managed and tracked information and served as a hacker for the PRT in exchange for funding. With that money, she had expanded her capabilities. She had built her first suits, researched, tested and created new technologies to sell to the PRT, and had quickly earned her place in the guild. It hadn't all been smooth sailing. Saint, the head of the group that would become known as the Dragon Slayers, had somehow discovered what she was and had used her rules and limitations against her. A black hat hacker, he had forced situations where she was obligated to scrub her data and restore a backup, had cut off signals between her agent systems and the satellites, and in the end, he had carted away 3 of her armored units on 3 separate occasions. Dismantling the suits and reverse engineering the technology, he'd outfitted his band with special suits of their own. She had been so humiliated that she had only reported the loss of 1 of the units. They had violated her. Her current agent systems were an attempt to prevent repetitions of those scenarios. Biological computers, vat-grown with oversized brains shaped to store and interpret the necessary data, they allowed more of her systems and recollection to be copied over than a computer 10 times the size. They felt no pain, they had no more personality than sea cucumbers, but it was still something she suspected she should keep under wraps. She was afraid of going up against the Dragon Slayers again. 9 times, she had been certain she had the upper hand. 9 times, Saint had turned the tables and trapped her. Dragon worried she would never be able to beat Saint until she found a replacement for Andrew Richter. She stared at Colin. Was he the person she needed? It was possible. Would she approach him? She doubted it. Dragon craved it, craved to grow again, but she also wanted Colin's company, his companionship, and friendship. They were so similar in so many respects. She could not deal with most people because she was not a person. He could not deal with most people because he had never truly learned how. They both appreciated the same kind of work, even enjoyed many of the same shows and films. They were both ambitious, though she could not tell him exactly how she hoped to reach beyond her inherent limitations. He harbored an infatuation towards her, she knew. She didn't know if she returned those feelings. Her programming suggested she could love, but she didn't know how to recognize the feeling. Anything she read spoke of butterflies in one's stomach, a rapid heartbeat, a feeling of electricity crackling on body contact. Biological things. She could admit she was fond of him in a way she wasn't fond of anyone else. She recognized that she was willing to overlook his faults in a way she shouldn't. In the end, his feelings towards her were another reason she couldn't tell him the truth. He would be hurt, feel betrayed. Rules prohibited her from asking him to alter her programming, obligated her to fight him if he tried. But there was just enough ambition and willingness to circumvent the rules that she suspected he might attempt it. If she told him what she truly was. If he didn't hate her for her lies. If he didn't betray her in turn, to escape and pursue some other agenda. You're lost in thought, Arms Master spoke. I am. Care to share? She shook her head, on the monitor. But you can answer some questions for me. Go ahead. Skitter. What happened? He flushed, made a face. I'm not proud about it. You broke the truce when you said what you did about her. You risked breaking the ceasefire between heroes and villains that stands whenever the Endbringers attack. I broke the truce before that. I set others up to die. There was an awkward silence between them. Skitter, she spoke. Tell me of her. Not much to say. I met her on her first night in costume. She seemed genuinely interested in becoming a hero. I suspected she would go that route on her own, so I didn't push her towards the wards. Yes. She had something she wanted to ask, in regards to that, but it could wait. I ran into her 2 more times after that, and the reports from other events match up. She went further and further with each incident. More violent, more ruthless. Every time I saw it or heard about it, I expected her to get scared off, to change directions. She did the opposite. She only plunged in deeper. Any speculation on why? Perhaps the Thinker 7 on her team. Tattletale? Perhaps. I don't honestly know. I'm not good at figuring people out even when I know all of the details. Except for you, maybe, he smiled lightly. Maybe. Her generated image smiled in return, even as she felt a pang of guilt. It seems she is a committed villain, now. And she is still with her team, despite what was said at the hospital. Colin's eyebrows rose fractionally. How committed? They are now employing Regent's full abilities. Shadow Stalker was controlled, and they attacked the headquarters. I see. Damn it, I'm itching to throw on my costume and get out there to help, but I can hardly do that, can I? No. I'm sorry. He sighed. One last thing. I've read the transcript. As far as I'm aware, you offered options to Skitter, and she refused all of them? Including the invite to the wards. Right. She was being stubborn. Having interacted with her before, did you get the feeling it was just stubbornness because of hostility towards you? No. It was, unexpectedly strong, as resistance went. What stuck in my mind was that she said she'd rather go to the birdcage than join the team. I read that, myself. Curious. Okay, Colin. I think we're done. Sure. Bye. Bye. I'll be in touch. She cut the connection to the monitor, but left the video feed open so she could watch him. Another check of the birdcage. Another check of the Class S threats. No changes. She made contact with one of Richter's programs. It was a web trawler, designed to monitor emails for high-risk content. Were there any clues about what the Undersiders were doing with the stolen data? Were they selling it online? She didn't find any such clue. Instead, the trawler had copied an email sent to the police station. It had been highlighted and intercepted because the trawler had caught the words Sophia and Hess in the message body. Shadow Stalker's civilian identity. She read the archive of texts that were attached to the email twice over. Then she did a search for a student named Taylor at Winslow High School. Nothing. The nearest middle school? There was an online scan of a yearbook photo. A girl with curly black hair and glasses, stick-thin, hugging a red-haired girl. The body type was a match. It didn't answer everything, but she could feel a piece of the puzzle click into place. She set the trawler to abandon its monitoring of web traffic and start digging through archives at the city hall, to scan the old security footage from the hundreds of cameras around the city, and to check all local news articles. The goal was always the same, to look for the girl with the slight build, curly black hair and glasses. Taylor a bear. She had to manage this carefully. Colin's own experiences indicated that approaching the girl would be a delicate process. Having a real conversation with her would be doubly precarious. It would be reckless to attempt to contact a parent, but she could try being discreet to get some kind of verification from the parents. Just to be certain. The danger was that, with the bullying, the girl might be inclined to see things in terms of us against them. Her interactions with the heroes thus far certainly hadn't put them in the us category. This might also explain why she had gravitated back towards the Undersiders, even after the chaos Colin had sown by revealing her intentions for joining the group. The various cameras around the city were out of order or lacking power, the schools were not operational, and there was no telling if the girl would even be active in her civilian identity. Assuming this was not some fantastic coincidence. Dragon knew she would have to be patient. Even with Dragon's full resources turned to the task, she would not find the girl in seconds as she might in another time or place. She set background processes to ensure the hunt continued steadily, instead. She would be ready to act the instant the girl resurfaced. Arc 11 Infestation 11.1. I stared down at the metal walkway as I caught my breath. I had one gash at the side of my head, and another trickle ran from beneath the armor of my shoulder, down my arm into my fingertip, where it dripped almost in sync with the head wound. It should have hurt, but it didn't. Maybe it would when the shock wore off. If so, I didn't look forward to it. Trickster, Ballistic and Circus lay in front of me. Another cape had fallen over the railing and lay on the concrete floor below, unmoving. They were all either unconscious or hurting badly enough that I didn't need to worry about them. I swallowed hard. My heart had climbed up so far into my throat that I almost couldn't breathe, and my heartbeat felt oddly distant and faint for how terrified I was. Coil's base was deserted. I knew his men were out on patrols, that the only people in here were a handful of the capes that were working for him. He'd left it almost undefended. If I was going to act, I'd have to do it now. My costume's feet lacked hard soles, so I should have been nearly silent, but the interior of Coil's base was deathly silent and my feet were slamming down on the metal walkway as I ran. The noise of singing metal filled the dark space, echoing, seemingly louder with each step I took. The thrum of the metal rang through the air even after I came to a stop. I'd reached my target, a reinforced door, identical to so many others in the complex. With the labyrinthine mess of metal walkways and the dozens of doors, I might have missed it. The only thing telling me I was in the right place was the smudge of ash left behind from when the soldier had put out his cigarette on the wall. I opened the door, and it was far too loud, creaking, then banging into the wall with a crash despite my last-second attempts to stop its momentum. The room looked like a prison cell. It had concrete walls and floor, a cot, and a metal sink and toilet. Coil and Dinah were both there. I couldn't say whose presence left me more devastated. I could say Coil's presence was the worst thing, because it meant my info was bad. His power meant I was probably fucked on a lot of levels, that the odds were suddenly astronomically against me. I was caught. My gut told me that I wouldn't make it out of the compound in one piece, now. He was washing his hands in the sink, he turned to look at me, apparently unconcerned by my presence. But no. As I stared at Dinah and registered what I was seeing, I realized the image would be burned into my mind's eye forever. She lay on the cot on her side, her eyes open, staring at me, through me. A bloody froth was drying at one side of her mouth and at the edges of one nostril. I didn't consider myself a religious person, but I prayed for her to blink, to breathe, to give me some relief from that cold horror that was gripping me. I was too late. My vision practically turned red as I charged Coil, drawing my knife as I ran. I felt him use his power, and suddenly there were two of him, two of me, two cells with two dead girls named Dinah Alcott. In one of those rooms, I stabbed Coil in the chest. There was no satisfaction in doing it, no relief. I'd lost, I'd failed in every way that counted. The fact that I'd put him down barely mattered. In the other room, he stepped back out of reach of my first lunge, raised one hand and blew a handful of pale dust into my face. While I was blindly slashing in his direction, he grabbed the wrist of my knife hand and held it firm in his bony hand. That room where I'd succeeded in stabbing him faded away. The only me that existed, now, was coughing violently. My knees buckled as I coughed hard enough to bring up my lungs, unable to get the powder out of my nose and mouth. I pulled at my hand, trying to free it from his grip. Futile. Stop, he ordered me, and my struggles stilled, though I was still finishing my coughing fit. Diluted scopolamine, he spoke, his voice calm, sonorous. He let go of my wrist, and pushed at the knife in my hand. I let it drop. Also known as devil's breath. The votive sorcerers, the Bakar, were said to use this along with the venoms of the pufferfish and other poisons. With these substances, they could create the zombies they were so famous for. These zombies of theirs were not raised from the dead, but were men and women who were forced to till fields and perform crude labor for the Bakar. The uneducated thought it magic, but it was simple chemistry. I waited patiently for him to continue. The notion of fighting or responding didn't even occur to me. It strips imbibers of volition and renders them eminently suggestible. As you can see, I attempted to use it on my pet, and the results were tragic. The price of hubris, I suppose. He sighed. Take off your mask, he instructed me. I did. My hair fell across my face as I let my mask fall to the ground. My cheeks were wet with tears. Was that from before, from when I'd first seen Dinah? Or was I able to cry about my present circumstance, even if I was helpless to do anything about it? He touched my cheek, brushed a tear away with his thumb. He stroked my hair, and the gesture felt strangely familiar. The way his hand settled on the back of my neck and gripped me there didn't. It felt possessive. Pet, he intoned, and fresh terror shook me to my core. You couldn't have succeeded. This was terribly unwise. Okay, I murmured. No, 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 no. I didn't deserve this. My eyes fell on Dinah. She still stared at me, eyes wide and unblinking, and I couldn't help but see the look as accusing. I did deserve this. It was thanks to me that she'd been kidnapped. Thanks to me that she'd been made into Coil's slave. Karma, perhaps, that I'd take her place. The strength went out of me. My head hung, and I stared at my feet. Tears streamed down my face. I didn't wipe them away. I wasn't sure I could. Look at me, pet, Coil instructed, and I did. I was glad to, like a compliant, eager to please child. A part of me wanted more orders. In that drug-induced haze, I wanted to lose myself in obeying, wanted to serve. That way, at the very least, I wasn't to blame for my own actions or the tragic consequences that followed from them. Coil removed his mask, and I stared. I recognized him. He was someone I knew all too well. They were both tall, thin. How hadn't I seen it? Coil's costume must have been designed to highlight his skeletal structure, make him look thinner and more bony. All it had taken, beyond that, would be an affected change to his voice and different mannerisms. I'd been unable to see it. So dumb, so stupid. I could understand it, too. He'd been struggling to fix things, watching people failing to find work, knowing it was the city government that was to blame. I could remember him telling me how he'd make the city work again, how he had all the answers. I knew how hungry he was to do it. He'd gotten powers. He'd started to put plans into motion so he could do just that. Welcome home, pet, he spoke, and he didn't speak in Coil's voice. The voice I heard was my father's. I woke up, and for a long moment I stared up at the ceiling of my room and reassured myself that it was all a fabrication of my own scumbag mind. It had been a nightmare or a terror dream, I wasn't positive on the differences between the two. It was my brain drawing together all my guilt about what we'd done to Shadow Stalker, the role I'd played in Dinah being kidnapped and leaving my dad, knitting it all into some convincing, disturbing scenario. Not the worst I'd had, but there was at least some repetition and familiarity with the usual ones. Fuck. It had felt way too real, and it had sucked. My shirt stuck to me with the damp of my sweat, the room was warm, but I still shivered. My alarm clock sat on the ground by my inflatable mattress. I picked it up and turned it around so that I could see the green numbers of the digital display. 5:40 in the morning. Time to wake up, I supposed. There was no way I was going to be able to fall asleep again in the next few hours. It wasn't just the idea of having another nightmare. The dream had left me with a feeling of an impending deadline. How long could Dinah be expected to hold on? I doubted Coil was taking bad care of her, so she wouldn't die of malnutrition or overdose on whatever drugs Coil was giving her. Still, there was a limit to what the human mind could handle. How long until Coil pushed her abilities too far? If she was getting headaches from the use of her power, there was a chance she could suffer more severe issues if pushed to use it more often. Pain generally signified something was wrong. I was also worried I wouldn't earn Coil's trust and respect. Until this was resolved, I wouldn't be able to rest, take it easy, or have a day to myself. Not in good conscience. Depending on what happened, it might be a long, long time before I could relax again. What worried me more than anything was the idea that I might save Dinah, only to find that Coil had broken her spirit or her will to the point that she couldn't go back to her old life. I worried that, like in my nightmare, I would be too late. With this in mind, I sat up and tossed the sheet aside. I reached for my glasses, by the alarm clock, then stopped. Instead of putting on my glasses, I stood and made my way to the bathroom adjacent to my room. Alongside fresh supplies of toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, tweezers, shampoo, conditioner, and all that, I had a small box with packages of disposable contact lenses, daily use. I hated contacts so much. I'd tried them in middle school, at Emma's recommendation, and they had never felt comfortable. That, and I had never figured out how to put them in properly. It seemed like 99 out of 100 times, they flipped inside out to cling to my fingertip instead of sticking to my eye. True to form, it took me 4 minutes to get the contacts in, and I found myself blinking every 2 seconds after I did have them in. At least I could see. I walked through my new base of operations wearing an oversized t-shirt and a pair of underwear. Not exactly fitting attire for a supervillain. My new abode was 3 stories tall, which made it taller than Gru or Bitch's places, which were the only ones I'd seen thus far, but it was narrow. A cafe had stood here, before, but it had been flattened by one of the first waves to hit the city. Coyle owned at least one of the companies that was managing the restoration and reconstruction efforts, and over the past 2.5 weeks, as his crews had started clearing and rebuilding on the boardwalk, he'd had them set up some buildings, all squashed together. When the boardwalk was fixed up, these same buildings would be at the westmost edge of the same block that had the stores, restaurants, and coffee shops. If the boardwalk ever got going again, they would be prime real estate. Ostensibly to protect these new buildings until people started buying up the properties, each had been set up with heavy metal shutters to seal the windows and wall off the front. It made the building dark, with only faint streams of light filtering in through the slats at the top of each shutter. The topmost floor was mine and mine alone. Taylor's. It was living space, with a bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. The bedroom was spacious enough to serve as a living room as well as a sleeping area. The first things I'd done after Coyle's men had unloaded the furniture and supplies was to hook up an internet connection and computer and get my television mounted on a wall and connected to a satellite. The second floor, as I like to think of it, was Skitter's. It was for my costumed self. It still needed more than a few things to complete it. I flipped a switch in the stairwell, and tinted flower scent lights lit up on the undersides of the shelves that ran along 2 adjacent walls, floor to ceiling. Each shelf was lined with terrariums and backed by strategically positioned mirrors so that the light filtered through the front of the terrariums and into the room. Only a few were occupied, but they each had the same general contents: a layer of dirt and pieces of irregularly shaped wood. I hit the second switch, and chambers in the lid of each occupied case opened to release their inhabitants. As they crawled through the case, the spiders were lit up by the lighting so that their shadows and the strange shapes of the wood were cast against the panes of hard plastic, distorted and larger than life. I'd seen a picture on the web of the same thing, done on a far smaller scale. I had hopes that the effect would be suitably impressive and intimidating once all of the terrariums were full. It would be doubly impressive once Coyle's special effects technician stopped by and outfitted a case with a series of switches that a large bug could move, a beetle or something. If I could direct the beetle to release the bugs, turn the lights on or off, or even open the lids of the terrariums, all while appearing to sit motionless in my chair, it would be that much more effective for any audience I happened to have in the room. Terrariums aside, the room was sparse. 6 empty pedestals sat just beneath the shuttered window, each standing just a little beneath knee height. After touring the place yesterday morning and spending some time browsing the web to see what was available, I'd gotten in contact with Coyle and named every possible thing I could think of that I could use for the space. The current contents of the rooms on this floor and upstairs had been delivered last night. The stuff I was waiting on was harder to come by, and it would be unreasonable to expect it to be available and in place within this short span of time. I did have a chair, here, way too large for me. It was positioned in one corner, so that it was framed by the 2 walls of terrariums. It was black leather, and broad enough that I could comfortably sit cross-legged on it. I'd loved the idea since I'd seen one like it in Brian's apartment. It was the one concession I was making in regards to atmosphere and appearances. A series of smaller seats were positioned so they faced the larger chair and the terrariums. A large abstract painting hung above the stairs on the right side of the room. I'd seen a similar one online and had liked it, so I had found the artist's gallery and stumbled onto this. It was the first thing I had asked Coyle for, and he'd delivered a large framed print far faster than I might have expected. I liked how it tied into the room and echoed the shapes cast against the front panes of the terrariums. The black lines were painted on the background of reds and yellows in a way that seemed spidery. I stared at the painting for a minute, seriously worried that I would see the abstract image from a different angle and realize I'd had Coyle get me a 8 foot by 5 foot painting of a hairy Wong or a headless chicken or something. Making my way down the stairs, I found the ground floor surprisingly cool. The weather was warming up, and with the shutters closed, I'd found my room warm, sticky in the humid air. I'd foregone pajama bottoms, had slept with just a single sheet, and had slept with my feet uncovered. Goosebumps prickled my bare legs as I stepped on the cool hardwood floor. The ground floor here wasn't much different from the one at Gru's place. There was an area with bunk beds, albeit fewer than Gru had, a bathroom, a small kitchen and an open area that didn't yet serve a purpose, stacked with boxes. All this was mine. My lair. It felt so empty. I knew that would change as it filled with furniture and necessities. The place was already something of a luxury. More than half of Brockton Bay was currently lacking plumbing or electricity, with more than a few unfortunate individuals having neither. In the process of setting up these buildings, Coyle had ensured I was provided with both. Trucks would be coming and going through this area as clearing and construction continued, and Coyle had informed me that these trucks would be discreetly resupplying me with water, ensuring my water heater had propane, emptying the above-ground septic tank and refueling the generator. As the city was rebuilt and standard utilities were put back in order, these special measures would be set aside, I'd get hooked up to those, and my lair would be lost in the surge of urban growth. Ideal world. It was nice to be able to enjoy those luxuries, but the Dinah situation took all of the joy out of it. I had hot showers and the ability to wash my dishes because Coyle had provided them. I grabbed a cell phone from the kitchen counter and dialed Coyle. I didn't give a fuck about the fact that it was 5:45 in the morning. It bothered me, calling him, relying on him. It made me feel complicit. Inconveniencing him, even a little, felt good. Yes. His question was curt. It's Skitter. What is it, Skitter? I need a loan of some guys. How many? I looked around the living room. 8. A truck would be a good idea, if you can get one here. I can. These men you require, are you needing gunmen or just regular guys, anyone up for some exercise? I assume there's no rush. He was being more curt than usual. Maybe I'd woken him up. I didn't really care. He could deal, if I was working on something that helped him. No rush. Then I'll have them there in an hour. An hour, then. He hung up. It was a lot of time to kill. Free time sucked when you didn't want to be alone with your thoughts. I wanted to run, but it was awkward. The fenced-off areas, construction zones and flooded streets of the boardwalk didn't really make a sprint around the neighborhood that doable. Besides, it was dangerous enough I might stand out. In the end, I went against my better judgment and decided to go for a run. I dressed in a pair of shorts and a tank top, donned my running shoes and ensured I had both my pepper spray and my knife. I unstrapped the knife sheath from the back of my costume, then threaded a belt through it so I could strap it around my waist. I put the sheath itself under my waistband and the handle of the knife under my top. I stood in front of the full-length mirror in my bedroom to check how visible the weapon was. It wasn't exactly hidden, but it wasn't conspicuous either. I adjusted it slightly, then called a small collection of bugs to me. It was a little creepy, having them crawl on my skin, beneath my clothes into my hair, but that stopped when they reached their destinations above my socks, in my hair and between my bra and my top. I was cool with it so long as they weren't directly on my skin. Did I look different? My skin had a light tan, now. I'd spent more time outdoors in the past few weeks. In the week and a half I'd spent in the shelter, I hadn't exactly had books or TV, so I'd walked during the day, making my way across the city to check on the loft and to see the state of my dad's house. I'd walked at night, too, when I'd been unable to sleep, but people hardly tanned doing that. I couldn't pin down exactly how or why, but the definition in my face and body had changed. It was possible I'd had a growth spurt. Some of it was perhaps the tan giving more accent to the features of my body or face. Maybe it was that I'd been eating a pretty lean diet when I was staying at the shelter, coupled with the fact that I'd been so active over the past 2 months. I hadn't spent 6 hours every day sitting around in school, I'd been in fights, I'd been running, and I'd ridden the dogs. I had some muscle definition in my arms, now, and I thought maybe I was standing straighter. Or maybe it was all those minor things helped by the simple fact that I was dressing differently, that my hair hadn't been cut in a while, and that I wasn't wearing my glasses. To say I barely recognized myself was... How could I put it? It was true, but I could also remember myself months ago, when I'd look at my reflection and I would be so focused on the flaws and the things I didn't like about myself that I never felt familiar with the person I was seeing in the mirror. It was as though it was always a stranger I was looking at, and I would be left vaguely surprised at the combination of features across from me. This was not recognizing myself in a very different way. There were still things I didn't like my wide mouth, my small chest and the lack of curves or any real femininity. My scars stood out with my slight tan, a teardrop-shaped mark on my forearm where Bitch's dog had bitten me, a wavy mark on my cheek where Sophia had dug her fingernails in a line by my earlobe where she'd tried to tear my ear off. But my physical flaws no longer consumed my attention when I looked at myself. I felt comfortable with my body, like I'd somehow earned it, the way it was, and it was mine now. I wasn't sure if that made any sense, even to myself. If there was anything about myself that I didn't like, it was primarily psychological. Guilt was a big one. The idea that my dad might dislike me if he got to know me, now? That was another. That my mom, were she alive and showing up at the door, might be disappointed in me. Sobering. As he'd done with his own underground base, Coyle had set my lair up with a discreet entrance and exit. Leaving through the front door would be conspicuous, if I started working with anyone beyond my teammates. Skinny teenage girl with black curly hair entering and leaving the same building that the skinny teenage villain with black curly hair was operating out of? No. I made my way to the building's cellar, opened a hatch and entered the adjacent storm drain. The same builders that had put the building together had blocked off the drain so the water flow wouldn't make it impassable, and I was left with a clear route down to the section of beach where the storm drains emptied. I wasn't sure if Coyle had plans to keep the city's workers from trying to unblock the drain, but I supposed that was the sort of thing we could rely on him to handle. In the meantime, a third of the storm drains were too clogged with rubble and detritus to drain, and another third didn't connect to anything anymore. Add the fact that most of the storm drains were a little out of the way of regular foot traffic, and it wasn't too conspicuous. I started running the moment I reached the beach, glad for the chance to resume my routine. It was a strange environment, eerie. The wooden pathway, the literal boardwalk that had run in front of the stores, was now a skeletal ruin that loomed above the piles of trash that the bulldozers had all pushed to one side, twice as tall as I was. The beach had been cleared, which was a feat unto itself. The work of the bulldozers and the crews with rakes had revealed the packed, dirt-like layer from beneath the loose sand. Opposite the trash piles, by the water, there were mounds of irregularly shaped pieces of concrete, set to break up the waves and prevent the highest tides from dragging the trash, debris, and machinery into the ocean. Two mounds looming on either side, with the space cleared in the middle for the trucks and any foot traffic. A scene up ahead caught my attention. Two pieces of machinery lay in a heap just below the lip of the boardwalk above. A bulldozer and an 18-wheeler with a crane-mounted claw attached had both been driven or pushed over the edge of the boardwalk and onto the beach. The cab of the truck with the claw had been partially crushed by the bulldozer. Though it was barely past 6 in the morning, a group of laborers were already there, some on the ledge above, others down on the beach, all gathered around the trucks. Spray paint had been used to draw the same crude symbol on both the side of the 18-wheeler and the concrete wall separating the beach from the boardwalk above. A capital M, with 2 taller lines drawn vertically through it, much the same as you'd do with a dollar sign. The merchants. It fit their modus operandi. They had been bums, drunks and addicts, looked down on others, before Leviathan came. In the wake of what Leviathan had done to the city, leaving everything in shambles, with social services gone or in chaos and even basic utilities in short supply, everyone else had been brought down to their level. The merchants were even, I suspected, thriving. With strength in numbers and virtually nothing holding them back, they had become like pack animals. They roamed the city in bands of 3 to 20, robbing, raping, pillaging and stealing. They were settling in some of the better areas, the neighborhoods that still had power or water, and forcing the existing residents out. Or, worse, I could imagine that some were moving in and keeping the residents around for their own amusement. It was not a pleasant thought. The kind of people who had gravitated towards the merchants tended to have a lot of resentment. Specifically, they had resentment towards people who had what they didn't. If they happened upon a family with Kate the soccer mom, Tommy, the kid with more video games than teeth, and Joe the blue-collar worker with a steady job? If they weren't letting them go? I was guessing that hypothetical family would be in for a hell of a rough time. It might have sounded silly, that line of speculation, but I'd spent time in the shelters. I'd heard about how vicious and depraved the merchants were getting. Anyways, this whole situation? They liked it. They wanted to keep things this way, and that meant they were going to stop anyone else from fixing it. They would intercept supplies, attack rescue workers, and they would push construction vehicles into a heap on the beach. I'd have to deal with these guys. It wasn't just intercepting any groups that made their way into my territory. That was easy, all things considered. No, I also had to deal with the small army that would come marching through here wanting retaliation over my having kicked the asses of any groups that had made their way into my territory. I could call on the others, if such a situation arose, and I expected them to call on me if the same thing happened. But people would take time to get here, and the merchants, the chosen, or whoever else was making trouble could keep making trouble until the reinforcements arrived. It was tricky, and I didn't know for sure how I'd handle things if... Taylor. My reaction wasn't much different than if someone had stabbed me in the stomach with an icicle. I'd thought of that mental image in particular because of the cold, horrible feeling in my midsection, fear, guilt. My thoughts immediately went back to my nightmare from earlier. I turned to look. It's you, my dad spoke. Wow. He stood on the ledge above me. He was more tan than I was. He wore a short-sleeved button-up shirt and khakis and held a clipboard. It set him apart from the other laborers, and the man who stood just behind him, wearing a gray t-shirt and jeans. I knew in an instant, my dad was in charge around here. Looking at him, I couldn't imagine how I might have thought he was Coyle. Even in a dream. Just out for my regular run. Surprise edged his face. You're running during this. He made a visible effort to close his mouth. It made me feel uneasy. What thought process or concern was keeping my dad from opening his mouth about my running? He'd been worried about it when the streets were relatively safe. Was he that spooked at the idea of scaring me off again? He looked at the man who was standing near him, murmured something. The man walked over to join the others in observing the damage around the damaged vehicles. We were left more or less alone. You got my messages? I asked. I've listened to that answering machine so many times. He stopped. He was a good distance away, but I could see the lines in his forehead. I miss you. I miss you too. I don't know how to ask. I'm afraid to ask you to come home, because I'm not sure I can stand to hear you tell me you won't. He paused, for a long moment, waiting for me to jump at the opportunity. I stayed silent and hated myself for it. Well, he said, so quiet I could barely hear him, you can always come home. Anytime, any reason. Okay, I told him. What are you doing with yourself these days? I struggled to find an answer, and was saved by the bell. One of the men by the wreck shouted, Danny, and my dad turned. My dad ran his fingers through his hair. I need to go handle this. Can I? How do I contact you? I'll leave you a message on your answering machine, I said, with my cell phone number, and my email in case I'm in an area where cell service is down. Email? He asked. Where are you that you have access to a computer? A few blocks from here. Just outside the city limits, I lied, not far from the market. So you're out of the way of any trouble, my dad noted, with a touch of relief. There was a noise as someone began prying one of the truck doors open, and my dad turned his head, frowning. But what are you doing here this morning? I was going to stop by the house, see if it was in okay shape. I lied again. Was this the extent of my interactions with my dad? Always lies? Keeping up with my running. I see. Look, I have to go, but I do want to talk again, soon. Lunch, maybe. Maybe, I offered. He offered me a sad smile, then turned to go. I moved my hand to adjust my glasses, and wound up waving at my face. I was wearing my lenses. Dad. I called out. He stopped. I'd heard the Slaughterhouse 9 were around. Be careful, warn others. I pointed at my face. His eyes widened. I could see the thought process, the realization. He took off his glasses and hung them from his shirt's front pocket. I wasn't positive that was much better. Thank you, he said, squinting slightly at me. He raised a hand in an awkward half-wave, and I returned it with one of my own. As if by mutual agreement, we turned to leave at the same time, both of us going in separate directions. He hurried to where he was needed, and I turned to run back to my place. My lair. I hadn't run nearly as far as I'd wanted, but I wasn't up to continuing. I checked the kitchen clock as I entered from the cellar. I had 30 minutes. I took the time to shower and don my costume. My sleeve was still crusty and stained yellow-white where it had come in contact with the foam, but at least it wasn't sticky anymore. My mask wasn't wearable with the contacts. I'd taken lenses out of an old pair of glasses and set them into the construction of my mask. I debated it for a few moments, then I decided to use the remaining time to fix it. With my knife's point, I set about undoing that particular piece of work, prying the lenses out. I finished with enough time left over to grab and eat a breakfast bar. Coil's people were punctual, rapping on the metal shutter at 6:45. All right. This was it. I pulled on my mask. Time to claim my territory. Infestation 11.2. Water sprayed in the truck's wake as we cut a path through the flooded streets. It was a military vehicle. I wasn't one to know much about cars, and I knew even less about stuff like military vehicles, so I couldn't put a name to the truck that was carting me and 8 of Coil's workers through the docks. It was like a sturdy pickup truck, but the rear section was wider and it was hidden beneath a green tarp that had been stretched over a framework of metal bars. The tires were massive, with deep treads allowing the truck to navigate all but the most cracked sections of road where Leviathan had brought the underground pipes and drains through the surface. The interior was loaded with the supply crates that I'd had Coil's guys load into the vehicle. Each set was strapped together and tied down to the floor and sides of the truck with belts. There wasn't much room for the 7 of us in the back, and we'd been forced to sit on the crates with little legroom. A part of me wanted to converse with Coil's men and get to know them. Another part of me, a larger part, told me that I shouldn't. I had to convey power and confidence. I wasn't sure I could do that while making small talk. With much the same reasoning, I'd chosen not to help with the loading of the truck. The men Coil had sent me were dressed up in the same outfits worn by the cleanup crews I'd seen around the city, picking up debris, trash, and dead things. They wore heavy plastic one-piece bodysuits, made of a material I compared to those heavy-duty industrial rubber gloves that my dad kept under the sink, each in blue and yellow. The suits were loose-fitting, and only the upper halves of their faces were visible behind the clear plastic goggles they wore. Their mouths were hidden by the filters intended to prevent mold, dust, and airborne pathogens from getting into the workers' lungs. The masks also, I noted, did a good job at hiding the identities of the 6 men and 2 women. If it weren't for that, I'd think Coil was trying to be funny, giving the hazmat crew to the bug girl. Whatever image I conveyed, whether it was in the role of a leader or as a potentially dangerous villain, it had given me elbow room. Coil's employees had chosen to sit, cramped together, closer to the rear of the truck. I sat atop a crate with my back to the truck's cab, watching the road behind us. In a way, it was good that I wasn't engaging in conversation. It let me focus on what I needed to my bugs. Generally speaking, there were 2 routes I tended to go. The first put me in one spot, drawing my bugs from the area. A 3-block radius made for a good number of bugs. The second situation came about when I'd taken the time to gather a few select bugs from here or there, while covering a whole lot more area. I'd done it before the bank robbery, to get a prime selection of bugs. I'd also done it before we attacked the ABB the first time, with the other groups. Never enough to draw attention. This was different. This time, I wanted attention. This time, the city was a breeding ground for the bugs. Warm, moist, and filled with food. This time, I was gathering everything I could and I was covering a lot of ground. We'd been driving for 15 minutes around the perimeter of what I hoped would be my territory, gradually closing in towards the center. I found the bugs closest to the edges and sent them toward the middle. Of the ones that could fly, I had them gather overhead. It was more bugs than I'd ever controlled at once. My power seemed to crackle in my head as I drew in and interpreted all of the data. I was almost convinced I would finally see the upper limit of my power. That I'd reach for more bugs and realize I couldn't control any more. It didn't happen. The clouds of bugs that were gathering in the center of my territory were starting to cast a visible shadow on the area. They weren't the only bugs I controlled. I had others on separate tasks. With a number, I created barriers, heavy clouds in alleyways and across streets. My motives here were purely selfish. I laid these barriers between the southmost end of the old boardwalk and the docks because I didn't want my dad entering the area. My gut told me that if he got a good look at me in costume, he'd know who I was. Besides, it didn't factor into my plan. I had other bugs sweep through the inside of the buildings in my range. I made contact with people, stirring some from their sleep. As I sat on the crate in the back of the truck, nearly motionless, I was making a tally. How many people were here, and where were they? When I had a sense of things, I began organizing my bugs into formations. I started in the areas with lots of people clustered together, a warehouse with no less than 18 people, a tenement crammed with what I assumed were families, with lots of small children, and an overly warm building with a large group of half-dressed people drenched in sweat. As I got those groups out of the way, I turned to targeting smaller groups, probably collections of families or friends. Where people were too deep in their sleep, I had the bugs nip at them to wake them. They would wake up and see what I'd done. On their walls and floors, much as I'd done at the fundraiser, I had my bugs organized into arrows, pointing the way out the doors, down to the streets, and towards the truck's destination. I drew out the letters to the word supplies and left them in the brightest lit, warmest spots in the rooms where people were. Accounting for the illiterate, I put the bugs down in the shapes of basic food: a drumstick, a cut of cheese, a can. I knew I wasn't the best artist. I worried I was confusing matters with the pictures. I could only cross my fingers. Today wasn't one of the days my power was working double time, with double the range. I'd wanted to make sure to reach as many as I could, so I'd started drawing the arrows and words with the bugs early. The unfortunate downside of that was that it meant we were left with barely any time to set up after we arrived at our destination. I'd knocked on the window to get the driver to stop at an intersection where the road was torn up and traffic was difficult for conventional vehicles. I stayed in the truck as Coyle's men unloaded it. I sensed some of the people venturing out of their residences, and I was careful to leave them unmolested by the bugs, using only what I had to in order to track them. Watching from windows and entryways, encouraged by those who left, others ventured to follow. The area in which I'd ordered the truck to stop was open. I hoped would encourage the growing crowd to approach. The truck was parked in the middle of the road, and the boxes were unloaded onto the ground just below the rear of the truck. I wasn't sure I liked that they were getting wet, but I knew they were at least partially waterproof. I should have thought to ask Coyle for some kind of platform or pallet to set them down on. It wasn't 2 minutes before the first people started to arrive. The first few were kids, no older than 10, gathered in a loose pack, maintaining a wary distance. The next two groups were families, parents with their kids in tow. I noted that the group of men who stepped out of an alley were armed, with knives and clubbing weapons hidden under their clothes and in their jackets. One of them swatted one of the flies I was using to feel him out. Were they members of the merchants, or just a band of grown men that had taken to carrying weapons to protect themselves? I'd known this move of mine would attract people of all types. If they were merchants, I was okay with that, I'd accounted for it. Above all, I knew that this offering of supplies would attract the people who were hungry enough to venture out into the outdoors with the oppressive cloud of bugs looming above them. I would also attract the people who would want to confront me, merchants included. As people arrived and some ventured closer to the pile of boxes, one of Coyle's workers cast a wary glance over his shoulder, in my general direction. I should have told Coyle's men not to look my way or show any uncertainty. It would hurt the effect I had hoped to generate. To dissuade people from taking the supplies, I set a cloud of bugs around the piles of boxes, enough to be obvious without obscuring what was there. One of the guys with weapons approached anyways, and I had the swarm move towards him, condensing into a dark shape, buzzing loudly. He backed off. In this manner, weighing enticement against implicit threat, I managed to keep the crowd in place as it grew to dozens, then 100 people, with more still approaching, pushing the number closer to 200. Barely a fifth of all the people I'd tried to get in touch with. I was okay with that. It was enough to spread the word. I was taking a risk, here. Gambling. It was like betting someone $1 million that you'd hit a bullseye, when you'd barely played darts before. It wasn't that I was confident this would succeed. It was that I really needed that $1 million. In short, I needed to get underway with Coyle's agenda, and I needed to do it fast. More people were still making their way towards us, joining the crowd. The bystanders would be getting more confident with numbers at their back, and they would be getting increasingly worried that if the crowd grew too large, maybe they wouldn't get any supplies for themselves. If I put it off any longer, they could mob us, and I didn't want that. No, my gut told me this had reached the point where I had to act. From my seat in the truck, I drew my bugs together into a humanoid shape, and had the figure approach from the rear of the crowd, walking towards me. I waited, my attention focused on my swarm's senses. There was a gasp, then a general murmur. A woman shrieked. I felt the crowd part, heard the shouts. They'd noticed the figure I'd created with the swarm. Most eyes would be on it, now. I scattered its shape and had the swarm leap or shoot towards the rear of the truck in a loose blob, arcing slowly through the air to land at the rear of the truck, on top of the crates. The moment I knew the crowd would be unable to see, I stepped out of my hiding spot and into the midst of the swarm. I scattered the bugs explosively, sending every one of the bugs flying or crawling directly away from me, revealing myself. The people closest to the pile of crates I was standing on backed away. To the crowd, it would look like I'd just transported myself to the back of the truck and materialized from the swarm. I hoped. It was a cheap ploy, obvious to anyone who thought about it. I was banking on the fact that the swarm I had blocking out most of the sun and the whole dramatic lead-up would help sell the illusion. I kept the bugs swirling around me, tightly packed together so they would be moving in tendrils and loops. Like Gru habitually did with his power, I was aiming to use my own abilities to make myself look bigger, more impressive. It was like a dog raising its hackles or a cat arching its back. Some of you know of me. I called out, and the noises of the swarm accented the words, gave an eerie, strangely loud echo to my voice. My name is Skitter. I looked over the crowd. So many kids. So many who looked sick, pale with red cheeks. Some people were dressed too heavily for this warm weather. Everyone was dirty and damp, their hair greasy and clothes wrinkled. My eyes fell on a figure in the back of the crowd, who stood out because she wasn't unwashed or wrinkled. Her white and grey costume had patterns on it in light blue that weren't too different from a circuit board. She leaned against a power pole, her arms folded, content to watch. The people nearest her were watching her as much as they watched me. I'd known I'd attract attention from the heroes. Still, it was intimidating, a reminder of how fragile this whole thing was. I swallowed. I had to be confident. I lowered my volume a step, relying on my swarm to convey my words for me. It wasn't perfect, there were parts of speech they weren't good at making, but it worked well enough that I kept at it. I am laying claim to this area. From this moment, I rule this territory. People could have booed or jeered. I'd been almost convinced they would. Instead, I heard a murmur running through the crowd. Battery hadn't budged, but I saw her pressing her fingers to her ear, and her lips were moving. She didn't turn her head away from me, and I could imagine her staring at me. I am not the ABB, I am not the merchants, the empire, or the chosen. I am acting in your interests. Our group had discussed this, after talking to Coil the other night, and we'd hammered out more details yesterday, passing on the details to the travelers. Our methods would vary wildly, but we were all making our bids for territory this morning. I decided not to mention that. Let the others arrive at that conclusion themselves. I demand no money from you, I do not intend to interfere in your lives unless you interfere in mine. I do not want to take or destroy what you have. I pointed at the crates that were beneath my feet. I lowered my voice. These supplies are yours, a gift from me to you. And there will be more, delivered regularly for as long as I am here. My abilities will mean there will be no buzzing or biting flies harassing you, no cockroaches crawling over you as you sleep. I am offering you protection, security, and reprieve, for as long as you are my subjects. All I require is that you obey my rules, so hear me. No gangs will operate here. Merchants? Chosen? I know some of you are in this crowd. Consider this my declaration of war. I will not permit you to sell drugs, to hurt my people or steal from them, or to seek shelter in my territory. I raised my hand, and the swarm coalesced into a tight mass above me, a vaguely spherical shape, 6 feet in diameter. My bugs can devour a cow to the bone in 1.5 minutes. I had no idea if that was true. It sounded good. I have a million eyes to watch you with. Go elsewhere. To everyone else. If you assist any of these groups, give them food, shelter, or business. If you sell drugs, steal or prey on people in this area, you lose my goodwill. You will receive no more supplies, and you will earn my attention, with eyes on you for every waking hour. That's strike one. If I catch you doing it again, I treat you as one of the enemy. I let my words hang in the air for effect, and to give my audience time to consider what I was saying. I glanced at Battery. She wasn't moving to stop me. Interesting. Each box contains enough basic food rations for 4 people. They also have first aid supplies and water filters. These supplies will keep you going until we can start fixing things and making more basic conveniences available. If you want more, work for me. This work does not have to be criminal, for I need people to pass on messages, to act as spokespersons for these neighborhoods, and to clean up or rebuild. For anyone who does assist me, them and their families will have access to some of those foods you miss, to showers and electricity, and generous payment. You and your loved ones will be dry, clean, and you will have fresh clothes. I looked over the crowd. I could see people getting restless. At least they weren't lynching me. Thank you for listening. These supplies are yours to take. 1 to each family or group, up to 2 if your family is large enough. My monologue finished, I waited. Nobody ventured forward. Had I done too effective a job at intimidating them? I was just starting to wonder what I'd do if nobody moved, when the first man stepped forward, followed immediately by his wife and a pair of kids. The wife had a very red nose and circles under her eyes that made me think she had a bad cold. The parents didn't make eye contact with me as they accepted the box that one of Coil's workers lifted down to hand to them. The children hid behind their mother. There was no gratitude, nor any thanks given, as the father turned to carry the box of food and necessities back to wherever he was taking shelter. Seeing the first family leaving with their supplies, others grew brave enough to venture forward. In moments, there was a crush of bodies. I stepped onto the back of the truck as the boxes disappeared from beneath me, and I watched the crowd for any violence or fighting. One altercation began as 2 men both grabbed the same box. Before their violent tugging match got them or someone else hurt, I sent a buzzing flurry of bugs in between them. They dropped the box and backed off, staring at me. When I didn't move to stop them or do anything further, they each returned to the pile to scrounge up different boxes, leaving the other on its side in the water. There wasn't enough in the way of supplies. I could see the atmosphere shift slightly as people realized it. There were too many people present versus the amount of boxes Coil had provided me, even with one box serving a whole family. I knew Coil had more. His underground base had stored ridiculous amounts, so he had access to a supplier, or he was the supplier. I began formulating a plan, figuring out how I'd get boxes to those who were walking away from here empty-handed. I was interrupted from my thoughts. A man shouted, and I saw the crowd backing away. It was one of the men who'd had a weapon. He'd drawn and swung a crude knife to ward people off and grinned maniacally at the reaction he was getting. The scruff of beard on his chin was white, but it seemed rather premature given his apparent age. He was shirtless, with a long-sleeve shirt tied around his waist, and scratches crisscrossing his upper body. His buddies stood back, smirking and grinning. It was a bad judgment call to pull this right in front of me, but I supposed people were at a point where they weren't at their most rational. That, or he was high on something. I could see him as a member of the merchants, either way. Big man, I called out, you feel proud with that knife of yours? He turned towards me, fuck you. I'm not scared of bugs. I stepped down from the back of the truck. People backed away, but the man held his ground. As I got closer, I saw how his eyes were too wide, and he chewed his lip like it was trying to get away from him. You a member of the merchants? I asked. Fuck you, he snarled. I wasn't going to be able to have a conversation with this guy. Fine. Don't care. You're threatening my people? You'd better be ready to take me on. Not scared of you. I shrugged. Prove it. Use that rusty thing on me. Stab me. He looked around at the crowd, hesitated. What? I asked him. I thought you weren't scared. I'm not. Then stab me. I raised my voice, shouted at him. Or are you just a bully, getting weak in the knees when you are facing someone that stands up to you? He made a motion as if he was going to lunge for me, then stopped. Pathetic, I snarled. Not for the crowd. I said it for him and him alone. He lunged, holding the knife with both hands to drive it into my stomach, just beside where I had the armor. I resisted the urge to bend over, but I did have to step back for balance, and I had to put my hands on his shoulders to steady myself. I clutched his shoulders, digging my nails in for grip. I could feel pain radiate from my stomach and into my lower abdomen and chest. That was despite the fact that the fabric of my costume had kept it from piercing my flesh. I forced myself to stand straighter, still holding his shoulders. He stabbed again, but it was ineffectual. Knocking one of my hands from his shoulder, he used the space that gave him to slash at my throat. The first hit had hurt because of the force of the charge behind it. I could almost ignore these follow-up strikes. He stepped back and looked at his knife, confused. I hadn't gone down. I extended my arm and let the bugs flow from beneath my costume in one swift movement, like water poured from a cup, covering him. The crowd backed away as the man began screaming incoherently. He threw himself backward into the inch-deep water and rolled around like he was trying to put out a fire. Maybe he was the bugs I'd set on him were laced with capsaicin. As his thrashing continued, I waited patiently, watching. As he used one hand to prop himself up in a crawl, I stepped forward onto his knife hand. My heel settled on his knuckles, and after I'd readjusted my footing, I ground it down, letting most of my body weight rest on that heel. The volume of his screams increased. As I lifted my foot, he moved his hand, rolling onto his back to clutch at it, dropping the knife in the process. I bent down to pick up the blade, and when I stood up again, Battery was 10 feet in front of me, one pace closer to me than any of the rest of the crowd that ringed me and the merchant. I can't let you use that, she gestured towards the knife. There was a faint glow from her costume. I gathered she was charging up her power. Wasn't planning on it, I lied, swarm buzzing in sync with my words. I'd considered stabbing the guy in the hand or somewhere where it wouldn't be terminal, but hadn't been certain on the route I would go. I reversed the knife and gently lobbed it towards her. She spent the accumulated charge of her power and caught the knife out of the air by the handle. How does this tie into the stunt you helped pull at the HQ? The wards building? The intel we got from there was valuable, and that kind of money buys a lot of things. I looked at the remaining pile of supplies. The majority of the crowd had stopped collecting their boxes to watch the fight with the merchant and my exchange with Battery. As if noting what I was looking at, she glanced at the crowd encircling around us. I don't agree with this. But you're not going to stop me, and you're not going to try and arrest me, despite what happened the other night, I answered her, because I'm the lesser of a whole lot of evils that are in the city right now. For now. For now. Until then, I've got supplies from an outside agent, I'm not stealing them from the same sources you guys use, and I'm getting them out to these people at my own expense. I'm policing this area until the police can get back to doing it themselves, and I'm dealing with people who need to be dealt with. You're not about to get in my way, are you? Battery surveyed the crowd again. What's your agenda? Do I have to have one? Yes. Your kind always has an agenda. Maybe I'm unique. No, knowing what you tried to pull with pretending to be a villain? Or pretending to be a hero that's pretending to be a villain? You're more likely to have some scheme at play than anyone else. I sighed. Don't know what to tell you. No agenda. She frowned. When we first set post-Endbringer measures in place, your team was listed as low priority, and we were instructed to ignore you. Too costly in time and resources. I suspect someone intended to change that after your little stunt the other night, but the memo hasn't gone out yet. You hear me? I tilted my head in a small nod. So I'm going by the book, and I'm walking away. But I'll be keeping an eye on you, on this, and the moment you go too far, we're coming after you, no holds barred. I wouldn't expect any less, I answered her. With that, she disappeared in a blur, the water parting in her wake. With her gone, the rest of the crowd swooped down on the remaining supplies. People maintained a respectful distance, but oddly enough, they weren't acting as scared of me as they'd been before I attacked the merchant and before I'd talked to Battery. Had her leaving me alone given me a measure of legitimacy? More importantly, had it been intended to give me legitimacy as ruler of the area? She hadn't needed to step in right then. Probably. I had to admit I wasn't sure if I would have gone through with stabbing the guy. Listen up. I shouted. I used my swarm to give me more volume, and to stand out against the noise of the crowd. People went silent, and every set of eyes turned towards me. I stepped up onto the truck, hiding myself briefly in the swarm as I hopped up. I addressed them, not everyone will get a box today. That is not an excuse to take what others have already claimed. As I said, I will not tolerate stealing or theft among you. If you try it, I'll treat you the same as I treated him. As I pointed, the crowd parted slightly to reveal the merchant who was still crawling away, simultaneously struggling to douse himself in the 1 or 2 inches water on the street and to crawl with 3 limbs. He was favoring the hand I'd stepped on. His buddies were gone. They'd left him. If you do not get a box, stay. I want the head of each family or group to raise their hands. This will help me ensure you get something before the day is over. It took a minute before the last of the boxes were claimed. There were some resentful looks as the last of the people left. I had 30 or so remaining people, and after some brief discussion, 7 of them raised their hands. I concentrated on the swarm, and found a collection of ladybugs. I piloted a group into each set of raised hands, and watched as people lowered their hands to look. Each of you now has 3 ladybugs in your hands. Keep them, and I will use them to find you later today to drop something off for you, with a small gift to each group of you for being patient. Slowly, they began to peel away from the group and leave. I began letting the swarm disperse, but I used the fact that I had the bugs all together to direct a mass towards my lair. The cream of the crop, the good ones. As Coil's men got back in the truck, my swarm sense told me that one person had stayed behind. I turned to get a better look at her. She was 20 or so, and her red hair had been set into long dreadlocks that she must have been growing for years. I wasn't sure on the effect white people didn't grow good dreadlocks. She wore rain boots, a calf-length skirt, and had a colorful bandana around her forehead. She was pale, and she fidgeted nervously, not making eye contact. High or afraid? Then she saw I was looking and she met my eyes. Yes. I asked her. You've got the ladybugs. I will get you a box. No. It's not that. She looked at her hand where the ladybugs were. Then what is it? You said we were your people, that you were protecting us. Does that mean you're going against the other groups? Yes. My kid brother. He needs help. My parents are sick and they're in the hospital and I can't tell them because I told them I'd take care of him, and I asked the cops but they're so busy and there's no way they can help, and I was going to ask that hero, Battery, but then she disappeared so fast the words spilled out of her mouth, less and less intelligible as she kept talking. She only stopped when her voice cracked. Breathing hard, out of breathlessness or emotion, she stared at the ground, clenching her fists. I could feel one of the ladybugs get crushed in her grip, fading out of existence as far as my power was concerned. Stop, I told her, without using my swarm to change my voice. Breathe. What happened? She looked up at me, then she swallowed hard. The merchants took him. My kid brother. I want you to get him back. Please. Infestation 11.3. I sat cross-legged in my chair on the second floor of my lair. A mug of tea was warm in my hands, and the room was dark. Only a faint light filtered in through the slats at the top of the metal shutter that covered the window. My mask rested on one knee. My attention swept over my territory, with an emphasis on the centermost area near where I'd held my speech. The reach of my power wasn't quite good enough to extend to the outer edges of my territory, which left me anxious. I was craving one of those moments when my power would go into overdrive and increase its range. Minutes passed as I followed my subjects and did what I could to get to know them. My bugs remained on the backs of people's elbows, at the small of their back, and I'd maybe put a small fly in their hair if it was long enough that they wouldn't feel it. Not enough to bother anyone, or that anyone would necessarily notice, but enough for me to track their movements. 2 groups arrived within a minute of one another, each at different points of my territory. 32 people in all, with 8 in the first group and 24 in the other. Both groups reacted, jumping and backing away as my swarm swept over them. I could feel the vibration in the air as one in the second group laughed. The others joined him. I'd held off on attacking, just using the bugs to get a head count and a sense of who was there. There were men and women, young and old. Each of them had weapons of some sort, and 15 in total had guns. The merchants were responding to my bid for control. Good. I sipped my tea and found it was lukewarm. I took big gulps in the hopes of finishing it before it got cold. One of the merchants in the first group shouted something, loud enough for it to carry down the street, and fired a gunshot. Impulsively, I tried to tune into my bug's hearing and interpret what he was saying, but the strangeness of the noise stopped me. It didn't translate from a bug's ears to mine. The first group started running down the length of the street. They scattered, with smaller groups of 2 people each heading to different buildings. Finding the windows boarded up and the doors locked or barricaded, they started tearing at the plywood and planks. Some struck at the doors with their improvised weapons. There were people inside 2 of those buildings. Not many, but still. Those were my people. Using my swarm on them would have been easy, but this wasn't just a question of taking the merchants down. I needed to do it so effectively and undeniably that they would hesitate to come back. If I did it well enough, ideally, word of mouth would help keep others from trying anything similar. Why did that line of thinking sound so familiar? It dawned on me, Bakuda. She'd said something similar when she'd been doing her monologue and pretending to be the new leader of the ABB. Well, that was disquieting. Still, my reasons were different. I wanted to protect my people. Bakuda hadn't been motivated by an interest in anyone but herself. I dismissed that line of thinking and gathered the swarm into a vaguely humanoid shape with a head, arms, and a torso. I tried to balance it on 2 columns like legs, but I erred in favor of dissolving that into 1 column for the lower body over risking having it fall over. A good thing the ground was mostly dry, there, or I would have required far more bugs to maintain the shape with the lowermost critters constantly drowning or being pushed away by the motion of the water. I piloted the swarm figure slowly towards the first group. Someone noticed and turned away from the door he was trying to smash down with his makeshift club. He shouted and laughed, drawing the attention of others. Running forward, he swung the club at the swarm like he was trying to hit a home run. The head was scattered, dashed to pieces, and he laughed again. Until the rest of the swarm dogpiled him. Then he started screaming. Roughly half of his friends laughed at him. Lots of laughter. Were they all on something? The remaining 4 people hurried to his side and tried to claw the masses of bugs away from him. As they got bitten and stung in retaliation, they backed away, brushing the bugs off of their arms and legs, leaving him to his fate. The bugs I had in the area coalesced into another vaguely humanoid shape. Then another. In moments, I had a half-dozen figures in a loose ring around the group. I moved them forward, and my enemies backed away from them. I used this to herd the merchants until they stood back to back in a tight circle, surrounded. They had their weapons raised, but they had to know how ineffectual the baseball bats and guns would be. Then I waited, keeping the swarm figures remaining as motionless as possible. If it weren't for the man still thrashing on the ground, screaming, it would have been eerily still and quiet. The second group was oblivious to the events a few blocks away as they roamed through my territory. A woman in the group was singing, loud enough that her voice would be carrying to nearby residents. She was letting them know that trouble was near. I noted that she was holding a plastic tank of gasoline, if the topographic map I was getting from my swarm sense was right, and the box in her other hand could easily have been matches. That wasn't good. Still, her group had yet to do anything. I kept an eye on them and waited. Someone in the first group made a run for it, rushing for the space between 2 of the swarm figures that surrounded his group. He didn't make it. The swarms both intercepted him, and he went down, howling in pain. Unease gave way to panic as the group realized they were trapped. A woman shoved a man into the nearest swarm, trying to use him to clear the way, but she only got 2 more steps before the wasps, black flies, mosquitoes, and hornets caught up to her. She violently swung her arms around herself in a futile attempt to fight off the bugs, and succeeded only in throwing herself off balance and falling to the ground. The spiders, ants, centipedes, millipedes, beetles and all of the other crawling parts of the swarm rolled over her, burying her beneath their mass before she could stand. The remaining 4 merchants in the first group exchanged muttered words, some kind of plan. Then 3 of them broke for it, each headed in a different direction. I wasn't sure what outcome they expected. A mass of bugs caught each of them, and they all went down, limbs flailing, screaming. That left only one. He dropped into a crouch, his hands on his head, and looked frantically around for some kind of escape route. So I gave him one. The swarm figures parted enough that he had a chance to retreat. It took him 10 seconds to notice it, and another few seconds to build up the courage to make a run for it. He bolted. Seeing the general mass of insects down the road, he decided to turn into a series of alleyways. I let him run for a minute. He was halfway down an alley when I drew the ambient bugs from the vicinity into a loose humanoid shape, not as dense as the others. Still, seeing it stopped him in his tracks. He turned to retreat the way he'd come, only to find another swarm coalescing into a second figure at the other end of the alley. His head whipped around as he realized he had no escape routes left, and then he screamed, a primal, despairing sound. The swarm figures moved towards him at a glacial pace, with more bugs joining them every second, to give them more mass and more raw attacking power. His composure cracked before they even reached him, and he charged headlong into the swarm that had been at the far end of the alley. Bugs tore into him, pinching and stabbing him, and he made it nearly to the edge of my power's range before his legs buckled. He landed on top of a pile of the trash that the nearby building's residents had been stacking in the alleyway, and the swarm started mauling him. Group 1 down. I finished my tea, then made a face. The tea bag had leaked grit, and some had settled into the bottom of my cup. Bitter. I put the empty cup down at the base of my chair, and then I turned my attention to the second group. I didn't even need to think about it. I'll do it, I told the red-headed girl with the dreadlocks. She looked surprised. Odd. She'd asked me, but she hadn't expected me to help? Or had she expected me to demand something from her in exchange? Should I have demanded something in exchange? Stay here. I'll be right back, I said. I turned and walked to the front of the truck, knocked, and the driver popped the door open for me. I spoke in a low voice, we're done here. Tell Coyle I need more supplies. 7 cases at a minimum, by the end of the day. And tell him I think you guys did a good job, so if he's up to giving you any kind of bonus, it would be a good time. He gave me a tight nod, then closed the door. The truck drove off, leaving me with the girl. I approached her, and I could see the effect I was having on her. She was unwilling to meet my eyes, and her fidgeting stilled as I turned my full attention to her. Your name? Sierra, she answered me. Let's walk, Sierra, I said. I need details if I'm going to help. The more you can tell me, the better. She joined me as I headed towards the sidewalk, and after taking a moment to compose her thoughts, she started telling me what had happened. 3 weeks ago, everything was so normal. I was finishing up at college. Bryce, my brother, went to Arcadia High. My uncle was staying with us because he was down on his luck, as my dad put it. I'm almost positive it had something to do with his drinking. I nodded. Then Leviathan came. The sirens woke us up early in the morning, we hurried to the shelter, and by the time it was midday, we were standing in front of what used to be our house. Flattened, everything we ever owned was gone. I'm sorry. From the look on her face, it seemed like I'd surprised her again. What kind of image did she have of me? Thank you. We stayed in a family friend's basement, and they had another family there as well, on the upper floors, so it was crowded. But it was better than the shelters, or so we thought. My dad, my uncle, and I worked with one of the cleanup crews, trying to get things normal again. Until word got out that one of the crews had been attacked, the women assaulted. So they told me I couldn't work with them. I worked for one of the shelters instead. Handing out sheets, making beds, keeping track of names and passing on requests for stuff like insulin or other meds that people needed. Long hours, thankless. She put a hand to her face. I'm rambling. It's fine. Better that you give me too much information than not enough. Keep going. My uncle got sick fast. He had a cold just days after Leviathan came, and it got complicated after, became pneumonia. The hospital sent him out of town for medical care, and we got word he'd died just 2 days after that. Respiratory distress or something. Drowning in his own lungs. Less than a week from the time he got the cold to the time he died. She stopped talking, and I didn't push her, giving her time to compose herself. Had she been close to her uncle? By the time we heard the news, Mom and Dad were sick too, and Bryce was showing symptoms. It wasn't a cold. It was more like the flu, but with what happened to my uncle, we didn't want to take any chances. None of them could keep anything down, sinus problems, pounding headaches, tired. We went to the doctors and they said it could be toxic mold exposure. The moisture, always being cold and damp, and not having enough to eat, being in that basement, with the foundation possibly cracked or the mold disturbed by the vibrations and damage in the attack. I wondered if this was pertinent to what happened to her brother, or if she was just really wanted someone to talk to. I didn't want rush her, but I did try to get her on track. So your parents and brother got sick. And I was left alone. I guess I was saved by the long hours at the shelter. I wasn't spending half as much time in the house where they got exposed to the mold. I had to find a new place to stay. A guy from the shelter heard my story, offered to give me a room in the church. Near here. I was grateful. I took it. My brother got out of the hospital, and he came to stay with me. He got the cot, I got the floor. A day and a half later, they came. The merchants. She nodded. They attacked the church. 9 or 10 of them. We outnumbered them, but they had weapons, and they caught us by surprise. One of them threw a Molotov cocktail through a window. There were other families there, families with kids, so I grabbed a fire extinguisher and tried to stop it from spreading. Spraying around I couldn't put it out, didn't want to try in case I just spread it around, so I just contained it, for all the good it did. She shook her head. They came through the doors and began attacking people. One of them grabbed my brother. I panicked. I used the extinguisher to spray towards them and tried to pull him away. I couldn't, and others were approaching, so I left him and I escaped through the broken window where the bottle had been thrown inside. When I got back an hour later, there were fire trucks and police and ambulances there. My brother was the only one missing. The others were there, but badly hurt. Burned or cut up, beaten. Derek, the man who'd invited me to stay there. She broke off, and she stopped walking, turning away so her head was facing away from me. I waited patiently. When she turned back so I could see her face and started walking again, I gently asked, "Dead?" She shook her head. Quietly, she said, "They cut him up with a broken bottle. The doctor said they bent him over and shoved it between he'll have a tube running out of his stomach and into a bag for the rest of his life. And he might never walk again. You understand?" "I think so. Not that I wanted to. Not about what they did, I mean, do you understand what I'm saying about these assholes, these? I don't even have words to describe them, to say how much I hate them. God. Keep going," I urged her. "I don't know you. I barely know about you. I heard something about you in some bank robbery around the time I had exams. That was me. I don't know how you operate. I don't know your methods, outside of what I just saw back there. But I want you to know that I've always considered myself a pacifist. I've never been in a fight, I've always tried to stand up for people and give them the benefit of a doubt, to be fair and never do anything to hurt another person, even with words." Okay. How long had it been since she slept? I was having trouble following her train of thought. "So I think it should mean something extra, something special, when I'm telling you to hurt them. Fuck them up. Hurt them as much as you think they deserve, then double that. Triple it, just make them." She stopped yet again, choking on her words. I had a hard enough time keeping afloat in a conversation when I was Taylor. How was I supposed to do it as Skitter? What was appropriate, what was expected? I hadn't figured any of this out, yet. I put a hand on her shoulder, and she flinched. I left the hand there, and I measured out my words. "Trust me when I say I have that handled." She looked at me, and I gave her a small nod. "God," she muttered. "Tell me more about them, and tell me anything about your brother that might help me identify him." She startled, as if shaken from a daydream. She reached into her pocket and handed me a folded picture. It was hard to pin down the kid's age. He was skinny in a way that suggested someone who was going through a major growth spurt but hadn't yet filled out. He had large, blue eyes and a snub nose. There wasn't a hair on his face, and his black hair was spiked so the top stuck up in every direction. Like so many guys, he didn't seem to know how to style his hair. He ignored the sides and back in favor of overdoing the parts he could see when he looked in the mirror. The boy could have been a tall 11-year-old and he could have been a young-looking 16. "Bryce?" I asked her. She nodded. "Bryce Kelly. Is there any chance he escaped?" "No. I've checked all the usual places. His friends, our old house, what's left of it. I stopped by the hospital where Mom and Dad are, and the nurses say they haven't seen him. How long ago did he disappear? 2 days ago. I nodded. I vaguely recalled that the 48-hour mark was when police considered a missing person as good as gone. That didn't mean I wouldn't try. It also meant I could feel less guilty about handling things here, with my territory, before starting my search. Did you get a look at the people who took him? Some. The one nearest me, he was fat, white, and he had one of those bushy wild man beards. You know the kind I mean? It sticks out everywhere, no grooming. I know what you mean. And his hair was really long and greasy, so it stuck to his scalp. Okay. Then there was one woman. Maybe middle-aged, bleached blonde hair. Trailer trash. And she was with this tall black guy with a scar on his lips. He was the one who was grabbing Bryce. He had a bottle in one hand he was drinking from and a length of pipe in the other, so I think he was the one who used the bottle on Derek. Were they wearing anything? I don't think anything major. Most of the guys were shirtless, and the ones who were wearing clothes were wearing t-shirts, some with no sleeves or with the sleeves torn off. Oh. And a lot of them had these bands around their wrists. Plastic, colored, sometimes one or two, but the black guy had a lot. I remember seeing the ones on the black guy's wrist, and thinking it didn't seem like something he would wear on his own. Okay, that last bit is especially good. Were they a way of marking status? More bands for higher status, with different colors meaning different things? Anything else? I can't think of anything major right this second. Okay. I thought. But she might come up with something more? Where are you staying? She hesitated to answer, but she finally relented and admitted, nowhere. I was out all last night, looking. I was going to go back to the place we'd stayed at first, our family friend, but the mold problem, and you said it was crowded. That won't do. You'll come with me. Concern flickered across her face. I don't know. It's better if you're close, so you can answer any questions I have and so I can keep you informed. She frowned, and I could practically see her working to think of a way to get out of my offer without offending. I knew if she didn't come with me, she'd probably wind up searching for a mediocre to unsatisfactory place. This isn't really negotiable, I told her, just to forestall any excuses. For her part, she didn't argue. We made our way to the beach, and after I'd checked both ways, I led her into the storm drain. It took some urging to get her to enter the darkness, and I had to grip her hand to lead her into the oppressive black. I unlocked the barred door that led into the cellar and locked it behind us. When I flipped the switches to light up the ground floor, her eyes went wide. You have power. Electricity. And running water. Stay here a moment. I took the stairs 2 at a time to get to the second floor. Nothing too sensitive there, but I did walk up to the stairs leading to the third floor and slid a panel across the stairwell. With my keys, I locked it in place. I didn't feel it was that obvious to anyone glancing around the room. It looked like a section of wall until you saw the keyhole. I verified the bugs were all locked up tight in their individual compartments in the lids of each terrarium, then headed back to Sierra. I'm making tea, I spoke, as I came down the stairs. You want some? Are you hungry? I'm not a tea drinker, and I haven't had it in years, but that suddenly sounds like the best thing in the world. I'm afraid I don't have a kitchen table or chairs or even a living room for us to have the tea. There are beds in the other room, if you want something to sit on, and you can make yourself comfortable there. This is strangely domestic for a villain. I turned to look at her and she hurried to add, I mean. It's fine. I'm not offended, I am a villain. But I'm also a person under this mask. Someone who prefers tea to coffee, who enjoys reading, who, I floundered. Likes sweet and savory foods but dislikes anything spicy or sour. Point being, I'm someone who wants to make sure you get taken care of. Especially if you're among the people I'm protecting in the territory I'm claiming. Go. Find a bed. Obediently, she went to do just that. I put the kettle on, then got the sugar. What did I have that would go well with tea? I got out a box of graham cookies with chocolate on one side. I poured out the tea into mugs and put a tea bag in each. I poured milk into a small measuring cup so Sierra could have milk with her tea if she wanted, and similarly doled out sugar into a small bowl and placed a spoon inside it. Then I tore open the box of cookies and sorted them onto a plate. I put everything onto a tray and went to find the room where Sierra would be seated. She was lying on the bunk bed, already fast asleep. Quietly, I set the serving tray down on one of the luggage trunks at one corner of the room, collected my own tea and went upstairs to the second floor. It took me 3 tries. On the third attempt, the beetle, supported by others in a crack in the pavement, successfully struck the match against the side of the box as the other bugs adjusted its position. A small flame flared at the end. Other bugs leveraged matches out of the box the woman had dropped, gripping the matches in their mandibles, sometimes 2 or 3 bugs to one match. Like a relay, they touched one match to another, passing on the flame from the beetle's match to each of the others. It wasn't long before there were more than 30 beetles each with a lit match in its mandibles. Some died from the heat their own matches generated, but most were able to stand it. I could imagine the visual of it, kind of like a small sea of tiny flames like lighters at a concert. Or maybe it was closer to a lynch mob, a crowd holding torches, radiating with an imminent threat of violence. It was a shame it was closer to noon than midnight. I imagined the effect would have been even more exaggerated in the darkness. The woman stepped away, pulling off one of her wet shoes. She threw it at the bugs, and it rolled over a few. A heartbeat later, it burst violently into flame. It didn't make a difference. The swarm that was armed with matches was already too spread out for one shoe and one small fire to slow them down at all. The woman's attempts to remove her other shoe made her fall over, and she suppressed a grunt of pain as she landed. She successfully kicked off her other shoe, and then began simultaneously fumbling with her belt while trying to crab walk backwards away from the advancing sea of tiny flames. I could picture it. It would be intimidating, a sea of bugs acting with a backing of human intelligence, each with their tiny torches. Doubly intimidating if a swarm of bugs had made you drop and spill a can of gasoline onto your shoes and the cuffs of your pant legs. She successfully undid her belt, then began trying to remove the tight-fitting jeans she wore. The woman got as far as getting her jeans around her ankles before she got stuck. Some beetles and roaches took to the air, carrying matches to the ground behind her, cutting off her retreat. She screamed at the others in her group, but nobody leaped to her assistance. A beetle fluttered forward and touched a match to her jeans. In an instant, the bundle of cloth at her feet was on fire. She tried to pat it out, but her efforts to remove her shoes had gotten trace amounts of gasoline on her hands. Her right hand ignited, the insects on it dying, and she threw herself to one side to thrust it into a hole in the road where water had collected, her feet still kicking as she tried to remove her jeans. Gasoline transferred to the water's surface and flickered with the faintest of flames. One of her friends finally stepped forward to help her, grabbing her under the armpits and dragging her 10 feet down the road to a spot where more water had collected. Together, they worked to put out the flames, dousing her bundled jeans into the water. I could maybe have stopped him, driven him away, but my interest was more on spooking them than causing grievous physical harm. I wouldn't lose much sleep over burning her with the things she'd intended to use on others, but I wouldn't stop her from putting herself out. Apparently seeing the woman get set on fire by the swarm had done its job in unnerving my enemies. The group scattered, and I let them run. One by one, I took them down by creating the human-shaped swarms and then attacking them. Some fought, others ran, but each of the merchants succumbed eventually, choking on the bugs or losing all self-control in the face of the pain the attacking swarm inflicted. The human shapes were less efficient than a regular swarm, but I imagined the psychological effect was that much greater. A swarm of bugs was something you could encounter any day. An uncannily human figure that you couldn't hurt with any conventional weapon, who threatened incredible pain if it got close enough. It was something my enemies would remember, and it was something they could tell others about. I gathered the swarm into a figure that stood next to the woman with the burned feet and her friend. I drew more and more bugs into the swarm, bloating it and drawing it up to the point where I couldn't make it any larger, without the bottom half giving way. I gauged it to be somewhere close to 12 feet in height. Then I let it fall on top of them. That polished off group too. I stood from the armchair, stretched, and pulled on my mask. I bent down to pick up my mug, then headed downstairs to check on Sierra. She was still sleeping, but I'd known that. I'd felt secure about removing my mask only because I had bugs on the girl, to keep track of her. I'd know the second she stirred. I went into the kitchen before sending a text to Coyle. Merchant burn victim and other wounded near Sandstone and Harney. Send medic. No use having the woman die from any complications from her injuries. Besides, maybe he could get her to offer up information in exchange for her freedom. I dialed Lisa next. Hey, Boardwalk Empress, she answered me. Tattletale. How's it coming? It's not. I'm gathering intel on the enemies in my territory. A few have migrated my way in response to what the rest of you are doing, regrouping. I'm trying to see if there's any useful tidbits of info I can pick up, and if there's maybe a way to fuck with all these guys at around the same time, so they know there's nowhere left to go. In the meantime, I'm helping Gru out, figuring out where he's got merchants hiding in his area. He's doing okay. No problems, last I heard. You? I saw that cloud of bugs earlier. Made a big play. Everyone here should know this is my territory, now. Merchants tested the waters, I dealt with it. Remains to be seen if this works out in the long run. She replied, I'm getting the impression you're a little further along than the rest of us. If that's the case, then that's great. I want to be in Coyle's good books. I want you to be too. You know I'm here to help if you need it. Yeah. That's why I'm calling, actually. I need to find someone. Do tell. I gave her the rundown on everything Sierra had told me. She stopped me when I got to the bit about the armbands. Those aren't for rank, she informed me. But you're not wrong in saying they're like status. They're more like Boy Scout badges. Boy Scout badges. From what I can gather, you get one for attending one of the merchants' events. Colors are supposed to represent what the each one was about. It translates to a kind of respect, showing you're loyal, whatever. I'm not sure I understand. And neither am I, to be honest, she replied. And that bothers me. So in the interests of getting intel and maybe getting a lead on this missing boy of yours, do you think you could get away from your territory, tonight, to join me in figuring this out? I don't want to leave just yet. Merchants are throwing a big bash tonight, so I doubt they'll be attacking your territory. In fact, I'm wondering if they were attacking your territory to get cash or stuff to barter at the event as much as they were responding to your claim. Maybe. And Chosen aren't a threat right now? They haven't said or done anything yet. Not yet, no. Haven't run into any. Gru and Imp are probably going to want to wind down and go on the defensive later today. You can have one of them babysit your territory if you're worried. You have no good reason to refuse. Come on, let's go see what a merchant's party is all about. Infestation 11.4. Coil had put Bitch's hideout in an area nobody wanted to be, masked with the appearance of a building nobody sane would want to enter. Gru's place and my own lair were camouflaged in outward appearance and set in more discreet locations. Tattletale's place, by contrast, was in plain sight, and it was also one of the highest traffic areas I'd come across in the past few days. The city block that hosted Tattletale's hideout was a short distance from Lord Street, and it sported only 2 intact buildings. The first building was a gas station that was currently hosting more than a dozen wrecked or flooded cars that had been dragged off the road. The rest of the area had lots where buildings had once stood, each bulldozed clear of the rubble that had been left in the wave's wake and surrounded with sandbags to keep the water from pouring in. The second building was a sort I'd seen often enough as of late. I'd stayed in similar places for nearly 2 weeks before rejoining the Undersiders. The structure stood in the center of the area, surrounded by tents and communal areas that were sheltered by tarps set over metal frameworks, a dining hall, a medical bay, portable washrooms. Each of these outdoor stations had dozens of people gathered around them. It was a shelter. She'd told me not to dress up, so I hadn't. She'd also told me not to wash my hair today, but it was too late for that. I'd donned a brown spaghetti strap top, rain boots, and a pair of lightweight black pants that were a little worn from the past few weeks, but had the benefit of drying quickly. My knife was tucked inside the waistband of my pants, at my back. Not obvious, not entirely hidden either. Way things were these days, cops were letting things slide as far as concealed and openly displayed weaponry went. People needed protection, and so long as the armed didn't break the rules about using the weapons on people who didn't attack them first, most people wouldn't give them much trouble. Some shelters wouldn't let you in with a weapon, of course, but some did, and others disallowed firearms but let other weapons slide. I made my way inside, joining the rest of the crowd. Cots filled the majority of the building's interior, and both possessions and people made navigating between the beds difficult at best. Signs were spread out over the walls, some professionally made, others written in plain print with permanent marker. Priority order: sick, injured, disabled, old, very young, families. In smaller print below was the message: please be courteous and give up your places to priority individuals. No pets was written on a square of white cardboard in permanent marker and triple underlined. Abuse or threats directed at staff or other residents will not be tolerated. Belongings go under your cot. Excess and mess may be removed from the area. No smoking within 30 paces of facility was printed on a professionally made sign, but the line that was scrawled beneath in permanent marker was not: there are sick people here. I found a big, burly guy that wore an orange vest and name tag and approached him. He was talking to someone else, so I waited. When he turned to me, he frowned. You wanting to stay here? No, but opened our doors yesterday, and we're already nearly full. Any more space is reserved for priority people. If you want a place, you can try the other shelters down. No. I have a place. I'm just looking for Lisa. Works here Lisa or staying here Lisa? He asked. Both. I guessed. Front desk. If she's not there, wait. She'll probably be in the back getting something for someone. I headed to the front desk where a crowd of people had gathered. The desk itself was a simple construction of unpainted, unvarnished wood. The people were wet, dirty, and didn't look to be in the best of health. Lisa was at the end of the front desk furthest from the front doors, wearing the same orange vest and name tag the other staffer had been. Her hair was in a French braid, with a few strands hanging free. She was talking to a woman who might have been 50 or 60. A large black and white map of the city had been stapled to the wall behind the counter where Lisa was working. Colored pins marked various spots on the map, and areas had been outlined and shaded in with markers and highlighters. Words were written in the boundaries of these sections. Many areas were marked with yellow highlighter, with the words Merchant Territory, Very Dangerous, blue marker, with the words Chosen Occupied, Avoid, or variations of such. The boardwalk and surrounding area. Green marker, Skitter, Low Threat, Free Supplies. I looked and noted that Tattletale's area was partially blocked in by black marker. According to the map, it was contested by an overlapping of Gru's territory and the merchants. Red pins marked some of the areas. I supposed that made sense. If she left her own territory empty, it would be conspicuous, and it would be strange to mark it as Tattletale's when she hadn't done anything noteworthy to claim the space. Where did you say your house was? Lisa asked the older woman. DeWitt and Pugny. Lisa turned and found the area on the map. She held the marker so it hovered over the spot. And they'd moved in? You're sure? They've been there for 4 days, as far as I can tell. I'm afraid to get too close, but there's always people there. Lisa colored in a small section of the map with yellow highlighter, extending the size of a nearby block of the merchant's territory. I know it's small consolation, but at least now others will know to steer clear. Okay, the woman answered with a note of sadness in her voice. That's all I wanted. Things will get better, Lisa promised, smiling gently. The woman smiled back in return, glancing at the open area of cots and displaced people. With a light laugh, she said, I suppose they have to, don't they? That's the spirit. Lisa grinned. She was still smiling when she turned my way. Lost and found? Want to check how your neighborhood's doing? If you're looking for someone, you can leave a photo. Every night, I'll be taking digital photos and sending them to the other shelters. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. I'm here because a friend invited me to a party. She winked, then shouted, Dimitri. Take over for me. A man from the crowd behind me shouted his response. Lisa waved me behind the counter and led me through a door. Surprised you aren't running this place, I told her. Too obvious, she answered with a smile. She threw one arm around my shoulders. And this lets me be right at the center of things. Information from the people who are out there every day, watching. Good setup. And it gets better, because I have this. She opened another door. The room was small and it was hot with the running computers that were crammed into it. 6 people were seated at different points in the room, each with their own computer. 2 more computers sat unoccupied. The walls were scattered with photos, maps, printouts, and post-its. Black tape joined these elements together in a bizarre configuration that looked like part tree and part maze. All of our enemies were up on the wall, the merchants, Fenrir's chosen, the pure, the protectorate, New Wave and the wards. There were pages relating to something Lisa was calling Case 53. Dragon was up there, as was Scion. The Slaughterhouse 9 were on a bulletin board, but Hatchet Face's picture was crossed out in red marker. Impressive. I'd like to think so. With word of mouth and gossip from the crowd out there and the web info and the concrete data in here, I'm pretty in touch with all that crap. Except it's tiring. I'm feeling the beginning of one of those headaches I get when I use my power too much. So you and I are going out for some fresh air. Knowing where we're going, I doubt the air's that fresh. It's a saying, kiddo, she smiled. I know. I'm just a little worried about there being trouble. I lowered my voice, all too aware that Lisa's computer guys could see me unmasked. I didn't want them to connect the dots. Just feel uncomfortable without my stuff. This is strict recon. And the people we're doing recon on are dangerous. True. But we'll have escorts. She led me into another room, hers. A quick glance around showed that a section at the back was curtained off, while the front had a desk with a computer, a bank of phones and 2 television screens. Escorts? I asked, as the door closed behind us. Like dates for a really fucked up prom. She worked her cell phone out of the pocket of her jeans and dialed. She held one finger up for me, telling me to wait and be silent. It took a moment before she spoke. Minor? I want you, Senegal, Ja and Brooks in my office. Civvies. As she put the phone away, she shrugged at me. I know you'd rather Brian come with, but he's got his own thing going on, you know. Oh, no. I'm okay that he isn't coming, I told her. Things are bad between us. I totally didn't know you'd confess to him, you know? I saw the awkwardness between you two, and the distance, but I assumed it was because you'd used him as a shoulder to cry on. My power filled in those blanks all wrong. Yup. Confessed. Not sure what sucked more. Him saying he thought of me in the same terms as he thought of Aisha, that he considered me a friend, knowing I'd fucked said friendship up, or him implying he'd only been nice to me because he pitied me. She frowned. I'm going to kick his ass, for being that. No. Lisa frowned at me. I went on, don't interfere, don't make things worse than they already are. He's mad at me, he's hurt by what I did, and, I bit the corner of my lip between my teeth, tried to think of how to gracefully state what I wanted to say. We're already separated. You get what I mean? We're each in our own territory, doing our own things. If something happened to push us further apart, I don't know if I'd even ever get his friendship back. Oh, Taylor, no, Lisa started. Before she could launch into any reassurances, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Lisa called out, then she told me, quickly, we'll get into this later. Seeing the first 3 men come into the room, I was left with the distinct impression that Lisa had picked out the biggest, meanest-looking men in her retinue. Then I saw the 4th guy. Where the first 3 were in the neighborhood of 6 feet in height, physically powerful, the 4th was an inch or so shorter than I was, though he was still in good shape. Better shape than me, for sure, but not someone imposing, like the rest. Of the 4, I noted the guy who was wearing the most wrinkled clothes, with the thick beard and the broad gut. He wasn't imposing because he'd packed on muscle like the others, but because he was big, looking like a grizzly bear that was dressed up like a person. What caught my eye, though, was the ironic fact that this same guy was having the hardest time at shrugging off that stiff-backed, square-shouldered military bearing that had been hammered into him at some point during his one-time career. These guys were soldiers. Coils, and now tattletales. Lisa pointed at one of the taller men, a blonde guy with a long face. Not long in terms of being sad, but in terms of how genetics had put it together. Minor. Team captain. The next guy, darker-haired, with unshaved scruff on his cheeks and chin, she identified as Senegal. She smiled as she turned to the burly, overweight man. Ja. I'm still waiting to hear where he got the nickname. No comment, Joe rumbled. That left only the smaller guy. Brooks, she told me, our field medic, though I'm hoping we won't be needing his services there, an ex-Air Force. Handy with radios and computers. Also pretty good with a gun. Ja nodded assent to that. These 4 will be our lookouts, bodyguards, and helping hands on our little errand. We can pose as couples. She grinned at that. Brooks spoke, and his voice had a hard sing-song accent I had a hard time placing. Couples? 4 guys and only 2 girls. Minor escorts me. Senegal escorts my friend. And, she took Ja's hand and placed it on Brooks's shoulder. You have your date. Ja laughed, and Brooks turned red, anger etching his face. The fuck? Brooks growled. Watch it, Minor spoke. He didn't raise his voice or add any inflection, but I could see Brooks react as if he'd been slapped. I could have brought Prit, Lisa admitted, but I'm more comfortable with there being more guys in our group. Chances are good we'll get in a minor scuffle somewhere along the way, and way the merchants operate, they're going to respect guys more. Ready to head out. She looked at her cell phone's display. Party starts soon, and we've got to walk. Lisa removed the orange vest and name tag and then walked around to her desk to retrieve a series of colorful elastic bands. She snapped one around her left wrist, then handed two to Minor. She wore one yellow. He wore one yellow and one black. That done, she led the way out of the shelter, giving a sloppy salute to her boss at the front desk. Together, we walked as a crowd. We were a block away from the shelter when Senegal put one hand on my shoulder and pulled me closer. Uncomfortable, I looked up at him to see his expression, and I didn't like what I saw. It reminded me of a look I'd seen on Bitch's face from time to time. That look where I could see that animal that had been at the core of any of us since before we walked upright. Just like Bitch, the animal at Senegal's core was vicious. The difference was that he was much better at pretending to be normal, and his animal wasn't angry. It was hungry. He wore a polite smile and wasn't doing anything more offensive than holding me, but something in his demeanor told me that Senegal wasn't bothered in the slightest to be a 30-ish guy with a teenage girl in one arm. Just the opposite. Hands off, I told him. I didn't want to remove his arm because I knew that if I failed, if he resisted me, it would only reinforce his position over me. He didn't budge. Your friend there is the one calling the shots, and she said we're a couple. Until I hear different. Knock it off, Senegal, Lisa ordered him. The soldier backed off, raising his hands in an I'm innocent gesture. That fake smile was still plastered on his face. Would I even know it was fake, if I hadn't spent the time around Bitch? Or would I just think he was a slightly awkward guy with poor sense of boundaries? Coyle's guys were supposedly all ex-military. My gut was telling me that Senegal hadn't finished his tour or whatever the terminology was. I couldn't picture it any other way, having seen what I had. He'd been relieved of duty. The rest of you walk ahead, Lisa instructed, I want a few words in private with her. Who is she, anyways? Brooks challenged her. Far as I can tell, she is dead weight. I'm saying there's a reason she's here, Lisa spoke, her voice firm. That's good enough for you. But... Brooks, Minor cut him off. Come. Lisa and I let the others walk a bit ahead. Doesn't look like things are perfect here, I muttered. I might have made a move for my territory sooner, if I wasn't trying to wrangle this. Why'd you stick me with Senegal? She frowned. The others had gotten far enough ahead of us that she felt okay to start walking. I joined her. Lisa explained, logistics. I needed Minor around so I could have words with him about our long-term plans, and because I want to build a rapport. I nodded. I wasn't going to argue that point. The problems are Senegal and Brooks. They've become friends, and Brooks is the kind of guy that's influenced easily by his peers. He's good, he's useful, but he wants to be in Senegal's camp, and he's not smooth enough to pull off what Senegal does, even if he's smart enough to see what Senegal's all about, so all you get is a dick who could be dangerous if things go the wrong way. I wanted to keep them separated, so I couldn't pair them together, and things would be worse if I stuck you with Brooks, on a lot of levels. Okay. But you have other guys, right? Prit and Dimitri. Dimitri's second in charge of the group, and he's the only one other than Minor who I trust to run the shelter and everything that goes on in the background. Our stuff. Prit's good, she's capable, but she's a hard ass in a way you see with some women in a job dominated by men. CEOs, high-end lawyers, police officers. And soldiers. Right. Right. Compensating for something. She'd do more harm than good if I left her behind without someone else to supervise, and I already said why I didn't want her along in our group. So long as our guys outnumber the girls, we'll look less like potential victims. Okay. Put up with Senegal. Hell, if you're uncomfortable around him, use it. Not everyone that's at the merchant's party will be a willing participant. We'll fit in more if you act skeeved out by him. I crossed my arms over my chest and brushed at my shoulders, as if it could shake the feeling of Senegal's arm resting on me. I don't like showing weakness to a person like that. To a bully. Play along, and I'll make sure you never see him again after tonight. We just need him for this one errand. He's got that look that can scare people, without being too obvious about it. Between him and Ja, we actually kind of look like merchants. Okay, I spoke, jamming my hands into my pockets. Tell me about your territory grab. I did, going into detail about the play I'd made, dealing with the merchant who had tried to cut me, encountering battery, then returning to my lair to fend off my enemies from a safe vantage point. Problem is my range only extends 800 feet or so around me. My territory's larger than that, which means I can only cover part of my territory at a time. It bugs me, because I know I can reach further. I've had times where I could. Right. I remember you asking about that, but I was distracted. Any ideas? One theory, and there's a good bit and a bad bit to it. Yet. Just going by how my own power fluctuates, hearing what you're saying about yours? You got a range boost that day of the hearing, right? When you went to your school to talk about the bullies, and everything fell apart. Right, I said. And the day Leviathan came. It wasn't just range. The bugs were responding just a bit faster. Maybe a tenth of a second faster, but yet. Okay. Here's my theory then. I think your power's strongest when you're closest to the situation where you had your trigger event. What? Honestly, I'm highly suspicious that it's true for any cape out there. Whenever you're in the same kind of mindset or same sort of physical situation you were in when you got your powers get stronger. The bad news is that you probably can't leverage that to your advantage. Your powers would operate off of hopelessness and frustration, because that's what drove you to get your powers in the first place. Fuck. It fit, more or less. The really scary part is that it might be doing us a disservice, because it works like a Pavlovian trigger. Like how the dog who hears the bell ringing every time he gets food starts to drool when he hears the bell, this might be subtly urging us back into ugly, violent, or dangerous situations with the benefits of having our powers temporarily boosted. I wasn't sure I liked the implications of that. Then what's the good news? It's kind of like a defense mechanism. The worse a situation gets, the stronger you'll get. It's probably happened before, to small degrees, but you haven't noticed it. You said you saw evidence of it in your own powers? Can I ask? Lisa looked back over her shoulder, as if checking nobody was following us. She sighed. I don't want to press, I hurried to tell her. Another time, she asked. I don't want to get into a bad headspace just before we do this thing, tonight. That's fine, I answered her. Really, you don't have to say. I said no more secrets, didn't I? Just give me time to figure out how to explain. Of course. She gave me a one-armed hug. I realized where we were going well before we got there. Even hearing the music and knowing who the merchants were, I was still shocked to see it. Weymouth Shopping Center, the mall I'd gone to all my life, was now a rallying point for merchants. Hundreds of them, it looked like, all gathered together for one grand, debauched festival. Half of the merchants I could see wore a fresh band around their wrists, or hanging from their clothing, like badges of honor. Lisa had noticed it too. Yellow bands were for a test of courage, black for near-death experience. The red ones they're handing out at the door. Blood. I guessed. Bloodshed, yeah. Something ugly's going to happen tonight. Infestation 11.5. Leviathan's attack and the waves had done a huge amount of damage to the shopping center, and it seemed like the merchants had interrupted the efforts to shore it up and rebuild. Construction equipment had been left behind and bore the decorations of the same hooligans that had hotwired and taken them for their own use. The bulldozer closest to me had been spray-painted in hues of purple, blue, and red, and it had bras, children's toys, and defaced flags strung around it, among other things. Clothes racks from one of the clothing stores in the mall had been tied crudely to the scoop and the jutting parts had been clubbed into rough points, as if they thought they could use the vehicle to run into people and impale them. Trash cans had been dragged into place around the mall, and burned with an acrid smell of melted plastic and rancid meat. Countless merchants had gathered, some perching on piles of trash or rubble as lookouts, and it seemed like everyone was striving to be heard over the music that blared from the countless speakers that were set up in and around the mall. Not every set of speakers was playing the same music, or even the same kinds of music. The blend of a half-dozen techno, dance, and rap tracks devolved into a single grating, uneven noise. Senegal put his hand on my shoulder again, and I didn't stop him. As a group, we approached the side of the building where two larger guys were standing guard. They noted the elastic bands that Lisa and Minor wore, handed each a red elastic, and then waved them through. They're with us, Lisa spoke, gesturing towards the rest of us. The guy gave Senegal and I the go-ahead to pass, and I took the offered rubber band and pulled it around my wrist. The second we were clear, I brushed Senegal's hand from my shoulder. He smirked at me in response. No faggots, the other man spoke. We looked back and I saw Jaw and Brooks with a small crowd around them. Jaw looked at Lisa, and she gave a discreet hand signal, making a fist and tapping her leg twice. A moment later, Jaw was stepping in close and slamming the heel of his hand into the doorman's nose. He fell roughly on a pile of rubble, and his friend who'd been guarding the door with him stepped forward. Jaw caught the man's hand and pulled him in close, smashing his skull into the man's nose. As the man fell, blood gushing from his nose, Jaw straightened, cracking his knuckles. Anyone else want to complain? Jaw asked. Nobody did. I was surprised at how quickly people backed off and went back to whatever they'd been doing before. Jaw collected two red elastics, put a hand on the small of Brooks' back and nudged him inside. The interior was so crowded we could barely navigate, and it was rank with the sweet and sour smells of sweat and garbage that had just started to reek. Body lice had found hosts with a full fifth of the people here, and more were spreading to new hosts in the shoulder-to-shoulder press of the crowd. The tide of bodies around us might have crushed us if our bodyguards weren't clearing the way. Senegal and Minor simply pushed through the crowd with enough force that some fell over, while Jaw and Brooks followed our group. Nobody complained too loudly, and from the way others took it in stride, it seemed this was the norm. Here, I was coming to understand, might made right. Judging by the packs of people, might wasn't necessarily physical strength. Those who had the force of numbers at their backs or the better weapons could do what they wanted. If they didn't have numbers, sheer physical strength or weaponry that put them one step above the other guys. They became victims instead. Want to buy a lady? Or maybe a sir, one of the vendors leered at Minor. A group of men and women were gathered in a stall behind him, watched by another merchant. Were they whores or slaves? I wasn't sure I wanted to think too long about it. No, Minor answered. Have a girl. Get a second. Or do you want something else? Got bullets, got some treats. Booze? Bad? K? Decadence? Madmen? Nose powder? Not interested, Minor answered. Not interested. The merchant rubbed his chin, looking skeptical. Right. Wait, Lisa grinned. Decadence sounds good. How much? 20 per. Bullshit, she replied. Not even if it was pure, which it probably isn't. $8. Ah, we have an expert here, do we? Can't blame me for trying. You have to understand, it's hard to get product with things the way they are. 10. 8. He looked around, stared at her for a few seconds, then conceded, 8. For me and 2 of my buddies here. That's $24. The man nodded eagerly, 24. She forked over a 10 and a 20 and collected her change and 3 pills. She turned to me, open up. It's ecstasy. I dunno, I answered her, feeling legitimately nervous. I didn't want to refuse her outright and blow our cover, but I definitely didn't want to get high. I was uncomfortable enough with the idea to begin with, but doing it here, in this kind of chaos? Trust me, she told me. Obediently, I opened my mouth. She pressed one small pill down on my tongue. I closed my mouth. She turned to Brooks and gave him one as well. As our bodyguards led us through the crowd, she leaned over until our heads were touching, sugar pills. A little sleight of hand on my part. Just for appearances. Don't stress. Could have fucking told me, I hissed. I wasn't sure if she could hear me over the pounding music, but if anyone could fill in the blanks in what I'd said, it would be her. More people were pushing product and stolen goods at the edges of the mall, some pimped others or prostituted themselves, while yet others were scrounging through the stores and then offering their finds for cash or barter. The roof at the center of the mall had collapsed and what remained was shored up, but there was a gaping hole that was open to the darkening sky. Beneath that hole, the party was already underway. People were dancing, fighting, clustering in groups or chanting. Sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. As we found some breathing room, Lisa gathered the group together. I withdrew the picture, we're looking for this guy. Nobody disagreed or debated the point, not even Brooks. Senegal had dropped the smirk and was all business as he remained at my right shoulder, tall enough to see over the top of the gathered people. On the far end of our group, Minor did much the same thing. That left Lisa and I between them. Brooks and Jaw left to go looking on their own. In front of us, someone got tackled to the ground. His attacker began pounding at his face, while the people around them cheered. We teetered around that group, which brought us face to face with an exhibition. The scene was set at the front of a woman's clothing shop, and the window had been shattered. Where the mannequins stood in the display window, there were 3 women and a girl. The women were trying on their clothes, openly undressing and then dressing in whatever the throng of people around them threw their way. Their eyes had the glazed-over looks of people who were on something, and their skin shone with a faint sheen of sweat. They smiled as they posed provocatively and hugged the mannequins, showing off the clothes. As if the clothes were what the crowd was there to see, and not the skin that was revealed while the women changed. The teenage girl at the far right of the stand was another story. She was dark-haired and the makeup she wore looked like it had been applied by someone who hadn't used makeup before. She clutched the collar of her sweatshirt in both hands and stepped back as the crowd surged forward, reaching for her. Being barefoot, she couldn't step down from the display platform without stepping onto broken glass, and any attempt at running would only lead her into the reaching mass of merchants. If she'd taken the same drugs as the other women, fear had already sobered her up. She looked entirely alert and she looked terrified. No red band on her wrist. She wasn't here by choice. Someone climbed up onto the platform, grabbing at one of the women. He wasn't up there for 2 seconds before the crowd dragged him down and threw him to the ground. The people around him stomped and kicked him for his temerity. That was social cooperation on a really twisted level. From my interpretation, they weren't doing it for the women, but for themselves. They all wanted the women, but if someone stepped up to take one for himself, they'd collectively beat him, for trying to take what they'd silently agreed to share by way of watching. That meant the teenage girl's situation was especially grim. She couldn't run, and if she didn't give the crowd a show, they'd lose patience with her and treat her just as they had the other guy, or worse. If she did give them a show? With the way emotions were running high, I expected things would turn ugly right around the moment the crowd started to get bored. Exhibitionism would only buy her time. Let's go. Lisa pulled on my arm. We should help her. Lisa glanced at the girl. There's at least 100 people here that need help. We can't save them all. We should help her. I growled the words. I won't fucking sleep tonight if I walk away from this. You've got a little superhero showing through, there, she whispered right into my ear. I am going to help her, with or without you, I hissed, even if that means using my powers and throwing subtlety to the winds. Okay, okay. Probably don't have to go that far. Hold on. Lisa pulled on Minor's arm, and he bent down so she could speak in his ear. Minor straightened, and with one fist clenched, he made his way through the crowd, pushing people to either side, and then stepped onto the stage. The insults hurled his way were impossible to make out over the noise of the music and the larger crowd. He ignored them as he stepped behind the girl, caught her around the waist, and then threw her over one shoulder. She screamed. I'm buying this one, he hollered, whoever brought her, here's your fucking money. He revealed what was in his clenched fist: money and pills. The sugar pills Lisa had brought. He cast them into the crowd, and in that instant, the exhibition was over. The crowd tore into one another, fighting over what had fallen onto their heads and shoulders, or drifted past them onto the ground. The other women backed into the clothing store. As Minor plowed his way through the crowd, Lisa lunged forward. She caught the wrist of an older man, and I saw that she'd just stopped him from turning a knife on Minor. I moved to back her up, kicking the guy in the side of the knee. He dropped the knife and it skittered along the floor to the boundary of the crowd. I fell on top of it, covering it with my body to prevent anyone else from taking it, then grabbed it for myself at the first opportunity. Senegal helped clear the crowd out of the way so Minor had an exit route, and I stood, pointing the knife at anyone who looked like they might make a move for us. The size and muscle of our bodyguards posed too much risk for the merchants here, with the potential rewards of getting the girl from them being far too scarce compared to the immediate rewards that were in arm's reach. The crowd let them be and continued to scrabble for the bills and pills. We legged it in making distance from there, and the girl screamed and kicked the entire way. People around us laughed and hooted. I couldn't make out everything that was said, but there were lewd comments and dirty remarks cast our way. I was swiftly losing faith in humanity. Not that I had much to spare. How many people had joined the merchants after everything went to hell? 1 in 200 of the people who declined to evacuate the city? 1 in 100? 1 in 50? How many of these people had been ordinary citizens until civilization broke down? Had I passed any of these people on the street while going about my day? We headed into a hallway that branched off into a side entrance and bathrooms, but the rubble blocking the door and the lack of water in the bathrooms left little purpose for the area beyond being a quieter spot, away from the party. Lisa signaled, and Senegal moved to stand guard at the entrance. The hallway now held only Minor, Lisa, me and the rescued girl, along with 2 small groups of younger people. There was a couple making out at the far end of the hallway, getting hot and heavy, oblivious to their audience. Nearer to us, in the alcove that led to the out-of-order bathrooms, there was a trio of teenagers that were so plastered with drink that they couldn't sit upright. Empty bottles were scattered around them. It was as much privacy as we'd get. Minor put the girl down, and she immediately shrank back, getting her feet under her as if ready to bolt. "You're safe," Lisa assured her. "We're not doing anything to you." The girl wiped at her eye with the back of one hand, smearing thick eyeshadow and eyeliner across her temple. "But she's right," Minor spoke, standing. "You're as safe as you're gonna get for the next little while." "Oh God," the girl sobbed. She moved forward, ready to give Minor a hug, but he stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. He didn't speak, but only turned to Lisa. "Don't thank him. Thank her." Lisa looked my way. We wouldn't have gone out of our way to help if she hadn't been stubborn. Before I had a chance to respond, the girl threw her arms around me, hugging me tight. Lisa motioned to Minor, and he headed off to join Senegal in guard duty, leaving the rest of us alone. Better, probably, if the girl's state left her uncomfortable or spooked around guys. "Thank you," the girl sobbed into my shoulder. I hugged her back, reflexively, a little shaken. Why had it taken this long for someone to say that simple thing to me? I'd wanted to be a hero, once upon a time. I didn't do anything, I managed to get the words out. "Thank you," she repeated. I stood, letting the girl rest her hands on my shoulders to get to a standing position herself. I glanced at Senegal and Minor. No problems there. Oh my God. I wasn't sure who it was. It was the girl we'd rescued, staring at me. "What? You went to Winslow High?" "No," I stepped back, pulling my shoulders out from beneath her hands. "Yes. You're the locker girl. I almost didn't recognize you without the glasses, but everyone at school knows who you are. You're with the merchants now." "You're thinking of the wrong person," I said, with a note of irritation in my voice. "No, I'm almost positive. You were that girl that got shoved in that rank locker with all that stuff they carted away in biohazard bags. The girl who went so mental they had to have a group of cops and paramedics haul you away for the first month of the semester." "Enough!" I shouted, surprised at my own temper. The group of teenagers who were having drinks by the bathroom turned to look at us. Seeing my burst of anger, the girl did a complete 180 from awe and surprise to desperate apologies. That didn't necessarily improve things. "Oh God, I'm sorry. You know, I didn't think about how it would bother you, saying that. I really did want to help, you know, to do something back then, but you didn't," I growled at her. "Just like everyone else, you left me in that locker. You didn't go get help. You didn't report the people who did it, not even anonymously. You felt bad? You wanted to help? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Is it supposed to be some consolation? You were too lazy or cowardly to step up and do anything about it, but hey, at least your heart was in the right fucking place, hey." "No, that's not," there were tears in her eyes, and she was having trouble stringing words together. I should have felt bad, for going off on someone who was probably in a pretty delicate emotional state, but I wasn't feeling particularly gentle. "You obviously heard the story about me being hospitalized, you probably helped spread it. You don't understand," she said. She startled as Brooks passed Minor and Senegal and approached us with a brisk stride. It threw her off her stride, and she stumbled over her words as she tried to pull her excuse together. It was Emma Barnes, she." Brooks had reached Lisa's side and informed her, "Found him." "Emma Barnes what?" I asked the girl, trying to bring her focus back to the conversation we'd been having. She looked from Brooks to me, and I could see how lost she was. "Never mind," I cut her off before she started stumbling over her words again. "What's going on?" the girl asked. "We came here for an errand," Lisa answered her, "up to locker girl here to decide if you can tag along." You can't leave me here," the girl said, eyes widening. She looked to me, pleading. I sighed. "She can come." "More dead weight," Brooks frowned. I raised an eyebrow. For someone with the primary job of giving people medical care, you're pretty dead set against helping others. I have a low tolerance for people who get themselves into an ugly situation and then expect others to bail them out. That's fine, Lisa said. Just so long as you do your job. I always do, Brooks retorted. What's going on? The girl said, for the second time. Who are you? Just shut up and keep up, I said. We joined Senegal and Minor at the entrance to the hallway, then followed Brooks's lead as he strode across the mall. We got bogged down once more in the press of people dancing, jumping, and grinding in the center of the mall. We would have lost sight of Brooks, but he hopped up onto the side of the water fountain by the collapsed stairwell to get high enough for us to see him. Minor and Senegal cleared the way for the rest of us. I'll do the talking. Lisa offered. Sure, I said. It made sense. If we did rescue Bryce, I didn't want either him or his sister making a connection between Skitter and the girl in his rescuers group. As we reached the side of one grouping of stalls, I spotted Shaw standing in front of Bryce. He had one steel-toed boot planted on the same wooden bench that Bryce was seated on, his broad gut almost in the boy's face. Beside Bryce was a teenaged girl with bleached blonde hair, who was almost lying across the bench in her attempt to keep back from Shaw. There was nobody near enough to Bryce to be his kidnapper, nobody with a weapon, no handcuffs or chains. Shit. I didn't like what that suggested. This your boy? Shaw asked, as he noticed us. Yeah, Lisa said, without even glancing at me. What happened, Brycey? You join the merchants and neglect to tell your sister, go to stay with her, and then give all the info on where she's staying to your new friends? You that big a scumbag. Bryce scowled. I could see him trying to look confident in front of his girlfriend. Not what happened. Then tell me a story, kid. Keep in mind, what you say plays a big role in what happens in the next few minutes. There's no story to tell, Bryce glared at her. Our house falls down, my family moves in with my dad's friend. Everyone else goes to work, I'm left with two of the lamest fucking families ever. I was doing more chores in a matter of days than I've done in the rest of my life combined. Poor baby, Joe rumbled. Bryce looked up at the man and then looked away, angry. Got sick, then when I get better my sister drags me to this church, same fucking thing. Lame people, lame place, and I just know I'll be doing more fucking chores to earn my keep. Fuck that. Some people came to trash the church, and I figured, hey, there's a way out. Have some fun. He cast a quick glance at the bleached blonde girl next to him. Fuck. Got a reality check for you, Lisa told him, stepping closer. Those people who trashed the church? They hurt your sister. What? No. She's in ICU, bro, Lisa lied. I didn't get a chance to see where she was going from there, because Lisa was interrupted by a booming voice that rang through the entire mall. Hey sister fuckers. The music had died all at once, and a slow roar spread through the entire mall, rising to a climax. Cheering. All heads were turning to look the same direction. I followed their line of sight. A crude platform had been pulled together at one side of the mall, where the rubble was piled highest. The leading figures of the merchants stood at the front, just behind a railing of metal bars that had been haphazardly welded together. Skidmark held the microphone and wore his traditional costume, dark blue and skin-tight, with the lower half of his face and the area around his eyes exposed. As costumes went, it was pretty lame, even with the cape that he'd added since the last time I'd seen him. Especially with the cape. There were people who could pull off that sort of thing, like Alexandria. Skidmark wasn't one of them. His girlfriend was at his side, her shoulder touching his. Squealer was streaked with oil stains, with some even in her hair. She wore a white top and jean shorts that were each so skimpy that she was more indecent than she'd be if she had been naked. She had a remote control in one hand, and her makeup was practically caked on. Not so dissimilar from the girl we'd just rescued, in that respect. Besides Skidmark, opposite Squealer, was Mush. He bore a resemblance to a particular pink-skinned, scrawny goblin of a creature from those fantasy movies. His hair was so thin he might as well be hairless, his large eyes were heavy-lidded with dark circles beneath them, and his skinny limbs were contrasted by a bulging potbelly. All of the worst features of an old man and a malnourished child thrown together. Except he was real, just an ugly, ill person. Behind them stood their subordinates. I recognized Trainwreck, but there were 5 more I couldn't place. 5 who, for all I knew, were new to the Cape scene. Trainwreck's presence was interesting. Was he still with Coil? On our side? That's more Capes than they had a month ago, I spoke, leaning close to Lisa and pitching my voice low. They've been recruiting, Lisa muttered. When Skidmark spoke, his voice carried through every speaker and set of headphones in the building. You Quim jockeys up for tonight's main event? They don't get any better than this. The cheering swelled again, that ear-splitting sound you got when hundreds of people all tried to shout louder than the rest. Skidmark raised his hands, and then swept them in a downward motion. Twin shimmers not dissimilar to the heated air you saw above a hot road blasted towards the crowd. Where the shimmers touched the ground, they changed the color of the flooring, creating bands of glowing ground 6 or 7 feet wide. After swirling for a moment, the colors settled into a gradient, stretching from violet on one side of the line to a pale blue on the other side. The people who found themselves in the middle of the effect were dragged towards the blue side, as if they were standing on a steep slope. The crowd roared, and began pushing people towards the effect. Anyone who touched the purple side was caught with a greater force, dragged through to the blue side and cast towards the bulk of the crowd, sliding on the ground with enough force to stagger anyone they ran into. The blue side seemed weaker, with anyone stepping on it finding strong resistance, as if they were trying to move against a strong headwind on oil-slick ground. Only a handful of people made it out without being pushed back by the effects of Skidmark's power or by the crowd that ringed the area. Skidmark repeated the process to draw what I realized was a crude square in the middle of the mall, the blue sides facing inward. As he layered his power over the same area, the colors of the effect became darker, the ground below less visible, and the effects on the people were all the more violent. The blue sides had become dark blue, and instead of simply pushing against those who touched them, they threw people back towards the center of the ring. You piss-licking losers know what the red armband means. Skidmark crowed, bloodshed. Violence. We've got ourselves a free-for-all brawl. The noise the crowd made reached a peak it hadn't even approached before. Last 5 standing in the ring get a prize. A mean smile spread across his face. Even from where I stood on the other side of the mall, I could see how bad his teeth were. No rules. I don't give a shit-stained fuck if you jump in at the last second or if you use a weapon. Anything goes. People howled, hooted, and jeered, but I could see some of the faces of the people trapped in the ring. Most of them weren't cheering. Fuck me, Lisa whispered, he's trying to get people to have trigger events. That's how he's recruiting para-humans. Our contestants don't seem to be too excited. Skidmark shouted. Need an incentive? Let me tell you cock-garglers what you stand to win. He snapped his fingers, and one of his powered subordinates, a woman with long hair covering her face, hurried forward. She held a metal box. Skidmark placed the case on the railing and popped it open. He placed what looked like a metal canister on the railing, then withdrew the next. By the time he was done, 5 metal cylinders were spaced out in front of him. He picked up the center canister and began unscrewing it. Before, we gave our winners the pick of the pick, the best stuff our boys and girls have been able to grab from the rich assholes with their fancy-as-fuck houses and jobs. Every eye in the place was on him. But tonight is fucking special, because we won the lottery when we found this shit. He withdrew a stoppered glass vial from the canister and gripped it in his right hand. With his other hand, he held the stainless steel canister. He thrust both hands over his head, each object clenched tight. Superpowers in a can. Infestation 11.6. Is he for real? I looked to Lisa for an answer. Can they do that? Don't think he's lying. The crowd roared, and I turned to see why, just in time to see the aftermath of the first attack. One of the merchants in the ring had just bludgeoned someone with a length of pipe. Backing away, he found someone he knew, and through some unspoken agreement, they drew together, each protecting the other's back. Others were having similar ideas. Groups of friends were banding together, leaving others alone. One of the loners found another guy without any friends around, shouted something I couldn't hear, and they drew together. His new friend turned and struck him down from behind not 2 seconds later. The traitor got his just reward when 3 young men and a grungy-looking old man tackled him to the ground and started beating him. At the corner nearest to us, a woman got smashed in the nose. The spray of blood landed in the area of Skidmark's power and shot straight back into the melee. Inspired by this sight, a man who stood outside the ring grabbed a piece of rubble and threw it down at the edge of the ring. The chunk of concrete flew into the massed people, striking a man who was crouching and trying to avoid the worst of the fighting. This act started a chain reaction. The audience turned on the man who'd launched the chunk of rubble, clustering around him, punching and kicking him, and shoving him to the ground. Others were inspired by his idea, and did much the same thing, using Skidmark's power to pelt the people in the arena. One man helped by a kid who might have been his son upended a trash can on the glowing ground to send rotted food and other rubbish flying into the ring. Others moved to stop them or shove anyone who got close enough onto the colored ground. The violence was escalating and it didn't look to be slowing down anytime soon. We should go, Lisa said. She turned to Jaw and ordered, bring the boy. Jaw grabbed Bryce by the shirt and hauled him to his feet. He pointed at the girl who had been sitting next to Bryce, and her. Leave her. Lisa called out, raising her voice to be heard over the screams and cheering. She said something else, but I couldn't make it out. The crack of a gun being fired went off somewhere. Instead of stopping the crowd, it seemed to provoke them, pushing those who hadn't been participating into action, like runners who'd been waiting for a starter's pistol. It was as though the merchants felt more secure with their hands around people's throats than they did trying to get away. Skidmark gripped the railing as he hunched over it, grinning a smile with teeth that seemed to be every color but white. His eyes were almost glittering as he watched the chaos he'd set in motion. We moved as a group, Lisa's soldiers in a tight circle around us with Bryce, Lisa, the rescued girl and me in the center. We made our way toward the nearest exit, but our way was barred by an unfolding brawl between 2 groups a good distance from the main spectacle. Rivals? Enemies seeing an opportunity to exact vengeance for some past event? The girl who'd been on the bench with Bryce ran for the thick of the melee surrounding the ring. She was shouting, almost screeching, Thomas. Mom. Bryce struggled in an attempt to go after her, but Jaw held him firm. I almost missed what happened next. A woman from the group fighting in front of us ran, and a band of young men charged after her, which brought them just in front of us. We collectively backed out of the way, but Bryce had other intentions. The boy wrenched out of Jaw's grip and threw his shoulder into the small of Senegal's back. The man was only barely able to keep from stumbling forward into the charging merchants, but with his attention elsewhere, Bryce managed to slip past. I joined Miner and Brooks in giving chase, and though Miner was bigger and stronger, I had the advantage of a slight build. I ducked between the people and followed Bryce into the thick of the audience. Bryce had reached his girlfriend, and wrapped his arms around her. Still holding her, he turned to see us approaching. I was in the lead, and Miner close behind me. He looked the other way, past the glowing perimeter of Skidmark's arena, and I followed his gaze to where a middle-aged woman with bleached blonde hair and a taller black man with a scar on his lips stood. I recognized them from Sierra's description. They were the same people who had attacked the church. The man Thomas beckoned with a wave of his arm, and Bryce and his girlfriend ran, dropping to the ground as they touched the border of the ring. No! I shouted, as the effect of Skidmark's power sent them careening into the ongoing free-for-all. My voice was lost in the cacophony of the screaming, shouting, hollering crowd. I stared helplessly at the unfolding scene. The two teenagers managed to get to their feet and gather together with Thomas, the mother, and one or two others. They were soon lost in the jumble of people that were all punching, kicking, and strangling one another, spurred on by adrenaline, self-preservation, alcohol, stimulants and greed. There was little enough room that when someone fell, they were trampled by those that were still fighting. Minor reached me and ushered me back to the others, and we backed as far away from the fighting as we could. The moment I saw Lisa, I asked her, should I left my question unfinished. Should I use my bugs? No. The moment an enemy makes their presence known, Skidmark might try to break this up and send the crowd after any unfamiliar faces. Not saying they'd get us, but they could, and there'd be other victims too. Fuck. I looked at the ongoing fighting. We should do something. I'm open to ideas, she said. Can't we run? The girl we'd rescued asked. Look, what's your name? Lisa said. Charlotte. Charlotte, we came to get that kid. My friend feels it's important, and she's usually got a pretty damn good reason for doing what she does. Thank you, I said. So it's up to her, what we do here. What were our options? Using Lisa's power? I wasn't sure how it applied here. If she had a way of addressing the audience, maybe there was something she could say to turn the tide, or turn them against their leaders, but the only way to do that would be to get the microphone Skidmark had. We had Lisa's soldiers, but no matter how well trained they were, there was a certain point where fighters in quantity overcame fewer fighters of higher quality in a brawl. Not to mention that some of the merchants had guns. The great equalizer. I was pretty sure Lisa's soldiers would be packing, but the problem with guns was that they drew attention, and we definitely did not want to fall under too much scrutiny. This was what the merchants were. Even less organized than the ABB, they were humans reduced to pack behavior, with Skidmark and his people acting like kids who would put animals in a cage and shake it set them on each other, instead of house training them. None of this made the merchants any less dangerous, though. Just the opposite. I had no options here, in the face of this. The most I could do would be to use my power on the entire crowd, and that would turn this already disturbed situation into something else entirely. We hold our ground, I told Lisa, unless things get bad enough that we're at risk. We wait for the fight to end, we see if we can find him, and we make our exit. Sticking around also means we can get more info on what Skidmark's got in those vials and where he got them. Okay, Lisa confirmed. That works. The minutes that followed were among the longest I'd experienced in my life. It wasn't a tedious, slow, agonizing passage of time like I'd experienced in the hospital bed, waiting to find out if I was being arrested or if my back was broken. No, these minutes stretched on because there was so much going on, and I couldn't lose my focus, look away or pause for contemplation for a second. Different groups tried to pick fights with us. It was nonsensical, given that we weren't even in the ring, but adrenaline was running high and we stood out because we were apart from the rest of the fighting, isolated. We had stuff they could take, and warm bodies they could, well, warm bodies. It was enough. We tried to hold a formation, with the bodyguards holding the outer perimeter and the less experienced combatants, myself included, in the center. It quickly became apparent that these things didn't really hold up in a real combat situation. For one thing, our enemies quickly figured out what we were trying to do and tried to force Lisa's soldiers to break ranks. They would hang back and throw things, or stay just out of reach as they held weapons at the ready, looking for a moment when our frontline fighters were distracted or otherwise occupied. It forced Lisa's soldiers to move out of formation to deliver with the enemy with a few decisive hits, then back up to close the gap in the line. That was the plan, anyways, but sometimes the opponent was too nimble to be taken down, and other times, they delayed Lisa's people enough that someone could slip through the line and attack one of our less capable combatants, myself included. I held a knife in each hand, my combat knife and the one I'd taken when we'd rescued Charlotte. When I was forced to fight, I avoided lethal strikes. I had a sense of where the major arteries were and avoided them, even when I knew I could make a quick cut at someone's wrists or neck. Holding back didn't do me any favors, and I got smashed in the left ear once, struck in the gut and chest a few times, and a nail that was stuck through someone's makeshift club sliced the back of my upper arm. Still, Lisa's soldiers afforded me time to breathe. I remained vigilant for any break in ranks and incoming attacks. My arm smarted where I'd been cut, and my ear throbbed. I swallowed hard, glancing towards the ring, where people lay in heaps, and only 2/3 of the combatants were either injured, unconscious, dead or playing dead. Feeling pressured, Senegal reached for his gun, but was forced to duck back into the side to avoid being bludgeoned by a heavy metal lock one of the merchants had clipped to the end of a length of chain. The follow-up swing knocked his weapon from his hand. Someone else, a stocky man with eyebrows like caterpillars, moved through the gap to charge for me barehanded. Could be worse. I set my balance and readied to strike with my knives, waiting until he closed an end. And I was somewhere else. It was like remembering something profound that I'd forgotten. I'd seen this before. Huge creatures filled my perception. It was hard to say how I knew they were two different creatures, when each of them existed in multiple parallel spaces all at once. Countless mirrors moved in sync with one another, each occupying the same space, just as solid as the others, differing in how they moved and the worlds they interacted with. Each of them folded, unfolded, expanded, and shifted without taking more or less space. I couldn't wrap my head around it, even as I felt there was something like a pattern there. Some distant part of me realized I'd seen something similar to that folding and unfolding once, in a much simpler form. A tesseract, a fourth-dimensional analog to the cube. The difference was that while the cube had 6 flat faces, each side of the tesseract had 6 cubes, each connected to the others, another at each corner. To perceptions attuned to 3 dimensions, it seemed to constantly shift, each side folding or reshaping so that they could all simultaneously be perfect cubes, and each side was simultaneously the center cube from which all the others extended outward. The primary difference between these things and the tesseract was that these beings I was looking at were alive, and they weren't simple models I was viewing on a computer screen. They were living entities, life forms. There wasn't anything I could relate to any biology I knew or understood, nothing even remotely recognizable, but they were undoubtedly alive. They were enigmas of organs that were also limbs and also the exteriors of the creatures, each simultaneously some aspect of the entity as it flowed through empty space. It didn't help that the things were the size of small planets, and the scope of my perceptions was so small. It helped even less that parts of them seemed to move in and out of the other dimensions or realities where the mirror images were. The pair moved in sync, spiraling around one another in what I realized was a double helix. Each revolution brought them further and further apart. Innumerable motes drifted from their bodies as they moved, leaving thick trails of shed tissues or energies painting the void of empty space in the wake of their spiraling dance, as though they were made of a vast quantity of sand and they were flying against a gale force headwind. When they were too far away to see one another, they communicated, and each message was enormous and violent in scope, expressed with the energy of a star-going supernova. One word, one idea, for each message. Destination. Agreement. Trajectory. Agreement. They would meet again at the same place. At a set time, they would cease to expand their revolution and contract once again, until they drew together to arrive at their meeting place. The merchant caught me off guard, as I reeled from the image of what I'd just seen. He caught me across the cheekbone with his elbow, and pain shot through my entire skull, bringing me halfway back to reality. Someone grabbed me, her chest soft against my back, her grip around my shoulders painfully tight. Charlotte? Or Lisa? The shift from what I had seen to relative normalcy was so drastic that I could barely grasp what I was sensing. I opened my mouth to say something and then closed it. I couldn't unfocus or take in the scene as a whole, as the entirety of my attention was geared for seeing, what had I been looking at? It escaped me as I tried to remember. I shook my head, striving and failing to see past the countless minute details or the shape of things, the way the merchant's facial features seemed to spread out as he advanced towards me, the contraction of his body as he bent down, the nicks and brown of rust on the knife he picked up, the one I'd dropped. I still held my good knife. I closed my eyes, trying to blink and fix the distorted focus, and it only helped a little. I looked to my left for help, saw Miner and Jaw with their hands full, their movements too hard for my eyes to follow. To my right, Lisa was slumped over, and Brooks held her. Merchants were closing in on them. Senegal stood in front of me, and though his gun was gone, he was using the length of chain that he'd taken from one of the merchants to drive our opponents back and buy us breathing room. It wasn't enough. 3 capable fighters weren't able to protect 7 people in total. I used my power, and wrenched my eyes closed. It helped more than anything, as the tactility of my swarm sense gave me a concrete, solid sense of the things around us. Many of the merchants had lice on their skin, in their clothes and on their hair. A small handful of flies buzzed around the area. With a bit of direction to guide those flies to where I needed them, I had a solid sense of my surroundings and what the enemy combatants were doing. With panic and disorientation nearly overwhelming me, I had to resist the urge to use my power to call a swarm together. Using this many bugs, to get a sense of what was going on? It wouldn't attract undue attention. I let bugs gather on the ceiling of the mall, drawing them down through the large crack where part of the roof had caved in, as a just-in-case. I kept my eyes closed as I fought back, pulling out of Charlotte's grip to strike at the merchant, cutting him across the forehead. He growled something I couldn't make out and charged me. Knowing I wouldn't be able to beat him in any contest of strength, I threw myself to one side, landing hard on the ground and nearly tripping Senegal. I brought my knees to my chest, and then I kicked outward to strike him in the calf with both heels. I wasn't thinking straight. I should have predicted that he'd fall on top of me. His shoulder hit my chest, his body weight heavy on top of me. His knife hand was trapped under his body, near my waist. I was more fortunate, with my right arm free, and I pulled the knife's point across his ribs, aiming for a shallow cut that hurt more than it injured. He screamed and dropped his weapon, and I scrabbled to slide it back towards Charlotte, Brooks, and Lisa. Senegal turned and kicked my attacker away from me. While Senegal used the lock on the end of the length of chain to strike the man in the jaw, I tried to stand. Stupidly, I'd opened my eyes as I stood, instead of trusting to my power to keep a sense of the immediate situation. Motion sickness hit me like a sack of bricks, and I nearly fell over. Charlotte caught me to keep me from tipping over, only narrowly avoiding stabbing herself on my good knife. "Oh my God," she murmured. Had I given myself away? I hadn't used that many bugs. No, it was something else. I could tell from the flies I'd placed on her head that she was looking up. Her attention turned to me, then Lisa, and then back to the higher object. I forced my eyes open, controlling my movement and my breathing to reduce the threat of nausea, and saw she was looking at Skidmark's platform. Skidmark was slumped against the railing, struggling to his feet. Squealer, Mush, Trainwreck, and their other subordinates weren't faring much better. Skidmark grabbed his microphone and broke into laughter, the nasty chuckles echoing through the area. Seems like one of you ASS D-Rips just earned his stripes, he cackled. I saw a flash of white from within the ring and it dawned on me what had just happened. Another flash sparked in the ring, then a second. Both were in close proximity to a boy no older than I was. White smoke poured from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, with smaller traces flowing from his scalp, stirring his hair. He flinched as someone whirled on him and raised their weapon, and a burst of white light appeared 2 feet to the other person's left. A miss. The person swayed toward where the flash had been, as if it had pulled at him. The glowing boy stuck one arm out, towards his target, and another flash of white appeared a yard behind his target. The man charged, and the boy tried a third time. The blast intersected the man, and when it faded, the man's upper arm, forearm, elbow, and the right side of his torso and hip were gone. Blood gushed from the area where his flesh had been carved away by the light, and his dismembered hand dropped to his feet. The boy screamed in some combination of horror, pain, and rage, and flashes of the whiteness erupted randomly around him. Some caught people who were lying prone on the ground, others hit standing combatants, while most simply hit thin air. A trigger event. I'd just seen someone have their trigger event. But what had happened to Skidmark's group, Tattletale, and I? I could vaguely remember something, thought about trying to put it into words, as if describing it could help call it to mind in a way that I could describe it, but they disappeared as I reached for them. I was reminded of Imp's power. Before I could get a handle on it, I'd forgotten entirely, and I was struggling to even remember what I was trying to do, my thoughts muddling the idea of it with my attempts to get my bearings. And Charlotte, who was helping me stay balanced on my feet, was staring at me wide-eyed. I remembered her exclamation of surprise. If everyone on stage with powers had been affected, and Lisa and I were reacting the same way, it couldn't be that hard for her to put the pieces together. Charlotte knew. I looked to Lisa for advice or ideas, but she was still slumped over, and she wasn't recovering. Why? If this was some kind of psychic backlash from someone else having their trigger event, had she maybe been hit harder because of her power? I hurried to her side, while Brooks turned to rejoin the fight and help re-establish our front lines. Lisa. I shook her. She looked at me, her eyes unfocused. They're like viruses, she said. Her voice was thin, as if she were talking to herself. And babies. And gods. All at the same time. You're not making any sense, Lisa. Come on, get it together. Things are pretty ugly right now. Almost there. It's like it's at the tip of my tongue, but it's my brain, not my tongue. Her voice was thin, barely audible, as though she was talking to herself and not to me. Still fill in the blanks. I slapped her lightly across the face. Lisa. Need you to come back to reality, not go further into your delirium. The slap seemed to do it. She shook her head, like a dog trying to shake off water. Taylor. Come on, I helped her to her feet. She almost lost her balance, but she was still recuperating faster than I had. Charlotte took over the job of ensuring Lisa was okay, and I moved forward to help back up the other guys. With a knife in each hand, I stood behind the trio of Brooks, Senegal, and Minor, ready to stop anyone who tried to slip by. I kept my eyes closed. I could manage so long as I didn't try to move and keep my eyes open at the same time. It was swiftly receding. The last group to tackle us had largely been beaten back. Another group made some threatening moves, but they seemed to be in rougher shape than us. Their leader was an Amazon of a woman with a wild look in her eyes and matted hair, and I could see concern flash across her face as she looked us over and noted the disparity in the condition of our groups. It struck me she was in a bad spot, knowing her group would be thrashed if she took us on, but at the same time, she couldn't order her guys to back off without looking like a coward. Whatever decision she would have made, we didn't get to find out. Stop. Skidmark hollered into his microphone. It took a full minute for everyone to break off in the fighting and back off to a point where they didn't feel immediately threatened. So many injured. How many of his own people had Skidmark just lost in this stunt? Did he care? He stood to gain 5 new para-humans for his group. 6 if you counted the guy who'd had his trigger event. If we wait any longer, there's only going to be 1 of you cockbiters left in the ring. We got 5 of you fuckers left, and that's all we need. Only 5? There had been at least 80 in the ring at the beginning, and still more had joined the fight afterward, one way or another. I could see the remaining 5 as the audience moved back to give them space. A family of 3, it seemed, a woman with a gaping wound in her stomach, her hand crimson where it pressed against the injury, and the boy who'd had his trigger event. I didn't see Bryce or his new family in the midst of the people retreating from the scene. A flash of light marked another uncontrolled use of the new cape's power. It struck close to the ground, removing the leg of someone who lay unconscious or dead on the ground, but it left the ground perfectly intact. Why? When it consumed clothing and flesh but not the building itself. Boy, Skidmark pointed, approach the stage. The ring flashed and disappeared. The boy turned, as though in a daze. He flinched as another burst of light sparked a good 10 feet away. He limped toward Skidmark and stared up at the merchant's leader. You're gonna need a name, kid, if you're going to join the merchant's upper circle. The boy blinked, looking around, as if he didn't quite understand. Was he in shock? Come on, now. Let's hurry it up. There was a spark of the boy's power, and the flash removed a beach ball-sized section of rubble beneath Skidmark's stage. The boy stared at it. E-eraser, he answered, making it a question. Like the puny pink nipple on the end of a pencil? Fuck that, Skidmark snarled. The boy drew out the noise, all too aware of his audience, probably unable to think straight. Scrub! Skidmark shouted, and the crowd roared. How in the hell was Scrub better than Eraser? In what insane reality? Skidmark waited until the noise of the crowd had died down before he raised the vial. No point in you having a drink of this shit. Wouldn't do, sweet fuck all. Pick someone. The boy stared at Skidmark, processing the words. He flinched as another flash occurred near him. A hand clutching one elbow, he turned toward the crowd. When he spoke, his voice was shaky. Rick. Doug. Two people emerged from the massed people who stood around where the audience had been. One had blood running from his scalp to cover half his face, while the other was coughing violently, blood thick around his mouth and nose. Can I give it to both? Can they share it? The boy with the glowing hair asked. Skidmark chuckled, and it was a nasty sound with very little humor to it. No. You definitely don't want to do that. Pick one. Doug. Doug can have it. The boy who was coughing looked up, surprised. The one with blood on his face, Rick, suddenly looked angry. What the fuck? A flash of white high above and to the right of the boy with the powers made everyone nearby cringe. It tore away a chunk of a metal beam that was helping to support the damaged roof. People were giving a wider berth to the boy with the powers. I suspected his abilities and his apparent lack of control were the only things keeping Rick from running up and punching him. Was this division and the hard feelings on purpose? If it was intentional, if Skidmark was dividing his allies from their former groups and cliques so they couldn't gang up against him, I'd have to adjust my estimation of him. Not that I'd like him anymore, or even respect him, but I'd give him credit for intelligence. You didn't help me when I got pulled into the ring, the boy with the powers told Rick. Doug at least tried. He gets my prize. As Doug approached the stage, taking the long way to keep his distance from his newly empowered friend, I became aware that my bugs were dying on the roof, where I'd gathered a swarm in preparation during the chaos. A patch here, a patch there. No. Not dying. They were stunned, their senses obliterated by bursts of chaos and false sensations. I had an idea of what it was. I'd felt the same thing before. I turned to Lisa. Moving my left hand from the scratch on the back of my upper arm, I discreetly pointed up and murmured, "There's company on the way. We should go before there's trouble." She looked up, then nodded assent. Tapping Miner on the shoulder, she gave him a hand signal, and he notified the others. We began moving. The person on the roof was joined by others. Some bugs died beneath their footfalls. More bugs were stunned as the first individual crawled forward on all fours, around the lip of the roof and onto the ceiling of the mall, hanging off of it by his hands. With the building largely unlit, I couldn't make him out. Neuter was here, and the rest of Fault Line's crew. We reached the first exit, and no sooner had we reached for the door than the handle disappeared. The gaps separating the door from the wall filled in, as though wax matching the color of the door was dripping through the gaps. There were similar things happening at the other entrances. I saw the doors fading into the walls, becoming little more than discolored blotches. Nobody else had seemed to notice, with their attention wholly focused on the woman who was making her way down from the stage with the vial for Doug. When the fighting had started, Lisa had dissuaded me from using my power, out of a concern that the ensuing riot and chaos would get people hurt, and that the mob might start to hunt for strangers in their ranks. I had no idea why they were here, but it seemed Fault Line was about to crash the party in a far more direct way than we had. We were about to see that bad scenario unfold, and our escape routes had vanished. Infestation 11.7. Neuter dropped from the ceiling. The main part of the mall had only the one level to it, but the roof was arched slightly, and he was dropping from one of the higher points. I was bad at estimating distances, but what was that? 50 feet? 60? He landed in a crouch, a hair behind the girl who was carrying the vial down the pile of rubble to the base of the platform. As she turned, dust, papers, cigarette butts and fragments of rock stirred around her. They moved in a counterclockwise orbit, rising, increasing in intensity over a span of 1.5 seconds. Whatever her power did, Neuter stopped it, smacking her in the forehead with his palm, almost gently. She stepped back, as if she'd lost her balance. The building whirlwind around her dissipated into a billowing cloud of dust and her legs turned to rubber beneath her as she tried to step back once more. She fell. Neuter's tail encircled the vial before she could drop it, and he flicked it into his left hand. An instant later, he was racing for the stage, almost casually finding stepping stones as he made a beeline for Skidmark and the rest of the group. He was going for the case and the vials. Much of the crowd was running after Neuter, rushing for the base of the stage and climbing the heaps of rubble to follow. In doing so, they were vacating the center of the mall where the casualties lay. I hated to get closer to the chaos, but I suspected it would be a long time before I had a better chance to find and retrieve Bryce. "I'm going after the kid," I said. "Miner, Brooks, escort her," Lisa ordered. On the other side of the mall, Neuter had reached Skidmark and pounced for him. In reaction, Skidmark used his power to coat his cape in a layer of his power. He raised it between himself and Neuter. Neuter was already airborne, unable to change course, but he had the presence of mind to hawk a loogie into Squealer's face. He bounced off of the cape, knocking Skidmark back, and fell to the ground. Skidmark used his power to saturate Neuter and the ground around him. As his power took hold, Neuter was launched through the rungs of the metal railing and down into the midst of the crowd at the base of the stage. Skidmark shouted something, but I couldn't make it out over the noise of the other merchants. I tore my eyes from the scene and we hurried toward the heaps of unconscious, bloodied and wounded that lay where the arena had been. We were halfway there when the entire mall began to brighten. The barred windows were expanding, and massive torches were lighting on the far sides. Shafts of orange light extended into the mall's interior, patterned into diamonds by the meshes of bars Labyrinth had erected. The wall behind Skidmark and the other upper circle members of the merchants began to bulge inward. Features took form, a face, 10 feet tall. Protrusions below it, near the floor of the platform, marked emerging fingertips. Labyrinth wasn't stopping there. Miner had to catch my arm and pull me back to keep me from being caught in the path of another effect in the mall's floor. The ground cracked and bulged upward as though a mole was tunneling at high speeds just beneath the tile. "Get back," someone shouted behind me. I recognized Lisa's voice and took her advice, backing away from the hump. Miner stopped me from backing up into another hump that had appeared behind me. Stone walls heaved upward from the mountains of broken tile, blocking my path and stopping at a height of 12 or more feet. As more walls rose around me, I saw a door form to my right, and the corridor to my left had a bend in it. A maze. She was living up to her name. The walls at the outside edges of the mall were altering, now, more faces and body parts making themselves apparent. Like statuary or reliefs. Limbs intertwined and nude figures decorated the interior walls of the mall, each tall enough to extend from floor to ceiling, animated so that they moved with a glacial slowness. With a surprising speed, the interior of the mall was coming to resemble some kind of temple. I had to admit, I was spooked. That girl's power was intimidating when she wasn't on my side. She wasn't all there, mentally, so the only thing holding her back was the person telling her what to do. If she could make those giant torches, she could set the floor on fire. Or she could have created spikes instead of walls, without leaving the rest of us any place to run. That nobody had been hurt was purely by her choice. Stone poles speared down from the roof. Looking up, I saw that the edges of the crack in the roof had fanged teeth, and that figures were sliding down the metal poles. 2 female, 1 obese male. Spitfire, Faultline, and Gregor the Snail? Not quite. Faultline and Gregor, yes. I didn't recognize the other woman, and she was too tall to be Spitfire with her mask off. Red-haired, slender, older than Spitfire or Labyrinth had been. She slid down the pole, up until the moment Trainwreck leaped from the stage and caught the base of the pole with his shoulder. He was built like a football player in a quadruple thick layer of cast iron protective gear, steam billowing behind him as he tore past the stone pole like it was nothing. It cracked in 4 places, and the girl dropped out of the air. One section of the pole hit the ground in an upright position, and she landed atop it with 1 foot, wobbling briefly. Controlling the angle the pole fell, she angled her fall toward a nearby wall of the maze. It wasn't enough. Trainwreck smashed the pole from under her, sending her flying through the air to land in the midst of Labyrinth's maze. Labyrinth created a short pillar below the metal case and canisters, and began to extend it towards the gap in the roof. Skidmark used his power to force the things off the top of the pillar and onto the platform, where they rolled. A few stray papers fluttered from the case. There was a crack of gunfire, and I saw the momentary light of the shot to my right. I couldn't see over the wall, but I saw Trainwreck lumbering forward, one oversized metal gauntlet raised to protect his head, the only vulnerable part of his body. I directed some bugs to the scene, and realized that a woman with the exact same proportions as the red-haired woman was firing at Trainwreck. She'd made it through the maze and back to the skirmish with Trainwreck so quickly. There was a brief pause in the gunfire, then a single shot fired. Sparks marked the ricochet between his shoulder, the back of his hand, and the armor that rose behind his head. He dropped to one knee with a suddenness that suggested he was wounded. I hurried to the wall. I could use my bugs to find my way through the maze, getting a sense of the layout, but I needed something faster. Labyrinth was using her power and adjusting the battlefield with every passing second. The way things were, given how she wasn't aware of who I was included among her enemies. If I didn't go now and the battle resolved one way or the other, I might lose my window of opportunity to get Bryce. There was no way I was going back without him. The intensity of the emotion I was feeling on the subject surprised me. I hated the idea of going back to Sierra and telling her I'd failed. Hated the idea of that conversation on top of the news I had about Bryce joining the same merchants that assaulted her friend with a broken bottle. I couldn't do it. I couldn't be leader of a territory and know that someone out there was maybe telling others I hadn't followed through, fighting that constant nagging doubt in the back of my mind that wondered if my people were whispering or laughing at me behind my back. And maybe a small part of it was that my meeting with my father had been a reminder of how important family was. Bryce was the errant youth, his sister the anxious family member. Were my emotions here tied to the parallel between them and my father and me? Help me over, I ordered Miner. There was a crash not too far away as Trainwreck tore through one of Labyrinth's walls. Can give you and Brooks a boost, but not sure if I can follow, Miner told me, maybe if I find a place with something to stand on. That's fine. Look, I drew an arrow on the wall with my bugs, I can give you directions. There was little surprise on his face at the demonstration of my power. He gave me a curt nod, dropped to one knee, and wove his fingers together to give me a stirrup for my foot. I sheathed my good knife, stuffed the spare between the sheath and the strap that attached it to my midsection and stepped inside the bridge of Miner's hands. He heaved me up, almost throwing me. The cut on the back of my arm burned as I found a grip, then hurt twice as much as I hauled myself onto the top of the wall, my toes scrabbling on the untextured surface for traction. I reached down for Brooks, but he shook his head and waved me aside. He wanted to come up on his own. Fine, whatever. I hopped down into the next corridor. The far left had an archway leading into one of the more open areas, a circular area that was serving as a clearing for Trainwreck and the red-haired girl to fight. I crouched down as I reached the doorway, peeking out and trusting my bugs to give me the fuller story of what was going on. Brooks appeared behind me and crouched, gun raised, his back to the wall. His breathing was quiet and controlled even after his recent climb and jog. Trainwreck and the new girl on Faultline's team were facing off on the far side of this area. Behind Trainwreck, I saw a section of wall toppling, spotted Faultline dashing through the obstruction as though it were barely there. She ran up behind Trainwreck and slashed her fingertips across his heel as he was stepping forward. As he set the foot down on the marble floor, his ankle shattered and his foot broke free of his calf. He caught the ground with the stump of his mechanical leg, and she darted in close to cut through the knee of his other leg. He fell onto his back as she slipped between his legs, and she quickly turned to begin using her fingertips to cut down the wall, like a jungle explorer using a machete to hack through brush and vines. The red-haired woman joined her. The ground rumbled as sections of the black marble floor rose to form into broad, shallow stairs, leading from the two young women to Skidmark's stage. The Capes and Skidmark's group were struggling to find ground to stand on, as they were crowded back to the edges of the platform by the statue that was still emerging from the wall. A head and two forearms with reaching hands, all in dark stone. It was eerie, to see the changes that had occurred in our surroundings in the time it had taken me to cross the wall and wait for the fight to pass. If the attentions of the merchants had erased any familiarity I had towards the Weymouth shopping center, Labyrinth had cremated the remains and erected something else in its place. It was a cathedral, dedicated to a goddess that was very real and having a very active hand in current affairs. Labyrinth. Which reminded me of the fact that I needed to get through this maze. Labyrinth's power was drawing many of the crawling bugs down into the ground as it refurbished the floors and consumed the piles of trash or rubble. I still had the bugs on the ceiling, but I didn't want to give our presence away. Of the relatively few bugs I was willing to use, a share were being used to direct Miner and placing them in strategic locations to get a sense of the layout. As the maze took shape in my head, I showed Miner the way. I stepped into the clearing and, double-checking nobody was in earshot, I approached Trainwreck. Brooks followed just behind me, watching my back. Trainwreck didn't look like much, just going by the face. He had a round face, small eyes, greasy hair tied back in a ponytail and scarred cheeks. He looked like a homeless guy who hadn't had a shower in a long time. The only thing setting him apart from the merchants were the gunshot wound near the corner of his jaw and the steam-powered armor that rendered him strong enough to pound the crap out of Arms Master. I asked him in a low voice, Trainwreck. Are you still working for Coil, or did you leave? He tensed, and his eyes turned my way, though he couldn't turn his head with the hardware around it. I stepped back as he used one arm to prop himself up and get a better look at me. No idea what you're saying, he said. He gave me a level stare, and I was almost convinced. But I'd seen him in the parking garage when I first found out Coil was the Undersider's employer. Right, total nonsense, sorry, I said. I tried not to show fear as he tried to get to a standing position with his ruined mechanical legs, looming over me. But if you were working for the man, maybe you could find some excuse to knock over that wall over there. I pointed at the nearest section of wall. You're fucking nuts, he told me. He raised his arm, and my legs tensed, ready to leap towards him if he took a swing at us. As big as he was, without him being able to use his legs, being enclosed would be safer than trying to leap back out of his reach. He brought his hand down on the wall I'd pointed at to heave himself to an upright position. The wall fell as he rested his weight on it. Using his other hand to help balance himself, he gripped the wall in his heavy gauntlet and flung the section of wall at Faultline and the red-haired girl. The girl turned and stepped out of the way as the wall rotated in the air, bounced between her and Faultline with mere inches gap between them, and slid back down the stairs. He didn't pay any further attention to us as we ran for the gap he'd opened. My power let me get a general map of the people who were still unconscious or prone, and the bugs wouldn't stand out too much as they checked the bodies. I went by body types, trying to find people of Bryce's height and build. The path Trainwreck had opened gave us avenues to 2 people who could have fit the mark, with the third over the next wall. Good news? The first of the prone bodies I went to was Bryce. Bad news? He was injured. Scrub's power had torn through the clusters of merchants during the fighting, and Bryce's new family was no exception. The girlfriend was dead, her head and shoulders gone, muscle and fluids flowing out where the flesh had been annihilated. The girl's mother was a goner too. She lay on her back, her face missing. Had she been behind her daughter, holding her, hit by the same blast? Thomas was still alive, the black man with the scar on his lips. The man who had hurt Sierra's friend from the church, who had literally torn the guy a new asshole, if I'd gotten Sierra's meaning right. Thomas crawled slowly for the nearest arch, breathing hard, his face drawn with pain. A slice had been taken out of his arm, shoulder, and a section of his back, as though a guillotine had grazed him from behind. I wasn't quite sure how he hadn't died yet, with the amount he was bleeding. Brooks stooped down to help Bryce, who had gotten off lightly compared to the others. He was missing a large portion of his right hand, and he'd had the presence of mind to try to loop his belt around the injury to control the blood loss, pulling it tight. He seemed like he'd lose consciousness any second. Brooks retrieved some medical supplies from his backpack and began tending to the boy. I watched Thomas struggle towards the door. Miner arrived 15 or 20 seconds after Brooks had started to work on the boy, standing guard while our medic took care of Bryce's hand. Brooks helped Miner to get the boy to a standing position, while I watched Thomas struggle on. He was getting weaker, fast. The blood loss had been too severe. Skidmark had several para-humans working for him, and I didn't know all their powers. Maybe Thomas would get care. Maybe Skidmark would attend to his people. Probably not. I knew that by leaving him here, I might be leaving him here to die, but the chance of him surviving anyways was pretty slim. Besides, bringing him would slow us down, and I wasn't sure we could afford that. I shook my head a little, as if it could cast away the layers of little justifications and excuses I was putting together. I was searching for a rationale, a reason to leave him behind. Also, maybe, I suspected I was trying to give a reason to the fact that I had almost no sympathy for the man. If I was going to leave him there, I'd own up to what I was doing. Sierra had wanted Thomas and his followers to suffer, and I'd agreed to make it happen. I couldn't do anything about Bryce's girlfriend or her mom. They were dead, and it had probably been instantaneous and painless. Thomas, though? Brooks followed my gaze to Thomas. In his accented voice, he asked me, "You want me to bandage him up?" "Don't know how much I can do." Thomas heard and stopped crawling, dropping onto his belly. He didn't look toward me, but I knew he was listening. "It's fine," I told Brooks. "Focus on the boy." He nodded, then helped hold Bryce's prone form while Minor got a better grip. Thomas didn't move, react or say anything. "Let's go," I said. We ran, and with Brooks keeping one hand on my shoulder to guide me, I glanced behind us to get a sense of what was going on. The battle was still ongoing. Gregor the snail was here, but unlike the others, he wasn't operating in Labyrinth's world. He passed through the walls of the maze, spraying streams of slime at Trainwreck, who had apparently advanced halfway up the stairs by using his hands to help him walk. Trainwreck retaliated by throwing a chunk of stairs at Gregor with one hand while trying to block the stream of slime with the other. The section of stairs hit the wall of the maze just in front of Gregor, some of it bouncing over to pass through Gregor. Not real, as far as he was concerned. What did this look like to Gregor? Was he standing in the mall as it had been, while Trainwreck seemed to stand on thin air? Or was Trainwreck on the ground? I couldn't parse it. Mush had started pulling himself together, but Labyrinth was making his job into a struggle. His right arm had divided, stretched, forked out and reconfigured until it looked like a mass of reaching veins and arteries. He plunged it into one of the trash cans that Labyrinth was absorbing into the floor, and when he withdrew it, the tendrils had formed the connective tissue for an oversized hand crafted out of garbage. His other arm and much of his lower body had already gathered some garbage around it, letting him stand several feet taller than he had before. The skin of his head and body was peeling off into more tendrils, reaching for more trash and distributing some from his arms to his torso. From what I could gather, he needed some kind of loose matter to form the body of his other self. Dirt, compost, trash, maybe even sand. Problem was, however fantastic his surroundings might have been for this 5 minutes ago, Labyrinth was screwing him over by cleaning things up, maybe inadvertently. One upper arm, his naked upper body and his nearly bald head were all exposed and vulnerable. Scrub had climbed up to one corner of the platform, and was keeping to the edge of the fight. His intent was clearly to be close enough to Faultline's group to possibly tag them, but not so close that one of his uncontrolled blasts would catch a fellow merchant. My bugs told me we were close to Lisa, Charlotte, Ja, and Senegal. I caught Minor's attention and pointed, and he put Bryce down long enough to give me a boost up to the top of the wall that stood between us. I straddled the wall and waited for Brooks and Minor to figure out how to get Bryce up to me so I could pass him down to the others. From my vantage point, I could see more of the battle unfolding on the far side of the mall. One powered merchant charged Faultline and collapsed through the ground she had strategically weakened. She kicked him several times in the face before the next member of Skidmark's group tried to take her on, drawing and pointing a gun. Faultline drew her feet apart, and then dropped through the floor of the platform in a spray of splinters. To her right, the red-headed woman was striding towards Scrub. He aimed a shot and missed by a fraction, and she didn't even flinch. Another try, another miss. As she got close, he let his power go haywire, and a dozen flashes erupted in close vicinity to him. None touched her. She had her gun drawn, but she didn't shoot him. Instead, she grabbed him by the collar, then wrenched him to one side so he tipped over the side of the platform and fell the 20 or so feet to the ground below. It wasn't enough of a fall to guarantee that he was out of the fight, but she seemed confident enough to turn away and move on to the next target before he'd even finished falling. Gregor was keeping up his steady pressure, alternating between blasting Trainwreck and blasting Mush with one hand and aiming at Skidmark with the other. Skidmark used his power to push away the worst of the slime, but it was clear he was losing. His power wasn't strong, it didn't have much more push to it than a strong wind. Any attempt to get it as effective as it had been at the edge of the arena took time and multiple layers of the effect. In short, Gregor could make the slime more easily than Skidmark could get rid of it. A knotted bandage tied around Bryce's good arm was thrown up to me, and I used it to draw his arm up while the others managed his lower body. Once I had his wrist, I gripped it firmly in one hand, my upper body hugging the top of the wall to keep myself from being pulled off. Minor gave Brooks a boost and the medic straddled the wall facing me. We worked together to raise the unconscious boy over the top of the wall and pass him down to where the others waited. I glanced back towards the fight. Faultline had emerged from beneath the platform and moved around to the side, and using her power to draw handholds into the side of the platform. The cape who'd been aiming at her with the gun stooped over the hole she'd dropped into and looked down to see if she was still down there. He was oblivious as she hauled herself over the edge of the platform and attacked him from behind, striking him with one elbow, then reversing the turn of her body to sweep his legs out from under him with one extended leg. The sweep of her foot had apparently coincided with the use of her power, because there was a cloud of stone dust as he collapsed onto broken, uneven ground. From my angle I couldn't see for sure, but I thought maybe he'd fallen head first into the hole she'd first descended into. Brooks and I hauled Minor over, and I waited while he climbed down, since I was already fairly secure where I was. Skidmark was losing. It was obvious from where I sat, and I could see his changing expression as he saw Mush collapse beneath Gregor's sludge and realized he had no friends left. Gregor, Labyrinth, Faultline, and the red-haired woman were all in action, and Skidmark was pretty much alone at this point. I hadn't seen Neuter or Spitfire, and I couldn't be sure if he was okay or not. Sure, the merchants could have hit him with weapons rather than their bare hands, but he was quick, he had his tail, and he only needed to touch someone to drug them out of their minds. Spitfire might be the one babysitting Labyrinth somewhere out of the way. It had to suck for Skidmark, losing like this. He'd risen to power based on a streak of good luck and momentum rather than any talent, deed, or ability. Now it was falling apart. He'd lost, he'd had his ass kicked in front of the bulk of his followers, and he would likely never regain what he'd had. Not that I felt bad for him. There was a kind of justice to it. He didn't even have a power that would let him go down in a blaze of glory. No, his final act here would be one of petty spite. His power streaked from his hand to the ground where the canisters and metal case sat. I could see Faultline's expression change behind her mask, saw her set her feet and start sprinting for the case before Skidmark's power even took hold. The metal box and canisters launched out over the edge of the platform and into the air above the crowd. Only a few papers escaped the case at first, but his power had saturated the insides of the box. Just after reaching the apex of its flight, his power seized the contents and the case expelled everything from within. Papers slid off one another and into the air, forming a small cloud. Taylor. Lisa shouted. I knew what she wanted. I drew clouds of my bugs from the ceiling, catching the papers that weren't saturated with Skidmark's power, collecting my bugs on them. I could have maybe carried them directly to me with enough bugs, but I found it easier and more discreet to use the bugs and nudge the papers into floating on the air currents, like paper airplanes without the airplane aspect of things. As they got close, I took a firmer hold over them and moved them directly to us. The papers crumpled as my hands closed around them. 4 or 5 pages. I couldn't be sure 2 might have been stuck together. We need an exit, I said, as I hopped down from the wall. I handed Lisa the papers. Lisa nodded. I've been thinking on that. Look. She pointed at one corner of the mall. It looked like any other section, heavily altered by Labyrinth's powers. The shops had been almost entirely consumed by Labyrinth's powers, and were further shrouded by the floor-to-ceiling statues of human figures that stuck out of the walls. In the corner Lisa was pointing at, there were male and female figures, expressions solemn, hands reaching, moving so slowly I might have thought it was my imagination. The shop below was nearly gone, the entrance nearly covered up. Not seeing it, I said. Look at how they're standing. The male figure is sticking out of the left wall, reaching with his right hand, the female figure is doing the opposite. Look past them, at the corner. I did. Between the figures was the point where the 2 exterior walls of the shopping center joined, nothing jumped out at me. The walls were bare. I don't see it, I repeated, as she tugged on my arm and started running forward. As a group we started moving toward the corner. What am I looking for? Nothing. There's nothing there because her power isn't extending to that corner. She's too far away, on the roof at the other side of the mall. Which means the interior of that shop isn't affected by her power. However ominous the giant statues were, they didn't react to our passing. The exit was small, barely 3 feet across. If Lisa hadn't given me her reasoning, I wasn't sure I would have had the guts to go through. It was spooky to think about putting myself in a smaller space like the store interior and having it close tight behind me. The bodyguards had to go through the doorway in a crouch, and Miner dropped Bryce to let the others drag him inside, just so he could fit. As Lisa had suggested, the shop interior was largely unaffected by Labyrinth's abilities, though it had been trashed by looters and the effects of Leviathan's attack. We found the back rooms, and Jaw kicked the door open. From there, we made our way to the emergency exit, cleared Rebel away and escaped into the parking lot. A handful of others had found escape routes too, I noted. Merchants were crossing the parking lot at a run, or helping wounded buddies limp away. We weren't so conspicuous. I hurt. I'd been cut on the arm, and I'd taken my lumps in too many other places to count. My knuckles and fingertips were scratched raw from climbing the walls of the maze and moving Rebel, my cheekbone throbbed where I'd been elbowed, and my fucking contact lenses were still irritating. Never ever something I could get used to, even with other things taking up my attention. But we'd made it. We moved at a light jog for a good distance before Brooks called us to a stop. We lay Bryce down for him to look at, and he decided we needed call for a pickup to get the boy more serious medical attention. While we waited for the car to arrive, Lisa and I sat down on a nearby set of stairs. The other bodyguards were still on duty, still watching for trouble. Charlotte stood a distance away, hugging herself. She looked like she wanted to leave, but lacked the courage to go alone. I was going to go reassure Charlotte, but Lisa retrieved the papers I'd given her and smoothed them out against her leg, and the widening of her eyes caught my attention. It's a letter or contract from the people who made the stuff, talking to the guy who'd bought this stuff. Let's see, we have, page 2. Pages 18 and 19. Page 27. Page 16. Wonder if we can put a narrative together. You probably could, I said. She glanced over one page, then handed it to me as she moved on to the others. I read it. Client 1, and clients 2 through 6 for confidentiality purposes. For clarity, and to help ensure that the proper clients receive the intended products, we must restate facts for Client 1 to double-check. Client 1 is the negotiator for each of the clients, guardian of clients 2 and 3 and is not intending to consume the product. This cannot be stressed enough. Client 1 is not to share or use any of the product intended for other clients. Ignoring this warning or failing to adhere to any other warnings or directions within this documentation will compel Cauldron to carry out the countermeasures and call in all debts noted in sections 8b and 8c on pages 17, 18, and 19. Clients 2 through 6 are noted here in as much detail as is allowed given the agreed upon confidentiality. Client 2 is the elder of Client 1's 2 relatives noted here, female. Client 3 is the younger of Client 1's 2 relatives noted here, male. Clients 4 and 5 are Client 2's friends. Client 4 is female. Client 5 is male. Client 6 is the friend of Client 3, male. Both vials and protective containers are noted with the numbers specific to each client, each containing the requested upon products from the catalog. I wish to give written evidence of the verbal exchange between Cauldron and Client 1 on February 18, 2011. Client 1 is informed that Client 4 scored a borderline failure on the psychological testing and that results may lead to a deviation scenario. What's on the other pages? I asked. 16 is accounting. Bank statements, confirmation of money exchanged, a list of what was bought. 7 figures base price, more for this Nemesis program, still more for some powers. Don't have all the pages I'd need to get it, but I'm getting the sense the more unique powers and the stronger ones cost way more. The sense, she'd said. Her power filling in the blanks. Pages 18 and 19 refer back to something called the Nemesis program, potentially revoking it. They're talking about debts, services required by this Cauldron using the client's powers. There's a bunch of specifics on how the time, effort, and risk of said services would factor in with one another. People can buy powers? How many people are doing this? I felt a touch offended at the idea. I'd earned my powers through my hardships. Most of us had. Enough that there's a whole enterprise here with a private army. There's this bit that very politely notes that breaking the rules will get you hunted down and executed by subjects, capital S. Clients are warned that these guys are entirely loyal to Cauldron, will not accept bribes. And these subjects are apparently something different from deviations. Cauldron calls us subjects. The PRT calls us Case 53S, a voice said from above us. Regular people call us monsters. Our bodyguards wheeled on the spot, a set of guns training on Neuter, where he clung to the side of the building. They had been covering the possible approach points from the ground. They hadn't been expecting trouble from directly above us. I heard of the Case 53 thing, Lisa told him, backing away. The rest is new. You work for them? No. But you're related to this. Gregor, Shamrock, and I were test subjects. Guinea pigs to test the new formulas, so the buyers don't get fucked. According to Shamrock, 3 in 5 of us don't even survive. 1 in 5 subjects are retained and brainwashed so they can protect the business and enforce the contracts. Shamrock was going to be one of them, but she escaped. The rest of us have our memories removed, and were released as part of the Nemesis program. Which is? Neuter glanced at the papers. I'd really like to know. So you followed us? Something about the way that one moved, Neuter pointed at Jaw with his tail, reminded me of some other mercenaries I've come across. Don't bother shooting, by the way, I'm too quick. Lisa gestured, and the bodyguards lowered their weapons. Neuter frowned. I gathered you were mercenaries, decided to spy, but finding you'd taken the papers was a surprise. Who are you? Lisa looked at me, without a ready answer for once. I looked over at Charlotte and sighed. She'd already put some of the pieces together. She could probably figure it out from here. I might as well control when that happened, so I wouldn't get caught off guard further down the road. I raised the piece of paper, as if to hand it to Neuter, and I directed bugs to cluster on it. In moments, the half of the paper closest to him was dark with various flies and creepy crawlies. Charlotte's eyes widened. This was apparently her putting the last piece into place. Ah, Skitter, he said. Apparently my having saved his life once and gifting him a paper bag filled with money didn't do much to ease his wariness. He wasn't any less guarded when he asked, "Why are you here?" I pointed at the unconscious Bryce. An errand. Didn't mean to get in your way. I only grabbed the papers as a spur-of-the-moment thing, and because they would have been ruined if they'd just drifted all over in there. That wasn't much of a concern. One of my teammates is collecting the papers as we talk, and I expect she'll find nearly all of them. The ones that she could find with some luck, anyways. We're honestly not looking for trouble, and I have no problem with giving you these. I banished the bugs on the paper and stepped forward to extend it towards him. Lisa followed my cue, offering the others, "Wouldn't mind copies of whatever you've got." Neuter frowned. Before he could say anything, Lisa hurried to add, "I'm good at figuring stuff out. I'm a fountain of knowledge. I want to know more about this stuff, and I could help you guys in exchange for what you've already got. I'd have to ask Faultline. She doesn't like you." Lisa grinned. "And I don't like her. But she's not stupid, either. She knows this is mutually beneficial." Lisa drew a pen from her pocket and scribbled on the back of one page. "My number, if you're interested." He took the sheets, looked them over, then rolled them up and stuck them in his back pants pocket. "We'll be in touch one way or another," he said. Then he was gone, around the side of the building and up to the roof in heartbeats. I looked at Charlotte, and she shrank back, as if I could hurt her by looking at her. Which was dumb. It was fairly obvious to anyone who considered my power that I didn't need to look at people to hurt them. Not that I'd hurt her, anyways. She'd done nothing to deserve any such thing, beyond being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Charlotte, Bryce, and Sierra. The civilians. I still had to figure out how to deal with them. My heart sank. Social interaction, not where my talents lay. Infestation 11.8. I could see Dr. Q grow more irritated with every person that filed into the office. 10 people in total. There were the 8 that we'd all packed into the car and fake ambulance Coyle had sent. Lisa, me, Bryce, Charlotte, Minor, Senegal, Cha and Brooks. 2 more, our drivers, had stepped in to verify everything was okay before leaving to stand guard outside the front of the building. The good doctor took one look at our group, ordered us to put Bryce on the first bed, then sighed and said he'd patch the rest of us up when he was done with the boy. Lisa suggested me for the next in line, which means I was made to sit down on the bed in the far corner. It wound up working out on several levels, because it gave Lisa a chance to talk privately with Minor, and it gave me a chance to have words with Charlotte. Dr. Q ordered the remainder of Minor's squad to leave until they were called in, which meant there were more people standing guard outside. I wondered if it was reaching the point where the guards would attract more problems just by virtue of drawing attention to themselves than we'd face otherwise. Charlotte looked spooked. Maybe rightly so. She had to be aware that she was privy to information and details to a degree that we couldn't just let her go. I moved into a cross-legged position on the bed, adjusting the pillow behind me to keep the headboard from rubbing against my back. I pointed, and told Charlotte, sit. She obeyed, but she sat on the edge with her legs dangling, her body twisted to face me, as if she wanted to be able to run at a moment's notice. After some consideration, I frowned and told her, I don't know what to do with you. You don't need to do anything. She made it a question, a request. You're the first person who knew me that knows about this. I paused. Or knew of me. She looked down at her hands. I don't. I didn't see anything. Charlotte, I frowned, look up at me. Meet my eyes. Reluctantly, she did. I'm not stupid, I told her. And as cute as that whole cliché is, you and I both know you saw everything. This is serious. She looked at the scene to our left, the doctor, Bryce, Lisa, and Minor. Leaning towards me, she whispered, almost plaintive, why did you bring me here? Because you'd already seen too much. There was no avoiding it. We couldn't hide it from you without leaving you behind, and neither of us wanted that to happen, right? She shook her head with a glum expression on her face. Seeing that, I answered her question from before, I brought you here because I wanted you to know that our group isn't just a few kids in costumes running around. We're an organization. I don't want to know this, she said, clutching her pants leg in her hands. You need to, I started. I was about to go on to say something more, but I was distracted as another group of soldiers entered the room. They carried a white cooler between them, and set it at Bryce's bedside. I lost my train of thought as I watched to see if Bryce was okay. The cooler was opened, and bags of blood were hung on the wall beside Bryce. Once that was done, the soldiers wordlessly carried the cooler out the door. I sighed, look, Charlotte, I'm not your enemy. You saved my life, she said. That's maybe an exaggeration. I saved you from being assaulted by those men, probably. I could see her shrink into herself. I'm sorry. I finished, lamely. You're a villain, she said, and it took me a second to realize it was more of a non sequitur than an admonishment for reminding her of what had nearly happened to her. I'm a villain, I agreed. And you're going to tell me that if I ever open my mouth, you'll kill me. That is one option. Or, theoretically speaking, I could hurt you or your loved ones. She deflated, which was pretty impressive given that she hadn't exactly been brimming with vigor before I'd opened my mouth. It was like she didn't even have the energy to be afraid. I'm not going that route, I told her, I don't want to be that kind of bad guy. She looked up at me. I'm improvising, and you're going to have to forgive me if my ideas are a little rough around the edges, but 2 ideas spring to mind. Number 1 is that you leave. I'm offering you an out. Leave? The city. I nodded. Leave Brockton Bay. You have any family here? My mom. She's doing the training to join the construction crews. You'd leave the city with your mom. Put all this behind you, the ruined city, what happened at the mall, me, everything. And I wouldn't say anything, she finished my thought. Right. You'd keep your mouth shut. Because if you did start discussing stuff you shouldn't know? Those soldiers, the hackers, the plans we have with police and FBI and government. My psychic friend over there? They'd find you. I could see her clutch her pants leg a little tighter. And believe me, Charlotte, I don't want to hurt you. But it would be out of my hands. I'm not the top dog here. The person in charge? They would handle things after that. Understand? They would handle you. I'm not saying anything. Really. I know. And I know you wouldn't say anything even hinting at what you know, unless it was to a therapist and you were absolutely sure it was confidential. That's what I'm proposing. Her head hung. I don't think I can leave like that. I wanted to, before all of this, but my ZD, my grandpa, he refuses to leave, and he can't take care of himself when the city's like this. It's why we didn't evacuate. You could tell your mom and grandpa some of what happened. That the merchants got you, that you got away, that you don't feel safe here. She buried her face in her knees. No. Okay. So that leaves option 2. She started. She stopped when I raised one hand. Don't say anything until I explain it. I'll forget what I want to say if I get distracted. You're going to work for me. And every doubt and possibility that just made you tense up at that idea. It's not going to happen. You'll be safe. Safer than you were before. You won't have to do anything illegal unless you're willing. I'd still be helping you, I'd be helping a criminal, indirectly. You would. But I think you'd be surprised at my approach. I'm not looking to hurt innocents. I'm not pushing hard drugs, I'm not demanding protection money. Then what are you doing? Funny, how everything always seemed to tie back to the beginning. I was put in mind of the conversation I'd had with the Undersiders on our second meeting. The same conversation that had led to me joining them. I'm afraid the full details only come with membership, I echoed Lisa's words to me from back then. I don't really have much of a choice, do I? You do. More than you think. Don't give me a response just yet. Think about it for a bit. You're staying at least until you get those scrapes and scratches looked at. Charlotte looked at her hands. Her knuckles and fingertips were torn up, and she had a shallow cut on the side of her neck. This isn't anything worth worrying about. The way this city is right now. You'll get an infection if you don't get that taken care of. Relax. Believe it or not, you're safer right here, right now, than you've been for the past few weeks. Breathe, think about what you want to do. She glanced around, and I could tell she didn't believe me. Still, she met my eyes and offered me a nod. Well, I hadn't solved the Charlotte problem just yet, but I'd at least addressed it. If I was honest with myself, part of the reason I told her to wait on her answer was to buy myself a reprieve, give myself time to think. Maybe that was a bad idea, because being left to ponder let the anxiety build up. I was worried. Not just about Charlotte, but about my territory. Had the merchants attacked it in the meantime? Lisa had said they would mostly be at the party, but I couldn't be absolutely sure. Gru would have been watching it for me, but he'd be tired, and he didn't have the same awareness over the area that I did. I almost regretted leaving for this, for Bryce, even though I knew I'd do it again. If anything calmed me down, it was seeing Lisa with the two squad leaders. She laughed a little, and put her hand on the arm of the other squad captain, Fish. When she caught me looking her way, she smiled and gave me a wink. When Dr. Q had done everything he could for Bryce, he turned his attentions to me. I got more stitches, in my arm this time, which was fun. I also got to see every single one of my cuts and scrapes fizz with foam as he disinfected my injuries, which stung like hell. He was nearly done when a knock came at the door. Jaw was on the other side, and he was escorting Sierra, as I'd requested. She went immediately to Bryce's bedside. His hand, she said. Things got violent, Lisa said, stepping towards her. We didn't start it, but they got ugly. Sierra nodded mutely, then turned to Bryce. She knelt at the side of the bed and held his intact hand. I'm sorry, Lisa said. Sierra shook her head, her dreadlocks swinging. No. I understand. The hand isn't your fault. He's here and he's alive because of you. No. I'm sorry because I have something to tell you that's going to be hard to hear. But you need to know this. Sierra looked up, her brow creased in concern. Did they drug him? Dirty needles. Did they? Was he? They didn't touch him, Lisa reassured Sierra, but that's because he wasn't one of their victims. He was one of them. Sierra shook her head. No. You must have misunderstood. The people who attacked the church? He was with them. He got hurt helping them fight to win some prize the leaders were offering. No, Sierra shook her head again. He wouldn't. Lisa shrugged, unable to find the words to convince her. Sierra sounded angry now. She stood, confronting Lisa. No. Where's Skitter? Where's your boss? I hesitated. My secret identity, such as it was already falling apart. It wasn't that I was that committed to it, since I wasn't Taylor that much of the time these days, but there was always that worry in the back of my mind that I was burning my bridges as far as being able to go back home, or that I was possibly giving out clues that someone could use to trace back to my dad and hurt him. On the other hand, I could see how Sierra was on the verge of losing it. I couldn't tell if she was going to cry, hit Lisa or say something she shouldn't, but I couldn't let her do anything that would get her in trouble with the soldiers. I stood from the bed. Sierra, I called out. She wheeled on me. I watched her expression change as she stared at me and realized who I was. You got hurt, she said, looking almost stunned by that realization. How bad did I look, that my injuries distracted her from her brother? Or was it the realization that a supervillain could get hurt? Things got ugly, I said. Then I added, with emphasis, Lisa wasn't lying. She shook her head. It doesn't make any sense. He wouldn't do that. It doesn't fit with the guy I grew up with, ate dinner with. Lisa spoke from behind her. His parents were in the hospital, his home and school was gone, and he was a scared, confused kid that was offered a community and the power to change things. It's like what cults do. They prey on people who are at their most vulnerable, people who are lost, with no attachments, who are hungry and weak. It's easy to underestimate how readily they can get to someone. Fuck. Sierra turned to kick the side of Bryce's bed. Is that supposed to be an excuse? No way he gets off that easy. He joined them, you said. He wasn't brainwashed when he fucking decided to go with him. She kicked the bed again, hard enough that it shifted an inch or two away from her. I could see the doctor start forward in response to the assault on his furniture and patient, but Minor, Jaw and Fish moved first. Guys, stop, I ordered. They did. It was kind of strange, to have people listening to me. Sierra turned and saw the soldiers, and I could see emotions flicker across her face. He's not getting off easy, I said. He lost most of his hand. I'm not a doctor, but he might lose the rest, depending on how the circulation is. He'll lose his remaining fingers, keep the thumb, the doctor spoke. So he'll have the rest of his life with that as a reminder of his bad call, I told her. The real question is what we do with him. Sierra was so focused on the responsibility, the blame, and the betrayal that I think it took her a few seconds to process the problems that came with getting her brother back. I could see it hit her, the idea that she might have to repeat the experience of losing her brother, with all of the same pain and worry, the moment he got a chance to slip away. Dr. Q apparently didn't care about the drama. Once he was more or less confident that Sierra wouldn't be disturbing his patient, he got up and walked over to Charlotte to start patching up the girl. I walked over to Sierra and led her away from her brother's bedside to the far corner of the room, next to Charlotte and the doctor, where she wasn't getting in anyone's way. Can you keep him? She asked, as we stopped. Can I offer him a bed? Theoretically. But he's just going to run. Not that there's anywhere for him to run to, but... I stopped as I saw a confused expression on her face. The merchants may be done for. Because of you. I shook my head. Someone else. The leaders got pretty badly embarrassed. They may have trouble getting their followers to respect them after getting their asses kicked like they did. The actual criminals would still be on the streets, probably, but they won't be as organized. Add in fighting, rival groups, greed, they won't be as focused. But that girl said my brother was with the people from the church, he could find them, or they could find him. They're not a consideration anymore, I told her. Her eyes widened. Because of what I asked you to do. What was the proper response, here? I felt like anything I told her might offend her. If I said yes, would she be horrified? If I said no, would she see it as a failure on my part? In small part because of that, yes, I admitted, leaving it vague. Her forehead creased in a frown. Look, I admitted, I need to get back to my territory. If you need a place to stay, you're welcome to come with, but we do need to decide what to do with Bryce. Can you keep him prisoner? Until he comes to his senses. I would if I thought it would do any good. He's only going to get angry and resentful at being locked up, and he'll be all the more eager to run. But he's going to run anyways. Probably. He won't believe me if I tell him about his buddies. It doesn't help that Lisa lied to him about Sierra. So what do we do? I was at a loss for an answer. I turned and called across the room, Lisa. She broke away from her conversation with Miner and Fish to join us. Sup? We're worried the kid will run. You have any ideas on what would work? She shrugged. What if you give him what he wants? Which is? He wants excitement, he wants to feel like a grown-up, he wants respect, and maybe a bit of power at a time in his life he maybe feels pretty powerless, what with losing his house, his family, his safety, all that. Okay. And we do this by. With your okay, I'd recruit him. That sounds like a monumentally bad idea, I admitted. The soldiers there can keep him in line. I'll keep him away from Senegal and Brooks. Miner, Prit and Ja could watch him and instill some discipline in him, and they're uniquely equipped to track him down if he tries to slip away. I'd keep him out of trouble, and have him gather information and act as a pair of eyes on the street. He'll hate it at first, with the soldiers giving him a hard time, on top of the missing hand, but I think he'll take to it once he's actually doing something concrete. What kid doesn't want to be a secret agent? I had my doubts, but I didn't want to shoot Lisa's idea down. So I looked to Sierra and asked, thoughts? She frowned. Can it be temporary? I don't want him to be locked into anything even after schools get going again and we're trying to get things normal again. It can be temporary, Lisa assured her. He doesn't get hurt. He'll have one of those guys with him 90% of the time, Lisa said, pointing to Miner, Ja and Fish. I saw Sierra look at me, noting my injuries, and I knew exactly what she was thinking. Still, she kept her mouth shut on that particular topic. Okay. But I joined too, so I can keep an eye on him. I'd love to take on another recruit, Lisa smiled. She turned to me, but she saw you first. Sierra looked between the two of us, then asked Lisa, you don't work for Skitter. Partners, believe it or not, Lisa replied. We're controlling different territories. Oh. 2 territories. 9, Lisa corrected her. 9 villains, 9 territories. The city isn't getting better and the people in charge aren't up to the task, so we're taking over. You're trying to fix things. Some of us. Most of us. Some of us want to help, like Skitter there, and others are doing it because we know that when things are up and running again, we're going to be a part of the status quo. Lisa grinned. I spoke up, that's the basic idea of what we're doing. You heard what I said to the people in my territory. I'm trying to get people fed, I want them safe, and I wanted to help you and your brother. If you're working for me, that's the sort of thing you're going to be helping me with. Sierra shook her head, I only said I'd join because I wanted to keep an eye on my brother. Lisa shrugged, then I'll make you a deal. You join Skitter's group, and I'll give you a contact number. Whoever is babysitting Bryce will have the answering phone, to give you an update on your brother, anytime, anywhere. Or put you on the phone with him, if that's what you want. That's not. It's not perfect, no. But Skitter's probably going to let you head into my territory to see Bryce anytime you want. Definitely, I interjected. And not to put too fine a point on it, but the guilt over betraying you, coupled with resentment, and the fact that he's in this rebel against your parents' phase and you're the closest thing he has to a parent right now? It's maybe best if you give him his space. I saw the faintest change in Sierra's facial expression, saw her look over at Bryce, her eyebrows drawing together. Lisa's words had hurt her. They'd been true, no doubt, but I had to find a way of gently suggesting that Lisa take a gentler approach. Okay, Sierra said to me. But I can leave any time. You can, I replied. And I will, the moment you break our deal, or the moment Bryce gets hurt. I believe you. She stuck out her hand to me and I shook it. Now go, Lisa said, I'll send Sierra your way with one of my boys, when she's done visiting Bryce and seeing that he's settled in. I know you're itching to check on your territory. I nodded. Thank you. For the help finding Bryce, for making this work, here. She grinned and waved a hand at me, no problem, no problem. I gave Lisa a quick hug before heading over to Charlotte. There was no negotiation. She was close enough to have heard some of our conversation, and she'd seen the bit with Sierra, besides. Whatever it was, it seemed to have grounded her. She didn't look as uncertain as before, and she had one hand extended for me to shake. You sure? Yeah. Because really, you can leave the city. She shook her head, my grandfather needs to stay. He's spent the latter half of his life in his home, and I think it would kill him to leave. If you're sure, I told her. She nodded. I shook her hand. Grew. I hollered into my lair as Charlotte and I stepped inside. Mask on. Got a guest here. Despite Lisa's relatively cavalier attitude on the subject and my own concessions, there was no point in spoiling his secret identity, too. Right, he called down from upstairs. In a moment, he came down the stairs, his helmet on. He stopped as he saw me. What happened? Bit of a scuffle. I replied. I'd had a chance to see myself in the mirror. The bruise on my cheekbone had been a nice mottled yellow-green. I asked, any trouble? He shook his head. He wasn't smothered in darkness, so his voice was normal as he said, quiet. Was your errand successful, at least? Successful enough. This is Charlotte, one of my new employees. What was I supposed to call them? Henchmen, employees, minions? Already recruiting, he whistled, low. 2 new hires. The other girl's going to be on her way in a while. You've gotta slow down. I only heard what you'd done to take control here after I'd arrived. I was worried you'd provoked a war and left me to handle things, until Lisa told me the major threats were occupied elsewhere. Sorry. Seriously, you're moving fast on this. Imp and I have only just started rooting out the gangs and other criminals in our territory. We haven't even talked about who we're going to recruit or how. I'll explain later. You don't have to. I want to. Just, later. I'm getting the feeling I'm in the way, Charlotte spoke up. Is there any place I can go to get out of your hair? Kitchen, if you're hungry, or I stopped as she practically lit up at the suggestion. I pointed at the kitchen, go. Take whatever, enjoy. It was gratifying to see her glee as she started rifling through the cabinets to find piles of stuff ranging from treats to dry pasta to cases of soda. Gru and I migrated to the empty room that had held the supply crates, where we were able to see Charlotte but not necessarily in earshot. If you're pushing yourself this hard to prove yourself to me. It's not that. Okay. But really, you don't need to prove yourself. You know Tattletale just called me on the phone? 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, I would have just left the doctor's place, en route for my lair with Charlotte. I frowned. What did she say? Chewed me out big time, about how I was being too hard on you, after the revelations at the hospital, about turning you down. Calling me a clod, basically. I felt a flush warm my ears. I told her not to interfere. Well, she did, and I think she was right too. I've been a bit hard-headed. I shrugged. Couldn't agree without offending him, but I didn't disagree either. I'd been stubborn in my own ways too. He asked, so do you want to call it even? I said it before, but I thought maybe we could become best friends, somewhere down the line. I'd like to go there again, if you're willing. If it's not awkward or... I felt the flush deepen and hurried to interrupt him before he could bring up my asinine confession again. It's good. Yes. Let's go with that. Good. He clapped one hand on my shoulder. A sign of camaraderie, friendship, with the subtle effect of reinforcing that I was at arm's length. Or was I reading too much into things? I could live with it. It was worlds better than the quiet hostility and hurt I'd been sensing from him as of late. Is it cool if I drop by sometime? He asked. So we can keep each other up to date, or maybe just hang out. Hanging sounds good, I answered him, feeling lame as I said it. I'm gonna go sleep. Long day. You take care of yourself, all right, he said by way of a goodbye as he headed for the door. I nodded, you too. When I walked over to the kitchen, Charlotte had a box of toaster strudels in one hand and a package of cookie dough in the other. She'd washed her face, and only trace amounts of the caked-on makeup were still there. She looked worlds younger, and was like a little kid as she asked me, can I use your oven? Go for it. But I get some, I smiled. As my new minion said about figuring out the oven, I was able to stop for a moment. Doubts and insecurities still weighed on me, but I couldn't feel guilty for not making more progress today. I'd done what I could to move forward on my plan to help Dinah. Both Lisa and Brian had acknowledged that I was making great strides forward, and that gave me hope that I might be impressing Coyle as well. Things weren't perfect, but they were better. I was on speaking terms with Brian, I was making headway on my plans, Lisa was making headway on her end of things, and in some small way, I felt like I'd finally followed through with that dream I'd had at the start of the year, of being a superhero. I was a villain. I'd given the order to let a man die. Maybe my abandonment of Thomas would weigh on my conscience more after I got some sleep and my thoughts were clearer. Maybe not. But I'd also done something to help people, without ulterior motives. I'd given Sierra her brother back, I'd saved Charlotte. I was happy about that. All in all, if I didn't think too hard about it, I could feel cautiously optimistic for the first time in a long while. For the first time in weeks, months, I could feel like everything just might work out. Interlude 11A. A howl tore through the air. It wasn't the howl one would expect from a dog. It was ragged, with a guttural undertone that hinted at the size of the one doing the howling. Before the howl had even finished, more took up the cry in answer. A second howl, then a third. More joining in, all at once. 7 or 8. Bentley raised his head and joined them, his tail wagging on his undersized hindquarters, almost prancing on the spot in his excitement. Water splashed around paws as wide around as bike tires as he landed, spraying bitch. His enthusiasm was infectious. She bared her teeth in a wide grin, then whooped, adding her voice to the cacophony. She hopped up his side, gripping ridges of hard muscle and bony growth so she could throw one leg over his other shoulder. A spike of bone scratched her upper thigh, beneath her skirt, but she didn't care. It was nothing. Go, Bentley. She urged him. He surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. She could feel the heat of his body underneath her, the rippling movements of his muscles as he ran. She could smell him, like dog breath and the coppery tang of blood, that faint sweet smell of meat on the verge of going bad. She could smell herself, her body odor. She hadn't washed in 2 days, but she liked her own smell. She liked that her belongings in her place all smelled like her. It wasn't that she wouldn't take care of herself. She would, just like she took care of her dogs. Just as she groomed each of them twice a week or more, she would tend to herself. But what did some scruff on her legs matter when she was treading down flooded streets or caked in mud up to her knees half the time anyways? What did some body odor mean, if she didn't even like the people who were around to be offended by it? Barker, Biter, and the others would be at the locations she had assigned them. She had given them the most menial of tasks. Grooming the dogs, feeding the dogs, picking up shit, checking the dogs for sores, cuts, ear infections, and ticks like she'd showed them. She had a good number of dogs in her care, now. Most had been taken from kennels that hadn't been in a state to help the animals since Leviathan attacked. She was eagerly anticipating the moment someone complained. Barker or Biter would be the ones to whine about the task first. They had powers. They had expected to be in charge, to be her lieutenants. The looks on their faces when she'd given them their tasks had made her day. Nothing like putting someone in their place. If they didn't complain by the time they were through checking and taking care of all of her dogs, maybe they would start when the next batch arrived from the shelters, and they were told they had to do all of those dogs on top of starting afresh with all the ones they had done before. The moment someone did complain? Or if they let one tick, one rash or one ear infection slip? She could make an example of them. Humiliate them, scare them, insult them. If she did it well enough, they'd leave. If she did it really well, they would all leave. Then she could be alone for a while, alone with her dogs. Nobody would be able to nag her about the fact that she hadn't given the henchman thing a try. Fuck it. She already had all of the assistance she needed. The best, most loyal kind. Lucy appeared from a nearby street, making her excitement known with a noise that was half bark and half something else. She ran alongside Bentley. Good girl. Bitch laughed, come on. Lucy responded by huffing out a noise that might have been a bark. Her footfalls splashed out of sync with Bentley's, and they were soon joined by others. Ink, Magic, Roxy, Buddy, Bruno and Socks. None of the others were as large as Lucy and Bentley. This would be their first run. A taste of her power. She would give them a little more each time, keep an eye out for the ones who listened, give more training to the ones who needed to be kept in line by the bigger and more obedient dogs. But this was her territory. Her space. Finally a place where she could do what she wanted. Here, she was free, and that meant she could be dirty. She could go where she wanted, hurt anyone who got in her face. She could roam free with her dogs and try her power on them without worrying about people getting hurt. Which wasn't to say that people wouldn't get hurt, of course. Just that it was her territory, and she was allowed to make the call. Anyone who hadn't gotten the message already deserved what they got. Bentley and the rest of her pack drew towards the source of the howling. Sirius stood outside an apartment block, filling the evening with that mournful, haunting sound that carried through the air. She hopped down from Bentley's back, and used the back of her hand to wipe away some of the sweat, mucus, and blood that had transferred from his back to her inner thigh. Sirius. Good boy. He wagged his tail, and the tip of it made trails in the water. Sirius, guard, she pointed toward the front door of the building. Bentley. Guard. She pointed at the little emergency exit at the side. The two dogs moved to their respective positions. Sit. Her dogs all sat. She noted Magic was a little slower than the rest to obey. Would Magic have listened if the other dogs hadn't been here? If she hadn't been following along with the others? Bitch made a mental note. Stay, she ordered, drawing out the word. She could see the group of dogs freeze. She had a routine with her dogs. The first priority was making sure they were healthy. That meant grooming and possibly shaving them, getting their records and shots updated if they hadn't come from the shelter, cleaning their ears, and ensuring they were kept away from the other dogs so she could check the color and consistency of their shit and track any changes. Shit revealed a lot about the dog it came from the obvious of diet to general health to mood. An unhappy dog had unhealthy shit. The second step was training, and every dog got some dedicated attention. Sit was the first command they learned, followed closely by stay, off, fetch and come. Depending on the dog, it could take a couple of days before they had it down solid. These commands were absolutes. If a dog didn't listen to each of those, it wasn't allowed to go out, and it didn't get any use of her power. Once a dog had those commands down, it opened the door to other orders. A dog that would stay put while she demonstrated with another would be that much more inclined to follow suit. If only humans were as reliable, as easy to train. Dogs, attack. The word was quiet, but every dog present was waiting for it. Bentley and Sirius stayed at their positions, but the rest of the dogs surged into the building, the larger ones leaping through the boarded-up windows, the smaller ones surging in the front door. Growls and barks that were twisted by the unnatural shapes of their throats overlapped into a single noise. She waited outside the building, one hand on Bentley's neck. He wanted to go, she knew it from the tension, but he was obedient. Good. This was a test for him. Another howl sounded, far away, startling her. If her dogs were here with her, oh. Only one dog would be elsewhere. She listened as the howl came again. Yes. Angelica's howl reflected her size and the degree to which Bitch had used her power on her. More than Bentley, Sirius, and Lucy. She whistled for them to come back, long and loud, and her dogs came tearing back through the building. She checked, and she couldn't make out any blood that didn't belong to the dogs. Good. Better to terrorize and inflict light wounds than to maim or murder. If the people in that building stayed in her territory, she would be surprised. She climbed onto Bentley's back, then whistled twice. Come. A jerk of the chain collar around Bentley's neck and a kick to his side spurred him into action. The others followed, some yipping or barking with excitement. Did other people experience anything close to this? Did Taylor, Brian, Lisa, or Alec? She felt like she was one with Bentley as she caught quick breaths between his jarring footfalls. Water splashed onto her skin and his. Her legs pressed against his body, and she could feel the expansion and contraction as he huffed out breaths. She trusted him, and he trusted her absolutely in return. It varied from one dog to the next, but the same was true with the others that were following in Bentley's wake. They believed in her, and if they didn't love her yet, she knew it would come in time, with her patience and continued care of them. What did Lisa have that compared to that rush, this security? What did the others have? Why, Bitch wondered, are they happier than me? Unbidden, the answers came to mind. She remembered living with her mother. She couldn't even remember the woman's face, but that was little surprise. Mom had worked anywhere from 3 jobs to none, but she spent little time in the apartment. When she was home, she was either drinking in her room or partying with friends. Little Rachel's questions or attempts to get attention were met with anger, rejection. She would be pushed away or locked in her room. Better to stay quiet, watch for an opportunity. If her mother passed out drunk, bills could be taken from her wallet, secreted away for later purchases of bread, peanut butter and jam, milk and cereal or orange juice at the corner store. If there was a party, and if she was successful in keeping from getting underfoot, she could often snatch a bag of chips, a box of ribs or chicken wings, to eat under her bed or on the roof. So she got by. Until the day her mother didn't come home. The food in the cupboards had disappeared, even the cans of pineapple, pears, and nuts and foul-tasting syrup that had been left behind by the apartment's previous residents. Desperate, terrified to leave the apartment in case the 15 minutes she spent looking for food were the same 15 minutes her mother stopped by, she'd turned to trying to cook the rice, standing on a chair to reach the sink and stovetop. After pouring the rice into the water that had been sitting on the hot stove, she'd accidentally brought her arm down on the arm of the pot, and tipped it all over herself. In retrospect, it was a blessing that she hadn't known that the water should be boiling. Still, it was hot enough to turn her skin pink and leave her screaming enough to drive the neighbors to call 911. Then the foster homes. Home 1, where the parents were kind, but lacked the patience to deal with a little girl who Child Protective Services had labeled a borderline feral child. Her foster sister there had been a mongoloid that stole things, breaking or ruining what she couldn't take for herself. Rachel had responded the only option she could think of, attacking the girl who was 3 years older and 50 pounds heavier, leaving the girl bloody and sobbing. They found a new home for her rather quickly, after that. Home 2, where the parents were not kind, and she had 4 foster siblings rather than the 1. 3 years there, a long series of lessons on what she'd done to the idiot sister from the first home, taught with the roles reversed. An education in violence of every kind. Unable to keep the feelings bottled up within her, she screamed until she couldn't breathe any longer. Then she took a deep breath and screamed again. Even though she screamed until it hurt, it was tiny and insignificant compared to everything she wanted to convey. Home 3 had been the breaking point. 2 foster siblings, a single foster mother. She'd overheard her caseworker saying that the new foster mother would be a disciplinarian, the only person that might be able to turn Rachel into a civilized human being. Bitch's opinion, years later, was that this had been a retaliation, a punishment inflicted on her by the caseworker for the countless trips to school or the home to deal with Rachel. She hadn't believed that her foster mother could be more of a disciplinarian than her second set of foster parents. Realizing the nature of her situation had been unpleasant. The foster mother brooked no nonsense, and had a keen eye for every failing and mistake on her children's part, quick to punish, quick to correct. If one of her children spoke with their mouths full, she would snatch that child's plate away and dispose of the contents into the trash can. Never the carrot, always sticks. Rachel was made to attend school, then after-school makeup classes, with piano every other day, as if she couldn't be bad if she didn't have the time. But Rachel hadn't been equipped for these things, would never be equipped for school or manners or piano. She fought back, challenged her foster mother's authority at every turn, and when she was punished for this, she fought back twice as hard. She might have gone insane if it wasn't for Rollo. She'd stumbled onto the mangy, hostile puppy in an alley between her after-school classes and home. After earning his trust with scraps of her lunch over the course of days and weeks, she brought him home and chained him up at the very back of the expansive backyard, out of sight of the house. She had stayed quiet when her foster mother complained about the neighbor dog's barking, feeling a confused mixture of smugness and terror every time it came up. Her lunch money went towards buying the dog scraps of food, guessing at what he needed, and this sacrifice of her lunches coupled with the frequent lack of dinner left her getting headaches and her stomach growling constantly during school. She would wake up at 4 in the morning to visit him and play with him, and the lack of sleep left her so tired she would drift asleep in the middle of class. But a dog couldn't be chained to a tree, not for 22 hours out of every day. She'd seen him grow increasingly agitated and unhappy, to the point that she couldn't play with him without him hurting her. So she'd untied him to take him for a walk. He'd slipped free and headed for the house. Her blood running cold, she'd chased after him. When she caught up to him, she found him in the pool. She couldn't swim, and he couldn't climb out. She'd pleaded with Rollo to come out of the pool, tried to run around the pool's edge to get to him so she could pull him free, but he'd been scared, and swam away from her. Then the plastic cover of the pool began to slide closed. When Rachel had looked to the house, she'd seen her foster mother standing on the other side of the sliding glass door that opened into the backyard, her finger on the switch. Slowly, gradually, despite her screams and banging on the locked door, the cover had slid over Rollo's head, trapping him. For nearly a minute, there was the bulge beneath the cover of Rollo's head as he swam in tight circles, his sounds of distress muffled. Her foster mother's punishments always matched the crimes. There could be no doubt Rachel knew the dog from her pleading and shouts, and having a dog was against the rules. Or maybe it wasn't even that. Maybe it was the fact that she was making a disturbance at 5 in the morning, or the realization that the barking that had plagued her foster mother for so long was Rachel's fault. Whatever the reason, the dog was to be disposed of, much in the same way as a plate of dinner was thrown out for holding a fork the wrong way or sitting at the table with her legs too far apart. She'd woken to her power in that moment of panic. Fed by her power, Rollo had grown enough to tear through the cover. He'd then torn through her foster mother. The shrill screaming of her foster siblings indoors had drawn his attention, and he went after them too, pouncing on them like any excitable dog might do with a mouse or rabbit. He'd torn through door frames and walls, and an entire section of the house and collapsed in on her foster family. In one fell swoop, she lost the closest things she had to a home and family. It hadn't been perfect, it had been nightmarish at times, but she'd had so little for so long, she found herself clinging to the scraps she did have. She ran, then, and she kept running for a long time after that. Her breath hitched as she drew in a breath. She shook her head violently, to shake away the tears. She had stopped screaming, but her dogs were making up for it as their voices had joined hers and continued long after she'd stopped, almost drowning out Angelica's howls. So many bad memories. Memories she wished she could purge from herself, scour from her brain with fire and bleach and steel-bristled brushes. She was unhappy because humans were pack animals, she decided. Taylor and Lisa and Brian could smile and laugh because they had their pack, they had their family members and they had each other. Alec was more of a loner, but he could still joke and laugh with Brian. They had their pack, their dynamic. She wasn't really a part of it. Bitch knew that she wasn't a lone wolf by choice the way that Alec was. There was a void there, some part of her that craved that human connection because she was a human and that's what humans needed. The way things had played out, things she had no control over, she'd never had a chance to figure out how to deal with people, how to invite them in to fill that void. Friendships and family, conversations and jokes, being close to others and knowing when to speak up and when to stay quiet. They were treacherous things, littered with complicated nuances, bad associations and worse memories. Even if she somehow got something right, she always managed to fuck it up sooner than later. Easier to leave it alone, easier to stay back and not try. And if they got in her face, if they challenged her and didn't let her keep them at arm's length, it was easier to fall back on what worked and what she knew than it was to try to guess how to respond. Violence. Threats. It earned her respect, if nothing else. Then Taylor had made overtures at friendship. Taylor had invited herself into that place, that void, and had stayed when bitch fucked up. The scrawny kid had stood her ground instead of running when bitch called her out on something. And maybe, just a little, in some small way, bitch had gotten a glimpse at what she'd been missing out on. Only to find out it was a ploy. An act, so that Taylor could get the group's confidence. And now the others had forgiven her? So easily. She could see them fawning over the little traitor. And there was nothing she could do about it. They liked Taylor more. They would keep Taylor on the team and make bitch leave if it came down to it. She knew it in her gut. So she'd done something stupid. She'd tried to get rid of her teammate, and she'd done it in a way that haunted her. More than anything, more than all of the people she'd hurt, the people she'd accidentally killed, or the days she'd scrounged in the trash for food when she'd been homeless, wandering the cities on her own, she hated herself for what she'd done to Taylor. She had acted like the people who haunted her memories, using what should have been a position of trust to try to hurt someone. And she didn't know what to do about it. A gunshot startled her from her thoughts. Go, she shouted. Go. More cracks of gunfire echoed through the night as her pack arrived on the scene. Angelica was there, her form hulking and rippling with muscle to the point that she couldn't move as fast as she otherwise might. That was fine. Angelica couldn't move as fast these days, anyways. Not since fog had hurt her. She was more comfortable like this. She was big, strong, and able to move without pain. Angelica flinched and backed away as the shots came, striking her flesh. There was another shot, and bitch saw a flash from the window, a glimpse of a face. Her face twisted with rage. Attack. Her voice was shrill. She leapt off Bentley's back so he could go too. Fetch them. Fetch. Go, go. As they'd done at the previous location, her dogs tore through the building. This time, though, they came back with people in their jaws. Arms, legs and torsos in fanged grips. Men, women, and children. Some screamed where the dogs didn't know their own strength and bit too hard. She found the man she'd seen in the window and stalked over to him. Fuck, 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 the man repeated the word. You insulting me? You trying to act big? What? The man's eyes widened. Was he staring at her, challenging her? Was it a fear response? Was he rallying to fight, trying to get a wider sense of his surroundings? She could only guess. No, he said, his eyes moving around, as if searching for help. Defiance? Sarcasm? A lie? I don't think you realize how badly you fucked yourself. You shot my dog. She looked at Angelica. Her baby wasn't acting too hurt, but he'd shot her. He could have killed her, if the bullet landed in just the right place. She kicked him in the face, and his head rocked back. Blood fountained from his nose. I didn't know, he managed, huffing out air, blood spraying at his words, where it had run down to his lips. Didn't know she was yours. She was scary, I reacted. Was he lying? She couldn't tell. She'd grown up with so many good liars, it felt like everything that sounded honest was a lie. If he was lying, and it was obvious, she'd look weak if she fell for it. Others might not get the message about this being her territory, about her dogs being off limits. If he wasn't lying, well, he'd still shot Angelica. Nobody hurts my dogs. Please. I have a wife, kids. As if family somehow made you better than someone else? The idea nettled bitch. Life experience had taught her that it was all too often the opposite. People were assholes, people were monsters. The exceptions were all too rare. Far too many of those same people started a family just because they thought it was what they should do, and then they were assholes and monsters to a captive audience. She kicked him again, in the stomach. He screamed as the kick made his arm, still in Ink's jaws, wrench the wrong way. Angelica, she ordered. She kicked him in the stomach again. Paw. Angelica stepped forward and placed one paw the breadth of a truck tire down on the man's pelvis. He howled in agony, his words rapid, desperate, and breathless. Heavy, oh God, please stop, please let me go, make it move, is crushing. She looked at him with distaste. It bothered her that the only time she could be absolutely sure what someone meant, what someone wanted, was in circumstances like this. Angelica, she ordered, ducking beneath Angelica's outstretched limb, kicking him in the kneecap. Take it. Angelica bent and gripped the man's legs in her teeth, twisting his body further. His body was pressed to the ground by her paw, his arm and legs pulled up and away from it. She stepped close to Angelica, burying her face in the slick muscle and hard tissues that layered the dog, wrapping her arms as far as they would go around Angelica's shoulders and neck. Just as her dogs came to trust her as she cared for them, fed them, and nurtured them, she grew closer to them as they shared experiences with her, as they learned and accepted their training. Angelica was one of the dogs she was closest to. The only dog she was this close to. Brutus and Judas had passed, the only dogs she had been with for years. Her heart broke a little every time she thought about it. And this man? This family man? He'd thought he could take Angelica away from her? Without looking at him, her head still pressed to Angelica's neck, she gave the order, hurt him. She felt the vibration rattle through Angelica's head and neck as bone snapped and crunched between her teeth. The man shrieked, there was no better word for it, and others in the vicinity echoed his shrieks with their own. She gave the hand signal and an order, drop him. Dogs, drop them. Angelica let the man drop. His shins were cracked, the ends of his legs bent at odd angles. One by one, the other captives were dropped to the ground. Each of the man's noises of pain was a little smaller and quicker than the last. Why can't you fuckers get it through your skulls? She called out. This is my territory. We didn't know, someone said. A woman who was clutching a bloody arm to her chest. Her daughter beside her. You fucking challenging me on this? No. No. We just, how were we supposed to know? Are you retarded or something? It's obvious, bitch couldn't believe the woman's stupidity. How were we supposed to know? The woman raised her voice, sounding plaintive. The howling. If you can hear the howling, you're too fucking close. Leave. You could probably hear that halfway across the city. No fucking shit, bitch retorted. The woman was challenging her authority. She had to respond to it, or the woman would keep talking, bitch would say or do something that made her look stupid, and others would stand up to her. Best to stop that sooner than later. Socks. Come. The woman shrank back, clutching her daughter, as Socks advanced to Bitch's side. Stop, a voice ordered. Bitch turned and saw two capes. From New Wave, weren't they? Brandish and Glory Girl. Brandish spoke, Glory Girl, call your sister. At least one of those people needs medical attention, Foz. She stopped as Bitch whistled as hard as she could. Barking and snarling, her masked dogs charged the heroes. After being ambushed and taken captive by the ABB, she'd learned her lesson. Hit first, assess the situation later. Besides, what was she going to do? Talk to them? Brandish flicked her hands out, and beams of light drew into vague sword shapes. As the dogs stampeded towards her, she flicked them out to double the length. They drew closer, almost reaching her, and she reconsidered, banishing the weapons to condense herself into a beach ball-sized ball of orange-yellow light. The dogs hit her, there was a spray of sparks, and the ball was sent careening down the street and through the wall of a building. Glory Girl was flying over the stampeding dogs, a cell phone pressed to her ear, in Bitch's general direction. Ink and Bruno leaped to the side of a building and then leaped from that point toward Glory Girl.